blood advice. Grandma, look!
Wow.
Grandma, there's another one.
Thank you, VSP.
See the wonder. Keep your eye health the top priority with a VSP individual vision plan.
That's a beautiful
See
one.
better. For life, for less.
Not again. I'm always in the bunker. Thank you, VSP.
Follow through with the same vision plan employers offer direct to you. VSP individual vision plans. See better. For life, for less.
Wow. Thank you, VSP.
See stunning views with Vision Care's lowest out-of-pocket costs. Call, click, or ask your broker for a VSP individual vision plan today.
No matter when or where severe weather hits, storm recovery is something we all can lend a hand in. And one of the best ways you can help is to donate blood. That's why the Weather Channel is partnering with the Red Cross. Here we go. Whether preparing for a storm or assisting in the aftermath, a donation of blood helps save lives, period. Visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to learn more. Help with tomorrow's recovery by donating your blood today. Currently in our area, 86 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, low 66. Wednesday, windy with Wednesday night, clear skies, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I've seen such a change in Einstein since he started eating Beneful. The #1 ingredient in it is beef.
The beef was fantastic.
He has enough energy to believe that he can jump high enough to catch a bird.
And now try new Beneful grain-free, simply made with wholesome ingredients and no grain.
Do you tell yourself, today's the day, I'm gonna lose the weight, but nothing changes? Well, today's the day. Just call Nutrisystem.
I'm Brian, and I've lost 75 pounds on Nutrisystem.
I'm Chris, and I lost 120 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Lose weight fast. Money back guarantee.
I got to eat my favorite food.
I got to eat, and I got to eat a lot.
Nutrisystem for Men is the real deal with real food that gets real results. Order your 28-day program right now and get all new Nutri-Crush bars to crush cravings free, and 1 week of Turbo Shakes to bust that gut free.
Nutrisystem just gave me my life back.
These guys are just like you. They made the call and they got the results. Lose weight, boost energy, improve your health with Nutrisystem for Men. Call or go online in the next 2 minutes and we'll throw in FedEx shipping free. Lose 15 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Make the call now.
Go online or call 877-357-DIET right now and get Nutrisystem for Men with bars and shakes free.
Liberty Mutual stood with us when a fire destroyed the living room. We were able to replace everything in it.
Liberty did what? Liberty Mutual paid to replace all our property that was damaged.
And we didn't have to touch our savings.
Yeah, our insurance won't do that.
Huh. There goes my boat.
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
This is Peloton, the indoor cycling experience designed to happen in your home. Only Peloton allows you to take high-energy live and on-demand studio cycling classes without having to go anywhere. Ride live with some of the best studio cycling instructors in the country. Ride flexible with thousands of on-demand rides. Ride connected alongside riders from all around the world. This is fitness evolved. This is Peloton.
I won this 55-inch TV for less than $30 on DealDash.com.
I got this $1,200 computer for $100.71.
These aren't actors, they're real people who got real savings at DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. At DealDash.com, you can save up to 99%, but hurry, everything must go.
And shipping is always free.
Visit deal-.com and start bidding today.
Wish we got snow days, but I guess we kind of the opposite.
Our job,
yeah,
to be here.
Weather Underground, weeknights at 6 on the Weather Channel.
We nailed it.
Welcome back. We are following severe storms now in northwest Texas and Oklahoma and southwestern Kansas. A number of different tornado warnings to tell you about. One of those, actually a couple of them now to the east of Amarillo. One for Donley County going until 4:15, and this is near Howardwick and Clarendon. Looking at more of a shear line sitting right in there. Let's take that forward and see where that's going to be headed. The motion on these cells has generally been northeast about 40 miles per hour. So that'll be coming towards Martin Church here in just a few minutes near the top of the hour. And then Howardwick at about 4:09. If that holds together, also a very large hail threat with this storm. You look at the big hail core that's now coming towards Howardwick as well. And with this particular storm, we're looking for, let's take a look at the golf ball size hail is what we're expecting there in Howardwick. That's coming right across 287 right now. And then to the north of that, another tornado warning in effect for Donley and Gray counties. And here again, we're seeing not a real strong rotation that's coming up towards Interstate 40, generally speaking. But again, you've got a large hail threat with this storm. There's a brand new scan there, so seeing a broader, sort of looser rotation right in there. And again, a big hail core just to the north of that. Let's take a look at where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes, coming up right across Interstate 40 there as that moves towards the northeast. And that's going to be getting towards the Lake McLennan campground near the top of the hour, and the McDowell campground also near the top of the hour. So if you're in either of those areas, please take cover immediately, get to the shelter at that campground. Also into Beaver County, this is going until 4 p.m. We're shooting fairly high in this case, but seeing a very strong rotation showing up. That's now just passing the intersection of routes 83 and 412. And in the longer term, that could move towards Forgan and Beaver. We've already had a supercell storm come across those regions. And in fact, we had a report of baseball size hail in Forgan earlier. And then another tornado warning for Clark and Meade counties. Have not been seeing a lot in the velocity data here, but you've got a dangerous storm nonetheless with a huge hail core right in there, and potential for a tornado coming up between OD and Sand Creek as that moves off to the northeast. So we talked a lot about instability today. There's a tremendous amount of it, and one thing that we look at is called CAPE, or convective available potential energy, and that's a measure of the updraft speed. And you've got just tremendous values today. When you get up above 4,000, that's considered to be extreme instability. And Chris, as we've been watching these big storms firing into Kansas, northwest Oklahoma, out ahead of that, you've got a huge area of CAPE of 4,000 plus. So you're talking about a tremendous amount of instability today. Over to you.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. We want to get back right now to Ken Enquist, the storm tracker out here in Beaver County, Oklahoma. Before the break, Ken, we were talking about what you've seen so far. And before we get into the storm structure, I want to ask you, it looks extremely rural where you are, but have you seen any businesses or homes or anything like that? Also, could you clarify which storm are you on? Are you on the one that's now moving into Kansas, the one that's moving into the panhandle of Oklahoma?
No, we're on the one that's tornado warned right now in Beaver County.
Okay. And can you give us an idea of the lay of the land? Is it as rural and as isolated as it appears?
It's pretty rural. I mean, there's some farms out here, but they're very, very spread out. And it's, you know, it's very pretty.
Okay, and you know, if you, I don't know if you have control of your camera or not, but if you'd like to kind of give us an idea of what you've been looking at and show us the storm, please feel free to do that while you explain what you've been looking at. And again, no longer a wall cloud, but we did appear to have one earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, there was one, and then when you went on break, there was another one that formed, and it kind of went away too. So there's still, well, we lost our shear vector in there, so I'm not sure, but it's, I mean, these storms are, they're solid. They're absolutely solid.
So, Ken, what's your plan now? What are you going to do?
Well, I think we're going to follow this one back up the way we did that first one that went through Beaver. We pretty much had to stop because it was spread across the highway, and we really couldn't go into it. And I know the hail was bad. So then we came back on this one, so it looks like it's going about the same direction. And I think we're just going to try to go back up 23 and see what happens. We might follow this one on into Kansas. I'm not sure.
Okay, Ken Enquist, thank you very much for your time. And please, please be careful while you're driving around and tracking these storms. And, of course, here at the Weather Channel, we are tracking the latest watches and warnings for you. Stay with us. We'll be right back in just about a minute.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, low 66. Wednesday, windy with more. Wednesday night, clear skies, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, it's the top of the hour. We are following some active tornado warnings. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren.
And I'm meteorologist Leona Brackett. Those severe storms threatening across the central U.S. right now. Let's go ahead and get to storm specialist Carl Parker with the latest.
Well, Liana, some very dangerous storms developing here across parts of the Central Plains where everything is coming together. A lot of warm and humid air in place, and you've got the dry line set up there and very strong winds aloft. So there are quite a few warnings now in effect, including some tornado warnings. Some of those now east of Amarillo and along Interstate 40. We'll take you first of all into Donley County under warning. Look at the hail core that is now coming towards Howardwick, and we're seeing a rotation showing up right in here. Broadly speaking, that's going to generally make its way towards Howardwick, outlining that's going to be coming up here in the next few minutes. So getting towards Martin Church right now, you need to take cover immediately if you're anywhere near Martin Church, and then getting into Howardwick probably in about 8 minutes or so as that moves to the northeast. And again, you've got this huge hail core that is now coming into Howardwick, so you've got a serious hail threat along with this storm. Looks like we could be talking about possibly some tennis ball size hail with that storm as that moves in, and calling for golf ball size hail from the National Weather Service, but maybe even a little larger than that. That's a tremendous hail core there, and that's now coming into Howardwick and may be followed by a tornado after that. So please get to your safe place right now. Also, some stronger storms off to the north of that, weakening just a little bit here, and then as we get up into Beaver County into Oklahoma, been watching really strong rotation but aloft. We're shooting pretty far away in this case, and right in there we're seeing the rotation showing up now just north of 412, and so you've got a possible tornado in a largely rural area here, but generally making its way towards Beaver. So right in there is where the tornado likes to sit, right in that little notch there. And then again, you've got a huge hail threat with this storm now being severe warned. Looks like the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and that's going to be coming up into Beaver and into Forgan. Beaver at about 422 and Forgan at around 428. We already had a report of baseball size hail in Forgan, and now you've got threat for tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. Also, another warning here off to the north, that is Clark and Meade counties under warning until 4:45. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. We'll get a look at some of the other storms. Also, severe warning for Haskell County. Another one here west of Dodge City, Ford and Gray. Another warning for Finney and Hodgman counties going until 4:30. And yet another one for Lane and Ness. And in most of these cases, we're concerned about the possibility of very large hail and also tornadoes. And it looks like we've got a brand new watch to tell you about as well. That is way up into Wisconsin, right in here. Tornado watch in effect, and that's going until 10 p.m. in northwestern Wisconsin. And let's take a look at what's going on in the radar picture here. We've got some scattered storms near the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, some severe warnings in effect right now. I'm going to zoom on in and get a better look at these. That's Polk and St. Croix County under warning until 4:45. And that cell is coming right into Route 63 there. looking at the possibility of ping pong ball size hail along with 60-mile-per-hour wind. And another warning southeast of Minneapolis. And in this case, that's going until 4:15. Dakota, Goodhue counties under warning, looking for the possibility of golf ball size hail with that storm. So a lot of areas being threatened today. Going back to the tornado watch here in the Panhandle. This is what we call a PDS watch. This is issued about 3% of the time, not very often at all, looking for the possibility of some strong tornadoes within this area, in addition to softball or larger size hail and 75-mile-per-hour wind, and also a tornado watch now in southwestern parts of Kansas. And so here's the bigger picture. And again, you've got this area of tremendous instability just out ahead of the cold front here and the dry line as well. Very strong mid-level winds coming out and over top of that. And with that deep layer shear, you get more organization to the storms. And we're also seeing that off to the north up into parts of the Midwest, which is why you've got that severe threat in this area as well. So a very broad area of potential severe weather from Minnesota and Wisconsin all the way down to the Mexico border. And looking at Torcon values of 5 there into western parts of Oklahoma. It is a 4 out of 10 in north central Oklahoma as well as south central Kansas. And we're looking at a 3 out of 10 getting up into Nebraska and western Iowa. So a very serious threat for severe weather today. Quick check on the model forecast for you, and you see these very large supercell storms continuing to roll across parts of the panhandles there and through southwestern Kansas with a large hail threat and a tornado threat. Chris, over to you.
All right, Carl, 2 hours ago I asked you whether or not you thought there was anything that could maybe hinder the storm.
Silverado to the aluminum bed of this competitor's truck.
Awesome.
Yeah. First, let's check out the aluminum bed of this truck.
Wow.
Holy moly.
Full on crack here.
Now let's check out the steel bed of the Silverado.
I'd expect more dents. No holes.
Current qualified lessees can get this Silverado All-Star Edition for around $249 a month. Plus, find your tag and get an additional $1,500 lease cash on select Silverado pickups in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
If your underwear feels like this, get Buck Naked. Duluth Trading Buck Naked Underwear. The most comfortable underwear there is. At DuluthTrading.com.
You totaled your brand new car. Nobody's hurt, but there will still be pain. It comes when your insurance company says they'll only pay 3/4 of what it takes to replace it. What are you supposed to do? Drive 3/4 of a car? Now, if you had Liberty Mutual new car replacement, you'd get your whole car back. I guess they don't want you driving around on 3 wheels.
Ordinary drops can't do that.
Soothe XP works for my dry eyes.
Soothe XP, extra protection for dry eyes.
When you've been making delicious natural cheese for over 100 years like Kraft has, you learn a lot about people's tastes.
Honey, what do you want for dinner tonight?
Oh, whatever you're making.
Triple cheddar stuffed sliders.
Sold.
There's an opportunity in every window. So start your day opening the window to your weather with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno, looking out at the stories and the science behind your forecast. Open up your mornings with AMHQ on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, low 66. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear skies, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Carl's going to the chalkboard to teach us something here, and this is going to be fun stuff.
Weather Underground, weeknights at 6 on the Weather Channel.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Topical pain relievers can seem very similar until you take a closer look at this one. Salonpas Pain Relief Patch. Salonpas isn't just the first. It's the only FDA-approved OTC topical NSAID. Our clinical trials proved it works up to 12 hours against mild to tougher moderate pain, making Salonpas the strongest labeled pain reliever available without a prescription. That's powerful relief you can feel. Salonpas for tough pain.
Mom, Dad, hi. I had a very minor fender bender tonight in an unreasonably narrow fast food drive-thru lane. But what a powerful life lesson. And don't worry, I have everything handled. I already spoke to our Allstate agent, and I know that we have accident forgiveness, which is so smart on your guys' part. Like the fact that they'll just forgive you.
4 weeks without the car.
Okay, yep, good night.
With accident forgiveness, your rates won't go up just because of an accident. Switching to Allstate is worth it.
Breaking right now, following active tornado warnings and several severe thunderstorm warnings. Also have a new watch to tell you about, looking at parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, all seeing some type of warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warning currently in effect here just south of Interstate 40 and just to the east of Amarillo, Texas. And this is for parts of Donnelly counties, Howard-Wick, one of the cities that potentially could be impacted by this storm. Again, several that new tornado warning here, extending the other one, at least it appears to be the case with that cell, that thunderstorm that is moving off right now to the northeast. Collingsworth, Donnelly, and Gray. What you're looking at there, see the bright green and the bright red right there that Ryan Davidson is circling for you. That shows winds going in opposing directions, really close to each other. And from that, you can kind of infer that there's some spin in the atmosphere, which possibly could be associated with a tornado. So we're looking, and you can see the arrows, the reds going away from the radar. And the green going toward the radar. So we're seeing winds again going in different directions. So this tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock. This is one of many storms we're following right now with many threats over many states today. Again, this is a tornado warning that potentially could be impacting Howard-Wick and McLean until 5 o'clock. And it's getting closer and closer to Interstate 40. And again, this is to the east of Amarillo. Multiple threats with this: tornadoes, damaging winds, also the potential for large hail. And chunks of hail pounded Rockford, Illinois yesterday. The hail about the size of a quarter, maybe a little bit bigger in some spots. And Illinois once again could see more severe weather over the next several days as we continue to watch these storms fester around the plains in the Midwest. And with a look at hail, here's Alex Wilson, who goes in depth on how it happens and what it can do.
Hail is formed when thunderstorm updrafts, or columns of rising air, carry raindrops upward into extremely cold areas of the atmosphere where they freeze into balls of ice. Stones can range in size from small pea-sized pellets to softballs.
That one did our windshield.
The largest hailstone on record was discovered in Vivian, South Dakota. It measured a whopping 8 inches in diameter. That's about the size of a volleyball, and over 18 inches around. It weighed in at just under 2 pounds. It's estimated that a 0.4-inch hailstone, about the size of a ladybug, falls at roughly 20 miles per hour. That's about how fast you drive in a school zone. And a stone just over 3 inches, or slightly larger than a teacup, falls at a little over 100 miles per hour. Each year, hail causes about $1 billion in damage to crops and property. The 3 states that typically have the most hailstorms are Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson, the Weather Channel.
And we have many storms popping up across parts of the country that could be capable of producing very large hail. We're going to zoom in on a couple of them across Texas, Oklahoma. We have several tornado warnings right around here, including the counties of Collingsworth, Donley, and Gray. This is in effect until 5 p.m. This is a tornado warning. So if you are anywhere in the vicinity of these cities, Howard-Wick, McLean, you need to take cover now. This is the threat is imminent. You can expect a tornado, very gusty winds, and large hail to be associated with these storms as well. And we're going to time it out for you as well. Here we go. We're going to look at McLean. 4:47 p.m. is when you can expect that storm to be reaching you. By 4:53, the McLean-Gray County line, and 4:59, Held Church. And again, this is currently happening. If you are anywhere in these vicinity, you need to make sure that you take cover. Move into an interior room. Better yet, move to a basement. Take cover right now. We will have more on this after the break.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, a Premolast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. Some people who took Otezla saw 75% clearer skin after 4 months. And Otezla's prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you are allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
I sneeze, there goes my sensitive bladder. Sound familiar? Then you'll love this. Always discreet. Incredible protection in a pad this thin. I didn't think it would work, but the super absorbent core turns liquid to gel for incredible protection. So I know I'm wearing it, but no one else will. Always discreet.
I've discovered incredible bladder leak underwear that hugs every curve. Can't tell I'm wearing it, can you? Always discreet underwear for bladder leaks.
Come boys, let's go. Buddy, leave the car, leave it. Have we got everyone?
The all-new Discovery. Land Rover, above and beyond.
I'm proud of what the Weather Channel is. It's a place you can turn to and trust.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple.
Attention those implanted with a hernia surgical mesh. If you have had hernia repair surgery with mesh reinforcement, listen closely. Some have experienced infection, chronic pain, mesh failure, and other complications after being implanted with a hernia mesh device. Because of this, some of these mesh devices have been recalled by the FDA, but devices are still being used and may cause serious complications. If you or a loved one have had hernia repair surgery with mesh reinforcement and suffered infection, chronic pain, mesh migration, mesh failure, organ damage, or needed additional surgery, call the Rely On Group right now. You may be eligible to receive a cash award and compensation for your medical expenses. If you or a loved one have experienced any of these issues after the implantation of a physio mesh or a selection of other common hernia meshes, your voice deserves to be heard. Call the Rely On Group to be connected with a personal injury attorney for a free consultation. Call 800-953-1744.
Well, this is smart.
Yeah. Weather Underground, weeknights at 6.
I think that's smart.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80. Chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tornado alert. We're continuing to follow the threat for tornadoes. Tornado watch in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma for parts of Oklahoma and for parts of Texas. This is in effect until 10 o'clock. Conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, possibly several. Some of them could be strong. And tornado watch for parts of Kansas. This also an area where the conditions have become favorable for the development of tornadoes. This is in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. And then here in Wisconsin and parts of Minnesota, there are also watches in effect. The red is a tornado watch for a big portion here of northwest Wisconsin until 10 o'clock. And then all of these outlined areas, this is where in the favorable for development zone, something has developed, whether it's a severe thunderstorm or a tornado or the potential for an imminent tornado. And that's what a tornado warning is, either happening or it's imminent. It's about to happen. And the heart of the storm about to go over Interstate 40, Collingsworth, Donnelly, and Gray counties. Part of this is in effect until 5 o'clock. And here's a closer look at that storm. And as you can see, there is kind of a meaty core to it. But just south of that, right in here, right around where it's WICK, that's where the best chance for that kind of circulation. And if there is a tornado right now, that is where it would be. Again, we're looking at the storm relative velocity, so the motion of the raindrops or hail here. And here's another look at the storm. That's the reflectivity, as you can see here. And this is showing us where the rain currently is. And sometimes just the pattern of the rainfall can give us a clue of the storm structure. And right in here, what's called a hook echo, seeing a little bit of a hook or an appendage on it just to the south of the storm could be where the tornado is right now. So again, we are following active warnings right now, tracking this out for you. Not a lot in the path. McLean there, Gray County, just to the northeast, but roads, it's going to be passing over roads, so please be careful if your plans mean that you have to be out on the roads here throughout parts of the plains in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and again, Minnesota and Wisconsin. We also have our eyes on you. Liana?
Yeah, we're in that same weather pattern. It's also bringing the threat of snow. So we're not just looking at thunderstorms, we're also forecasting a late spring event. We're looking at Jackson Hole, Wyoming right now. Storms are possible today and tonight, with the rain expected to change to snow by tomorrow. So adding more to that snowpack that's already been very high. Cheyenne, Wyoming, you're looking at rain starting off Wednesday night, continuing to Thursday. But by Thursday night, we're looking at that snow and wind picking up. By Friday, a mix of rain and snow picks up. So that weather pattern, this is what we're seeing. We have right in the center of the country the stormy pattern that we're seeing with all those thunderstorms that are picking up right now. We have record heat a little bit further to the southeast, but we have cold and snowy conditions continuing across the northern Rockies. We're going to time it out. Tomorrow, snow showers stretching from West Yellowstone, the Grand Tetons, all the way down to Grand Junction. Salt Lake City also getting into that snow. It continues into Wednesday night as well as Thursday. And here we go, Thursday, Casper, Cheyenne, and Denver all seeing more snow across the area. Thursday night, that snow threat pushes a little bit further to the east, but it's very snowy across Denver. So we're going to take a closer look at Denver right now as that snow threat remains. Ending Friday evening, you can expect several inches of snow, even a couple of feet of snow in some spots. 5 to 8 inches right here, almost a foot of snow in those light purple areas. Cheyenne, Denver, you're getting closer to a foot to a foot and a half. And a little bit further north, you're looking at almost 2 feet of snow. And those rounds of storms are headed towards the Midwest and towards the plains, along with the threat of damaging wind, hail, and lightning. We'll tell you when you can expect these storms to arrive in your city ahead.
Sir?
You the law?
We've had some complaints of... Is that a fire?
There's your payoff, deputy. Get!
Velveeta shells and cheese. There's gold in them there shells.
You do all this research on the perfect car, then smash it into a tree. Your insurance company raises your rates. Maybe you should have done more research on them.
For drivers with accident forgiveness, Liberty Mutual won't raise your rates due to your first accident. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
For sale, Lakeside Getaway. Solid construction with mudroom. For $200, no mortgage necessary. Cabela's West Wind Dome Tent. Great price. Lifetime guarantee. Only at Cabela's.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
At Panera, a salad is so much more than one thing. More than one flavor, or texture, or color. A good, clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Catering, more for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
It's the simple things in life that mean the most.
Boost Simply Complete. No artificial flavors, colors, or sweeteners, plus 10 grams of protein and 25 vitamins and minerals.
It doesn't get better than this.
Boost Simply Complete.
If you have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis like me, and you're talking to your rheumatologist about a medication, this is Humira. This is Humira helping to relieve my pain and protect my joints from further damage. Humira has been clinically studied for over 18 years. Humira works by targeting and helping to block a specific source of inflammation that contributes to RA symptoms. It's proven to help relieve pain and stop further joint damage in many adults.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB. Hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Talk to your doctor and visit Humira.com. This is Humira at work.
I can shut down your power grids. I can paralyze your infrastructure. I can access the personal data of everyone in America. I am the enemy with no face, and I can't be stopped.
For every would-be cyber attack, there's a team of U.S. Army cyber warriors who will not be defeated. Find out more at goarmy.com/team.
It's amazing out there. It means that you could take what some might call a boring weather day, but find a lot of fascinating aspects. You can look up in the sky and there's something to learn about the clouds or about the precipitation that's falling. Every single day, there's a lot of amazing stuff happening out there.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80. Chance of rain, 50%. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Closed captioning brought to you by IBGuard.
For years, I suffered from abdominal pain and bloating. My doctor recommended IBGuard. Now, I'm in control of my IBS. Non-prescription IBGuard calms the angry gut.
This is Severe Storm Central, and this is a look from just moments ago in Beaver, Oklahoma. We're looking at a dark sky associated with what is a big storm. There have been some very large storms. There remain some large storms. Several severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect in this part of the country, parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and into Kansas. Also, we're keeping an eye on parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota right now, and the threat for severe weather will expand as well.
Exactly. I mean, the threat continues through the tonight, and tornado warnings continue to fire up right now across Oklahoma and Texas.
And let's get right to it right now with the very latest on the warnings with storm specialist Carl Parker, who's been tracking all of these storms for several hours. And Carl, what are you seeing right now? Anything playing out that maybe you didn't expect, or things pretty much playing out as you would expect it?
Yeah, you know, Chris, this is actually playing out pretty close to what the high-resolution models were showing us, indicating that we would see the development of these large supercell storms across the panhandle here in Oklahoma, as well as Texas, and also into southwestern Kansas. There's a huge amount of instability for these storms, and also a lot of shear in the atmosphere, and so all the parameters favoring these big supercell storms. And with big supercell storms, you've got a tornado risk and you've got a large hail risk, in addition to a damaging wind threat. We've got a lot of reports of very large hail, including baseball size hail, and there is now a tornado warning to tell you about, and this is now right along Interstate 40. That's Collingsworth, Donley, and Gray counties under warning. And the appendage here associated with this storm is where the tornado might be located. That's generally coming towards McLean. Let's take a look at the velocity data in this case and see what's going on with that. Pretty tight little circulation now showing up right in there. So that could very well be a tornado that is showing up right in this area there. And that's going to be moving off to the northeast. I'll also check and see if there's any evidence of debris in this case. And not seeing anything that is clear cut with the debris right now, but that is a pretty strong little tight circulation, and that again is moving up towards the northeast, going to be coming right across Route 273 there and getting really close to McLean as well. So towards McLean, Gray County, around 449. You want to get to your safe place now, as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. And in addition to that, a large hail threat with this storm, that big hail core already coming up towards McLean right now, and looking at the possibility of golf ball size hail with that storm. Then to the north, another warning here for Hemphill and Roberts counties. That cell does appear to be weakening a little bit, perhaps some better news there. Another warning here for Beaver County. That's going until 5 p.m. Concern is golf ball size hail. We had a report of baseball size hail near Beaver earlier today. Another warning, severe warning here to the north, Clark and Meade counties, looking at the possibility of tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind. And then up into Garden City, big cell coming in right now, and with this storm looking at the possibility of baseball size hail. Let's zoom on in, look at that core where the most dangerous hail is now coming, is coming right into the west side of Garden City. So a very serious storm with a large hail threat there, now moving into Garden City, especially from downtown and on westward. And again, all the parameters are coming together today. It's been really warm and really humid, a lot of sunshine, tremendous instability out ahead of the dry line here in this cold front. Got very strong winds aloft. That's the deep layer shear that makes more organized storms more possible, including supercell storms and big organized lines of storms. So you've got that in place across the central and southern plains, but we're also seeing that stronger wind now coming in to parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. And so here too there is threat for severe weather. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro and southwest, and a tornado watch to the north of that, as there's a little more turning of the wind right along a warm front that's coming through the region. And we've been watching some big storms here too. One of those now just southeast of Minneapolis and St. Paul. That's Washington County under warning, looking at the possibility of exceptionally large hail with this storm. And in fact, we got a report of large hail earlier. Golf ball size hail was reported with this storm. So let's take a look at where that core is going to be moving here in the next few minutes, coming up into Afton as well as Hudson, getting into Afton at 4:39 and Hudson at 4:44. Very large hail and possibly damaging wind as well. Also, another warning in effect for Polk County, and that's going until 4:45. So looking at the larger threat here, you've got a huge area of concern for severe weather, and right in the middle of that is where we've got the greatest tornado threat, and that's a 5 out of 10 in western parts of Oklahoma, as well as a 4 out of 10 on the Torcon for central Oklahoma, central Kansas, and looking at a 3 out of 10 into southeastern Nebraska and western parts of Iowa. So certainly a lot of weather today. And this is what you'd expect at this time of the year. It's really the peak of the severe weather season in the middle of the country. Chris, over to you.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. Let's take a live look right now at Omaha, Nebraska. Partly cloudy and a bit on the windy side at times. Temperatures have really heated up here in Omaha, 88 degrees. And there will be a chance for some storms for you. As we take another look at the thunderstorm forecast for today and the extent of this, from the Mexican to Canadian borders, from Texas up to Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and parts of Wisconsin and even Michigan in the red for some of the strongest storms today. And as far as some of the specific timing goes here in Iowa, here's Des Moines, 10, 11, by about, say, between 11 and 1, some storms rolling through. But the way things are going to play out, there's going to be another chance for some showers and storms again tomorrow here in parts of Iowa, including Fort Dodge, Waterloo, and Des Moines. And for Wichita, Kansas, chance for some storms tonight. Warm and 82 and a bit windy tomorrow. Here's the high-resolution future radar for Wichita, and we're going to watch some of the individual storms potentially fire later this evening, and then maybe a big batch of storms around midnight, and then maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. So we are expecting storms to fire, but exactly when these happen still will remain to be seen, so you have to be on alert for the next several hours. And then not just today, but beyond. Let's go back into the lab with storm specialist Carl Parker, who's looking at that next round. Hey, Carl.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. We're talking about a very serious threat over the next several days here, and that's going to be related to this very same feature that we've been watching. Now, one interesting question about tomorrow is just how much activity are we going to be looking at tonight? There's likely going to be a huge area of very heavy rain and thunderstorms across much of the plains in the Midwest tonight, and so there will be lingering cloud, lingering debris, as we call it, right through the middle of the day tomorrow, and it's possible that that will hold down the instability somewhat across some parts of the Midwest. So that is one of the trickier aspects of the forecast tomorrow. But where we see sunshine breaking out, we could be looking at very strong storms. We talk about deep layer shear, and boy, are we going to have it tomorrow. This is winds of 60 miles per hour and greater in the mid levels of the atmosphere. So there's going to be a tremendous amount of deep layer shear tomorrow, and certainly no shortage of humidity. So it's just really a question of just how warm things are going to get. So right now what we've got is a severe area covering much of the Midwest, extending from Kansas City on northward, Des Moines into the Twin Cities, over towards Chicago as well. 3 out of 10 on the Torcon right now into northern parts of Missouri, as well as into southeastern Minnesota and northern Iowa. And then beyond that, we expect to see even more severe weather. This piece of energy is going to lift up into Canada. The next one's going to drop into the southern plains. It's going to keep things going in the southern plains. Large area of severe weather, a lot of the very same spots that were threatened today. Looking at more potential for tornadoes, large hail, damaging wind, and we'll see more of the same on Friday, just a little farther to the east. Latest on severe weather is coming right up.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When my doctor told me I have age-related macular degeneration, AMD, he told me to look at this grid every day. And we came up with a plan to help reduce my risk of progression, including Preservision AREDS 2. My doctor said Preservision AREDS 2 has the exact nutrient formula the National Eye Institute recommends to help reduce the risk of progression of moderate to advanced AMD after 15 years of clinical studies. Preservision AREDS 2, because my eyes are everything.
There's nothing traditional about my small business. So when it comes to technology, I need someone that understands my unique needs. My Dell Small Business Advisor has gotten to know our business so well that it feels like he's a part of our team. With one phone call, he sets me up with tailored products and services. And when my advisor is focused on my tech, I can focus on my small business.
When you've been making delicious natural cheese for over 100 years like Kraft has, you'll learn a lot about what people want.
Honey, do we have like a super creamy cheese with taco spice already in it? Oh, thanks.
Bon appetit.
Okay.
When you're out in the field, out in the elements, I think it's the greatest thing in the whole world.
It is a cool moment to kind of strap on the blue jacket and head into the snow or to torrential downpours.
Out there in the worst of the weather, we use LL Bean gear that keeps us warm and that keeps us dry.
I'm beyond proud to put on that blue jacket and be part of the Weather Channel.
Regardless of what's going to happen, weather-wise, people want us there to take them through it. I've always been proud to wear that jacket.
LL Bean, official outfitter of the Weather Channel.
It's not a garden, it's a canvas. Fill it with color from the Home Depot for high-quality, regionally selected plants that thrive where you live. Like these drop-in blooms for just $9.88. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing.
Before you invest in a car, remember, it's not just the car you're investing in. Subaru, Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand, and now lowest 5-year cost to own. Think about what you value most. Subaru.
Baa Black Sheep, have you any wool? No, sir, no, sir. Some nincompoop stole all my wool sweaters, smart TV, and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped Baa with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the hooligan who lives down the lane was caught selling the stolen goods online. Visit geico.com and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
There it is. How about now? Is it working yet?
Nope.
Are you on channel 3?
Why do you keep asking
Stop
that?
asking me why I keep asking mommy things. Wait, what remote is that?
The one you handed me.
No, use the gray remote I am.
There are 3 of them.
Pick them all up and press the number 3.
Why isn't there an easier way to get all my favorite shows?
I hear you. And we have something for this.
Thank you.
Fine, you know what? We're reading books.
Stop switching inputs. Switch to Dish and get Netflix, YouTube, and more at the push of a button. Dish. Tuned into you.
The best way to get together is with the treat you make together.
Thought a lot about what you said.
About not being treated like a little kid anymore. Staying up later.
Being more adventurous. You just have one thing to say about that.
It's about time. Kids grow up. So do vacations. 3 theme parks. 5 resort hotels. Universal Orlando Resort. Make a splash with a 3-park vacation package, including Universal's all-new Volcano Bay water theme park.
Welcome back. We've been following severe weather in the Southern Plains. We're also looking at severe storms now in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and a brand new tornado warning to tell you about in western Wisconsin, just over the Mississippi River. And this is Barron and Polk counties under warning going until 5:30. And this is now moving towards Vance Creek. We are looking at exceptionally strong rotation with this storm. It's now moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Could also be 2-inch hail with the storm. Let's zoom in and take a look at the velocity data. And so right right in there, you're looking at a really strong circulation showing up, a broader circulation right in there, but very, very strong. And that's now coming towards Vance Creek. Let's take a look and see. It might even be some evidence of a tornado right in the middle of that. Look and see if there's any evidence of debris right now. And when we take a look at the velocity data, you see that's coming right towards Vance Creek, and so you want to take cover right now in Vance Creek. We want to take a look at some live pictures coming out of Clarendon in Texas, and looking for, oh, there you go. And right off to the left there, there is clearly a funnel cloud, and it looks like, yes, in fact, we've got a tornado. It's all the way down to the ground there. So that is Clarendon, Texas, where Severe Studios is right now. And you can see that's sort of a classic funnel shape extending down to the ground there. And it looks like it's now beginning to strengthen a little bit as well. You notice that little bit of a lean that's showing up there in the tornado. That's indicative of the shear that's occurring there. And right now, you're starting to see that just get a little bit more well organized. I'm going to take a look at where this is on the radar here in just a moment. But again, you've got a tornado that is underway right now in Clarendon, Texas, and a very dangerous day today as you've got all the parameters in place. There's plenty of shear in the mid and low levels of the atmosphere that's supportive of supercell storms that can produce tornadoes, and a tremendous amount of instability as well. Thunderstorms just punching up into the atmosphere, and when they do that, they're even more likely to rotate strongly. Let's go to Chris now, as I'll bring that up on radar and get a look at what this storm looks like from above. Chris?
Yeah, Carl, go ahead and see what you can find out about this storm. So we're getting these pictures into the Weather Channel video coming in, and right now what we're seeing developed just in front of our eyes here. Started out as a bit of a sliver here in Clarendon, Texas, and now certainly seeing that full shape of the tornado there in the distance. Certainly appears to be a tornado, and can't see all the way to the ground, but given this structure, it certainly appears to look as though it likely is a tornado in progress, and we do need to treat it as such. As again, we're looking through the trees as we're tracking this storm that eventually did develop what appears to be a tornado currently in progress on the ground here in Texas. Look at all those cars. You see all those cars pulled over? We talk about oftentimes there's a lot of people on the road tracking these storms, a lot of storm trackers and storm chasers out there watching it. We've tapped in here to Severe Studios, who have a huge network of trackers that are out there. All right, we have Carl. Are you ready to go, Carl, or are we just...
Yeah, no,
okay.
So we're looking at a tornado vortex signature right there. So I'm guessing that he's traveling on this road, on this 273, right in here, and looking off to the west and looking at the tornado there. We don't see it right now. We'll look and see what's going on with the debris. We're not seeing a whole lot of debris showing up, but that is a very tight little circulation that's showing up just west of 273. Can go back a scan here, and you can see the vector there appears to be to the northeast. It appears to be moving up to the northeast. So it may well be that this tornado is going to be crossing that Route 273, and hopefully he's in a good position. But it looks like that picture is frozen now, Chris.
Hey, Carl, you were looking at the debris. I want to bring that up for a moment. And usually that's something that you would look at when all we have is the radar.
Yep.
So as we can see what certainly appears to be a funnel all the way to the ground, which thus would be a tornado. We have visual confirmation here from Severe Studios. That also is an indication that's likely not picking anything up, because we didn't see much brown in the funnel. Looks like to be pure condensation at this point, and hasn't hit anything either, which would be some good news with this.
Yeah, that's the kind of tornado that we like, the ones that are way out in an open field and not hitting anything, and you know, oftentimes that will be the case. So yeah, you've got a really well-developed tornado signature, but right, no debris at this time. It's showing up on the radar. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, yeah, we're just taking a look right now. Actually, Ryan Davidson's trying to point something out to me. So, if we can pull up Ryan's Max 51.
Look at it spin.
Oh yeah. Right, Carl, do you see that spin right where there's a convergence of like three county lines.
Absolutely. You know, that is amazing. This is the new high-resolution GOES imagery, and this is something that we've seen on radar for many years, where, you know, we can look at velocity data and see spin, we can look at regular reflectivity and see spin. Here is a case where you're looking at the satellite imagery, and it's such high-resolution data and taken so frequently, very short intervals. I'm not sure if this is 5-minute or 1-minute data, but 1 minute data, so you can very clearly see the rotation in that cell there as that is coming up and across the region. Just remarkable. You've got a much larger spin. The entire updraft is spinning. The entire storm essentially is spinning, and then from that spin, another smaller spin is created right at the interface between the inflow and the cooler air that's wrapping around the backside of the storm, and that's where the tornado occurs. Just remarkable imagery, Chris.
Yeah, it has that almost like a twisting look, right? Like a horn or a cornucopia is like facing up, and it's like twisting. The base of it's twisting.
Absolutely does, yes. And by the way, we got a new scan on the radar here, and it has crossed 273. We're still seeing a pretty tight circulation showing up right in here. So it went right across 273. So hopefully he was in a good position as that was the case. But now also it looks like we're getting some evidence of debris. It's not you know, really profound evidence, but definitely there are some lower values in there. And so to explain this, all this red is what we would call meteorological targets. These are more rounded objects like rain and hail. And then here in that little green in there, you're seeing some lowered values indicating perhaps some non-meteorological targets that are more irregular. And we really take notice of those when they are co-located with the strongest spin, and they are in that case. So it does appear that the radar is actually picking up at least some debris being lofted into the air, Chris.
Hey, Carl, what are your thoughts on some of the other storms that are around, in particular the one we were looking at? And if you want to take a second, we can show the visible satellite again, because the other storm we were looking at that Ryan was showing us also has that twisting motion to it. While maybe not as apparent because the one in the south is obscuring it a little bit, but you can still see a bit of a twist there.
Yeah, I mean, these are all rotating storms. I mean, they're in an environment in which you've got a low-level flow that's coming out of the south or almost southeast, and you've got an upper-level flow that's coming out of the southwest. So you've got this deep layer shear coming out of different directions, and every one of these storms is rotating to some extent or another, some more than others. And in fact, we've got this new tornado warning now into Texas. So this is an area where you're going to see things going for quite some time, Chris.
All right, hey, and we did see something just moments ago. We're going to get to that tornado warning in a moment, but we have some new video. If you were watching us just a little bit ago, we were seeing the tornado. In fact, we really watched it just form right in front of our eyes, from really a skinny sliver of a funnel to what you're seeing right here on the left-hand side of the screen here in Donnelly County in Texas just a little while ago. So we're tracking what is a developing and ongoing situation right now with severe weather in Texas. Also watching the potential for more of this for parts of Kansas and Oklahoma. But again, right now initiating in Texas along a dry line, and we're seeing some of the dramatic imagery coming in from the visible satellite and also ground confirmation, Carl.
Hey, Chris, I want to tell you about a very dangerous storm that is now in western Wisconsin. This is Barron County, under warning until 5:30. This storm now coming into the area near Vance Creek. We're looking at an exceptionally strong circulation here near Vance Creek, right in there. Look at that. That could very well be a tornado. Let's see if there's any evidence of debris in this case. I'm not seeing anything that's really co-located with that, although that is interesting just off to the east there. But this is a really dangerous storm now coming towards Vance Creek. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit and we'll see exactly where that's headed. That's now moving east at 25 miles per hour. You want to take cover immediately in Vance Creek, and then beyond that, looks like it's going to come into areas that are just to the south of Arland and just to the north of Prairie Farm. So this is now well off to the east of Route 63. Between Arland and Prairie Farm is where the most dangerous part of this storm is headed. And there is also, Chris, a threat for very large hail, as is always the case with these rotating storms. Could be golf ball size hail with that storm. Back to you.
All right, Carl, again, if you're just joining us here on the Weather Channel, we're tracking a couple tornado warnings, several severe thunderstorm warnings, but what we're looking at right now is the visible satellite from a couple of storms in Texas. And as we look, you can see an impressive spin to this. These developing, and you can see clouds off to the right. And what else is pretty cool about this is look at this, since this is a visible satellite, this uses reflected light back into space, and this is high resolution. It's that brand new satellite that just went up into space. And you can see the clouds, how they rise and they're blowing off from left to right over Elk City. The clouds are casting a shadow on the lower clouds. Do you see that? Almost looks like zebra clouds in there, and Ryan Davidson is highlighting and showing you that. It also kind of gives you an idea of where the sun is as well. So you see the shadow there, way down below, and then you look at the texture. You can kind of see there where it looks like a comma, the lower part of the clouds there, right there. Thanks, Ryan. But what else you see, those dark spaces, the darker gray, that is also a look, well, that's the dry area. I'm talking about on top of the clouds is where, right there, thank you, Ryan. And that is where you have some of the darker gray. That's also showing you some shadows. So it's showing where there's so much momentum of the cloud, the air going up and the updraft, that it gets up to the stable layer. That's why it spreads out. That air coming up, it spreads out. The clouds spread out, but then you get some overshooting tops is what they're called. And just moments ago on the left, the storm that has the tornado warning still associated with it that Ryan overlaid for us here on that storm to the north, producing that on the left. That was just moments ago. We were tracking here on the Weather Channel and watching Severe Studios, monitoring all of their feeds. And then we see this one right here. It started off as a little bit of a sliver, and we watched it go all the way to the ground and creating that that tornado that you see off the left. Certainly appears to be a tornado. The size of it would indicate that it most likely does go all the way to the ground, although it looks like there's a little bit higher brush or trees. We cannot see the exact surface, but given what we've been looking at on visible satellite, what we have been seeing on the radar, all indications saying that we had a tornado in progress. This was moments ago. I think we lost the feed momentarily. That can happen. You know, technology, driving around in the country, you can lose towers. There's a lot of different reasons why it can be tough. But again, very active afternoon going into the evening hours. Let's go back into the lab with storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl, what are you looking at right now?
So we've got a new tornado warning to tell you about. A couple of severe storms here that are producing possible tornadoes along I-40 and southward. That's the one we've been watching for a while. That's now Gray and Wheeler counties under warning. Now a warning for Collingsworth County as well. This is going until 5:30 and moving off to the northeast. Let's take a look at where the worst part of that storm is. So we're looking at that little appendage on the southwest side that is now just northeast of Memphis, and unfortunately not getting a really good look at the velocity data. Sometimes that is the case, but certainly we can show you where this appendage is going to be headed here as it moves off to the northeast. It's going to be coming right up and across Route 203 and eventually towards Wellington as well, moving towards Friendship Church at 5:06 and then moving up towards the Fundamental Baptist Church at 5:18 and again coming towards Wellington. And then you've got this other storm to the north. This is the one where we saw the tornado moments ago, and tornado warning in effect here for Wheeler County. There's a look at the latest on that, and that is now Gray and Wheeler County under warning going until 5:30. And we're looking at that little appendage on the southwest side. Could be golf ball size hail and a tornado. And looking at the velocity data in this case, not quite as clear cut here. You've got just a more general area of spin. But let's go ahead and take this forward and see where that's going to be moving in the next few minutes. As that lifts off to the northeast, that'll be coming up towards areas northeast of 40 and Held Church. Looks like Held Church, 458. Possible tornado and very large hail coming your way. We're going to have much more on Woo TV with severe weather coming right up.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80. Chance of rain, 50%. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Coming up this evening on Weather Underground.
A dangerous night of weather unfolding with large hail, destructive winds, and tornadoes.
We'll tell you who's at risk now and in the morning as we track the threat for you live.
And witness a supercell thunderstorm from 30,000 feet up. We'll show you something about this that might surprise you.
An intense heat, a blast of summer engulfs the east. Find out where sizzling temperatures will actually shatter records.
Plus, from record heat to snow. See which major cities are in the bullseye for a foot or more in mid-May.
And we, of course, are watching something very interesting in the Caribbean. We're going to show you what it is and why it's never too early to prepare. Weather Underground starts right now. And welcome in, everyone, to this special edition of Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Alex Wilson. We're with you for the next 3 hours as we track rounds of dangerous storms, including a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, right now in parts of Oklahoma and Texas. This extends until 10 o'clock local time.
Look at the new video that we have happening just moments ago. Tornado in Clarendon, Texas, captured by storm chasers here, and you can see it off in the distance. The good news is most of the severe storms we've had today have been relatively rural areas, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't take it seriously. We think that we have a high likelihood that we see tornadoes through the evening tonight.
That's right. We're watching places like Stinnett, Texas, one city under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock. And for more on where storms are firing up right now, let's go to upstairs to the lab to severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes.
Thanks, Alex. And I've given a Torcon a 5, 50% chance of a tornado within 50 miles in that particularly dangerous situation watch area. 2 tornado warnings in the eastern part of the Texas Panhandle, the northern of which has produced several tornadoes, and we've had at least 3 reports so far. There's one other tornado warning under the P there in western parts of Wisconsin. Let's take a look here at the situation. If I can make my graphics advance, let me see here. Let me try getting this one more time here. We had a quick switch over between Carl and I. And there it goes. Here is the brand new tornado warning for Gray and Wheeler County. Has had a tornado warning previously with that in McLean County, and the city of McLean right now under tornado warning. It's going northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Well, let's see. There is the hook echo showing up here. So the tornado threat is relatively rural, but it's heading up toward the Wheeler Municipal Airport as it heads off toward the north and east. And the rotation signature not quite as strong now as it had been, but it's getting very close to the I-40 area east of McLean, so a dangerous situation there. Then as we head down a little bit to the south of that, toward Wellington in the Texas Panhandle, Collingsworth County with a tornado warning. Here you can also see the hook echo showing up there. That's where the tornado would be in that little notch there, coming up toward the Friendship Church area and then toward the community of Wellington at about 5:21 p.m. The velocities on this one showing up relatively well. Reds eastbound, greens westbound, so the tornado vortex signature there, and as I say, heading up toward the Wellington area. Taking a look then up into western parts of Wisconsin, a tornado warning in Barron County in Wisconsin. This one moving east at about 25 miles per hour. This one, I think you can see right there the hook echo showing up, so the tornado would be just to the north and east of Vance Creek, heading toward Dallas, Wisconsin, and then the Cheetah areas included, the Arland area included in that tornado warning. Very well-defined tornado vortex signature with this one. Yellows going eastbound, blues going westbound. Let me see if I can inquire if this has any debris signature showing up with this, since it has such a strong signature. Maybe one little speck in there. The lavenders would be rain that's falling without the tumbling action. The green, when you get the greens, and especially if they get into the blue colors, that means there's some tumbling, and often that's debris showing up with that. Now, going back to some of the severe thunderstorm warnings here down into southwest parts of Kansas, around Meade and south of Dodge City. Some of these storms today have had baseball-size hail. We could even get something today as big as softball size. And some of these storms coming up toward Waukene in Kansas, also severe, many severe thunderstorm warnings. We drive, as you've seen, a tornado watch for parts of western Oklahoma, southwest Kansas, and the East Texas Panhandle. Part of that, a particularly dangerous situation, and a tornado watch for parts of Wisconsin and Twin Cities under a severe thunderstorm watch here. 2-inch hail, 70 mile per hour, the main gust, the main threat. Mike?
Actually, Dr. Forbes, I'm going to take it because I actually would like to ask you, what do we expect these storms to do as we move through the overnight? Does the threat end in the late evening, or do we have to watch the overnight hours as well?
No, these watches go till at least 10 o'clock, and then, especially down in Texas, we may get another round along the cold front, a line of thunderstorms here. This is our future radar for 10 o'clock, and watch as that fills in by midnight all the way from western Oklahoma down into southwest parts of Texas, and then as we head toward the wee hours of the morning, and maybe even sunrise time frames, marches all the way into Dallas. So if this computer model is right, we will have a severe threat marching from West Texas all the way into East Texas, and certainly maybe all the way to Oklahoma City as well.
All right, thanks, Dr. Forbes. Let's get you into the day tomorrow, daytime hours at least. There's our threat zone. So we're talking about the upper Great Lakes and parts of the Midwest as well. Northern half of Missouri into Chicago, Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan, and points to the west. Torcon values, they're around a 3 for places like Des Moines, Peoria, and Rochester, Minnesota. 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of all of those cities. Future radar looks like this. As Dr. Forbes mentioned, the threat of storms continues as we go through the overnight at 11 o'clock. Could see some strong winds there into parts of Iowa. Tomorrow morning, we've got that upper low churning around, and you can kind of see the overall rotation to these storms. Not individual. We're not talking about tornadoes, but you can almost see that counterclockwise swirl to the clouds and the rain showers. By late tomorrow, there are those storms moving through parts of Wisconsin and the state of Illinois, even into the late evening for the Chicago area. And Minneapolis, Wednesday brings your best chance of thunderstorms. Rain and thunder continues into Wednesday night.
Take a listen to that. Guyman, Oklahoma, quarter-size hail hitting there yesterday. More storms return today across Oklahoma. Dr. Forbes showing it to you on the radar, and hail does become an issue for us here. We took 60-mile-an-hour winds with these storms as well, so it was a rough time for us in Guyman. But if we look forward into Wednesday and into Thursday, we know that more severe weather is coming our way. Here's Thursday's threat lining up along I-70, and then back down through similar locations where we have the storms this evening. That will include Dodge City down through, say, Abilene, on your way down toward Midland as well. For a place like Wichita Falls, Torcon of 3 on Thursday, 4 in Elk City, and a 4 in Dodge City, Kansas. So wide open country here, flat spaces. There'll be a lot of chasers out there, I'm sure. Keep your eye on the weather. Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday in Dallas, we have storms that are returning for us. Temperature's pretty warm on Friday at 87. Oklahoma City, similar for us. Thursday night, Friday, and Friday night. All these days offer up storms for us. So be on the lookout for what's coming your way, because I think in any of these situations, high winds, hail, and tornadoes are not out of the question. Something that we'll watch for almost every single day this week. Well, we've got a lot more to come here on Weather Underground tonight, including tonight's dangerous storms. Of course, Dr. Forbes will be all over it on the radar. And supercell thunderstorm caught on camera from 30,000 feet up. What a remarkable view. We're going to break it down for you and show you something about it that you may not notice right off the bat, okay? And of course, following tornado warnings for you tonight as well, including this tornado warning in Barron County. This is up in Wisconsin, so if you're in Barron or Cameron or Cheticare, please take shelter right away down to your basement. Get to the lowest level of your home. Maybe it's the first floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Tornado watch for almost all of northern Wisconsin until 10 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorm watch for the Twin Cities. We'll be right back.
When your windshield needs to be fixed, trust Safelite Auto Glass. For these parents, driving around was the only way to get their baby to sleep. So when their windshield got cracked,
I can't drive this car.
They wanted it fixed right. So they scheduled with Safelite. Our exclusive True Seal technology means a strong, reliable bond every time. At Safelite, we stand behind our work. Bye-bye. Because the ones you love sit behind it.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
It brings the heat and keeps you out of the kitchen And at $550, your budget won't go up in smoke. Cabela's Pellet Grill. Great price, lifetime guarantee. Only at Cabela's.
Nothing spoils a moment like heartburn. Try new Alka-Seltzer Ultra Strength Heartburn Relief Chews. It's fast, powerful relief with no chalky taste. Ultra Strength, new from Alka-Seltzer. Enjoy the relief.
I've got everything I need beside me. You got a smile that makes the world shine brighter.
Whether for big meetings or little getaways, there are always smiles ahead at Holiday Inn.
Quaker breakfast flats are crafted with these delicious ingredients and more, and baked with our wholesome Quaker oats to help keep you going. Help satisfy your morning hunger with every single bite. Quaker breakfast flats.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
When you're close to the people you love, does psoriasis ever get in the way of a touching moment? If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, you can embrace the chance of completely clear skin with Taltz. Taltz is proven to give you a chance at completely clear skin. With Taltz, up to 90% of patients had a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. In fact, 4 out of 10 even achieved completely clear skin. Do not use if you are allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you are being treated for an infection or have symptoms, or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Now's your chance at completely clear skin. Just ask your doctor about Taltz.
It's amazing out there. It means that you could take what some might call a boring weather day, but find a lot of fascinating aspects. You can look up in the sky and there's something to learn about the clouds or about the precipitation that's falling every single day. There's a lot of amazing stuff happening out there.
If you love the window seat, start your day opening the window to your weather with AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back into Weather Underground. We're going to give you a roundup of the tornado warnings currently in play. This one is where we'll start. It's up into northwestern sections of the state of Wisconsin, Barron County here in the state of Wisconsin. This is south of Rice Lake. You can see that appendage here. This would be where we're looking at the storm, and this is going to be moving east, traveling right along, if not a little bit south of Interstate 8. Now we take you back to the main picture because we've got a few other warnings into parts of Kansas, also the state of Texas. Let's start here in southern Kansas and get a look at this storm. This is well to the west of Wichita, just over the Oklahoma state line. Clark and Meade counties under the tornado warning. This does not include the city of Meade, but in fact just off towards the east of you. We head down into the state of Texas, panhandle of Texas, where we've got several active warnings in play, several tornado warned storms. This one well to the east of Amarillo has just passed through McLean. Now we're watching this notch. Wheeler County, you're under a tornado warning until 5:30, and then here around Collinsworth County, this is well east of Clarendon. You're under a tornado warning until 5:30. So we're going to be watching towards and north of the Wellington area as this storm moves to the north and east. Big picture, I want to show you all of the areas where we have the storms. Look at all those warnings into parts of west central Kansas, and we do have watches in place, several watches, severe thunderstorm watches for the areas in yellow, and then the tornado watches. There's the flood watches, but I want to show you the tornado watches extending from parts of the Texas Panhandle through Oklahoma, Kansas, and then another one in that affected area with the active tornado warning right now into the state of Wisconsin. Mike?
All right, Alex, thank you. Well, one of the dangers we'll see with severe storms captured here Lightning forking over the skies in Kansas. This is a view from the air of lightning seen yesterday in western Kansas. Pretty remarkable, right? Let's bring in now our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forrest, talk about the lightning that we're seeing with this. I mean, when you talk about lightning, I mean, the storm's taking on different characteristics now.
Yeah, it really is. The one thing also I wanted to show here is this, what looks like a sore thumb poking up off the top. That's where the updraft of the thunderstorm is going up through the anvil. The anvil you can see going way downstream away from this. That, what I've called a sore thumb or the overshooting top, is where the updraft is hitting the stratosphere in this case.
So we're actually exiting the troposphere with
Yeah.
this, and this is shooting up into the stratosphere here. It just shows you the updraft power of the storm.
Yeah, and this is probably 50,000 feet tall or so. There may actually be a 1, 2, and then over here 3 towers that are coming up in this, and then they've merged their anvils.
When you see all this, I guess we're talking in-cloud lightning
Yes.
at this point, right? What's causing this lightning when you talk about these big, tall thunderstorms, and how do we know whether we're going to have cloud lightning or we're going to have cloud-to-ground lightning?
Well, you don't absolutely know. You usually get some mixture of the two. What happens is this anvil usually gets positively charged. In the middle of the updraft, there usually is negative charge where the graupel is, small snow grains and hail. And then the in-cloud can be between those two. You can also get cloud that runs typically along the bottom side or the upper side of the anvil, and then in between any of the slightly differently charged cloud layers in between. So the in-cloud lightning goes between 2 different cloud charges, whereas the cloud-to-ground lightning goes from down toward the ground.
What are we seeing here? Are we seeing, maybe it's hard to tell because some of the lightning might be behind, but are we seeing, do you think, some cloud-to-ground lightning in this instance?
Yeah, as you say, there's cloud intervening between us, the storm and the pilot here, and so there's probably some of this is probably cloud-to-ground lightning with with some intervening cloud, and the whole cloud gets lit up. So it's hard to tell.
It's a pretty remarkable view. Don't often get the view from 30,000 feet up. Good stuff there, Dr. Forbes. Thank you. All right, a lot more to come here on Weather Underground. A particularly dangerous situation right now as we track the threat of damaging storms and tornadoes. The latest on the risk coming up next.
Well, I love it. This piece is so you.
I know, right? I saw it and I was just like, oh, I have to have it.
Is it suede?
Suede. Love suede.
State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Well, I love it. This piece is so you.
I know, right? I saw it and I was like, have to have it.
Is it suede?
It's suede.
I love suede.
That's why we're there with renter's insurance when things go wrong, but also here with a rewards credit card to help life go right. State Farm.
Would you like to overcome sluggishness? True Biotics can help you feel lighter, more energetic by naturally supporting your digestive and immune health. True Biotics, a daily probiotic that helps restore the balance of good bacteria. True Biotics from Wenaday.
Dry mouth can affect how your mouth feels and how you feel. Discover Act Dry Mouth, specially formulated to soothe and moisturize your mouth. And try new Act Dry Mouth Spray for relief when you need it.
Today we're going to be comparing the roll-form steel bed of the Chevy Silverado to the aluminum bed of this competitor's truck.
Awesome.
Yeah. First, let's check out the aluminum bed of this truck.
Wow.
Holy moly.
Full on crack here.
Now let's check out the steel bed of the Silverado.
I'd expect more dents. No holes.
Current qualified lessees can get this Silverado All-Star Edition for around $249 a month. Plus, find your tag and get an additional $1,500 lease cash on select Silverado pickups in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
It's what stands between the world and your eyes. A protective layer thinner than a human hair that keeps moisture in. This lipid layer can break down and cause dry eyes. That's why there's Soothe XP from the eye care experts at Bausch & Lomb. Only Soothe XP contains Restoral mineral oils. Soothe XP helps restore this layer, seal in moisture, and protect against further irritation. Ordinary drops can't do that.
Soothe XP works for my dry eyes.
Soothe XP, extra protection for dry eyes.
You know what makes me a weather geek is owning like 5 weather stations at my house, and then I name them. Who does that? Seriously. I did. I named my weather station Albedo. For you weather geeks, you'll understand what that is. And then I have Albedo Jr. Don't ask. Join the Weather Channel fan community at weloveweather.tv.
This is what you woke up for. This is your Peloton. This is your instructor, Robin. Robin is not going to go easy on you. This is you attacking the hill, crushing the flats, climbing your way through the pack. This is how you make a better day for yourself and your family, here in your home. This is Peloton.
I won this 55-inch TV for less than $30 on DealDash.com.
I got this $1,200 computer for $100.71.
These aren't actors, they're real people who got real savings at DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. At DealDash.com, you can save up to 99%, but hurry, everything must go.
And shipping is always free.
Visit DealDash.com and start bidding today.
Start your day with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno, opening the window to your weather on AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, windy, scattered thunderstorms, possibly severe. Low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms. High 80. Chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear. Low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's a particularly dangerous evening out there for some parts of the central U.S. We have 3 tornado warnings in effect from southwest Kansas down into the eastern Texas Panhandle and up into west central Wisconsin. Also a tornado warning. We have had tornadoes already sighted. Let's take a look here in the area around Wellington and east parts of Texas. Collingsworth County with a tornado warning. That is running up into the area. And I'm still having problems with this clicker. I'll just have to do it manually here. That would be coming up toward the area around Friendship Church and the Faith Baptist Church areas as it goes northeast at about 25 miles per hour. There is a pretty well-defined tornado vortex signature showing up with this, a pretty complicated velocity pattern showing up there just to the west of Wellington. Then as we head up into Wheeler County in Texas, the eastern Texas Panhandle, well-defined hook echo showing up there. Tornado would be inside that donut hole, if you will, and that would take it up toward Wheeler and the Wheeler Municipal Airport, Old Rock School area as it goes north and east. Also, pretty well-defined tornado vortex signature. Yellows eastbound, greens going westbound. Fortunately, mostly, for the moment at least, over relatively rural population. Near Meade in southwest Kansas, Clark and Meade counties, a tornado warning there. A hook echo showing up in here, off to the east-northeast of Emmanuel Church, heading up toward Appleton and then Bloom in Kansas. Not quite as intense a tornado signature there. A broader rotation showing up on this one. Could intensify though. And in western parts of Wisconsin, Barron County, you have a tornado warning just to the south of Rice Lake. Here too, a hook echo wrapping around. Tornado heading toward the Cheetah area, Prairie Lake area, and then the municipal airport region. Here we're a little bit in between good radar coverage, so it's a little bit blocky, but you see some overall greens and reds there showing that circulation south of Barron. Mike?
All right, Dr. Forbes, thank you very much. Now we talk about something affecting millions of you, record heat. And look at all these records that we're expecting tomorrow from Florida all the way to Michigan, as far north as the capital district of New York. Incredible heat affecting a lot of us here in the eastern United States. Now, the numbers could be record-shattering for some of us, but it's just a lot of heat that's forcing its way northbound here for us. Possible highs for us on Thursday from Missouri into the northeast. In fact, places as far north as Caribou, Maine could be looking at records. As far south as Tampa, Florida, we could be looking at records. So a lot of heat to be had here in the eastern U.S. For Friday, look at all the heat that we've got here. Now, all the areas that are highlighted with red dots, that's where we'll see 15 degrees above normal for our daytime highs. Areas that are highlighted in yellow, 5 to 10 degrees above average. So the deal is this, we fast-forwarded so quickly into summer, it feels like the middle of July and not the middle of May.
It really does. When are the fireworks?
Right?
That's what I'm looking forward to, and it's
Mother
not even
Nature's
Memorial
fireworks,
Day.
right?
Absolutely. Hey, look at tomorrow's highs. Low 90s from Nashville to Atlanta, Montgomery and Tallahassee to Raleigh. Charleston, you're darn close. And Tampa, we're going to go mid-90s for you. So you're definitely feeling the heat. We'll again be in record territory for a good chunk of the southeast during the day tomorrow. Look at some of these forecast highs compared to records. In Atlanta, we think you'll tie it. Charlotte, you're going to be close. Montgomery, also within a degree or two. And Tampa, we think another record tie for tomorrow. Tallahassee, low to mid-90s over the next few days. By Saturday and Sunday, relief comes with highs in the upper 80s, Mike.
Oh, you think you're so hot, southeast.
Yeah, we do.
You ain't got nothing on the northeast. Look at this. New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, temperatures upper 80s to low 90s. Usually your first 90s June 3rd in New York, May 27th in Philly, May 18th in Baltimore. So we're close to that now in Baltimore. That's the average first day of 90. Now look at the heat tomorrow. 87 in Albany, 87 in Cleveland, 91 in Huntington. Will be 94 in Richmond. That'll tie a daily record high for you, and will be 91 degrees in Philadelphia. It is just too early for this, right? Hartford, record for you tomorrow, record in New York, near a record in Philly, and a record for you in Concord, New Hampshire. When you're talking New Hampshire, 92 in mid-May, it is hot. A lot of us don't have AC either. All right, we come back. Dangerous severe weather for us this evening. Even tomorrow morning when you wake up, we're tracking hail, winds, and tornadoes. The latest look at the warnings when Weather Underground comes back.
The cordless revolution has arrived with 40 volts of raw lithium force. Ryobi is pushing the limits with unrelenting power that will outlast your yard on one charge. Surrender nothing but gas. The Ryobi mower, part of the 40-volt system, now just $2.99.
There's nothing traditional about my small business. So when it comes to technology, I need someone that understands my unique needs. My Dell Small Business Advisor has gotten to know our business so well that it feels like he's a part of our team. With one phone call, he sets me up with tailored products and services. And when my advisor is focused on my tech, I can focus on my small business.
Hey, need fast heartburn relief? Try Cool Mint Zantac. It releases a cooling sensation in your mouth and throat. Zantac works in as little as 30 minutes. Nexium can take 24 hours. Try Cool Mint Zantac. No pill relieves heartburn faster.
Liberty Mutual stood with us when a fire destroyed everything in our living room. We replaced it all without touching our savings.
Yeah, our insurance won't do that.
No.
You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
For my constipation, my doctor recommended I switch laxatives. Stimulant laxatives make your body go by forcefully stimulating the nerves in your colon. Miralax is different. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften, unblocking your system naturally. Miralax.
My mom loves to volunteer, but I worry because she recently had a fall. So I got her the new Lively Mobile from Great Call. It's the medical alert device she takes everywhere. And it's so reassuring knowing she can get help with just the press of a button.
In any unsafe or uncertain situation, you'll be immediately connected to a highly trained agent who can get you the help you need.
Buy the Lively Mobile at Rite Aid or Walmart Pharmacy and get 25% off. Plus, the first month is free, exclusively from Great Call.
To err is human. To anticipate is Lexus. Experience the Lexus RX with advanced safety. Standard. Experience amazing.
Even the toughest spills are no match for the ultimate vehicle protection. Custom fit WeatherTech floor liners. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMats. WeatherTech, proudly made in America.
You think no one sees you, but we do.
Maybe a lot of people have forgotten the value of a hard day's work, but we see it every day.
You see it on your face, smell it on your skin.
So never think no one sees you, because we do.
The taste enjoyed for 125 years by those who proudly work hard. Maxwell House, good to the last drop.
Think good things only come in threes? Introducing the Outback Aussie 4. Soup and salad, centre-cut sirloin and dessert. A 4-course meal starting at just $14.99. The Outback Aussie 4-course is a big win. But hurry in, it's not forever.
One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you one day. Maybe next week, I'm gonna meet you. I'll meet you. I will drive past your house. And if the lights
If you got a life, you got a Swiffer.
I think what's most exciting about the future of meteorology and the Weather Channel is that we're always going to give that little extra nugget about the science behind it that you can't get with a scroll of your finger, that little interesting tidbit to kind of spark an interest in somebody watching. Want even more from the Weather Channel? Join us at weloveweather.tv.
Closed captioning brought to you by IBGuard.
My abdominal pain and bloating made daily life a guessing game. Will I have pain and bloating today? My doctor recommended IBGuard to manage my IBS. Take control. Ask your doctor about non-prescription IBGuard.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. This happening earlier this afternoon in Clarendon, Texas. A tornado touching down here. You can see it in the distance behind the trees here. This ended up starting as a rope tornado, and then it grew larger and larger. Luckily, no reports right now of any damage, but we think that tornadoes could happen for the remainder of the evening across Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, even the Midwest.
We continue to be on alert. We have active warnings, both severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings at this point as storms fire in the plains. We're with you until 9 o'clock Eastern to keep you ahead of the threat. You're watching Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Bettis. Several rounds rolling through tonight, continuing through the overnight hours, even tomorrow morning when you wake up. It's going to take us all the way through the weekend, believe it or not, so we think multiple days are coming our way.
Yeah, we want to get up to the lab with our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. Dr. Forbes, what areas are you most closely monitoring right now?
Well, southwest Kansas, the East Texas Panhandle, and west Wisconsin, all of those have tornado warnings. I'll come in and zoom into those. You can see the red tornado warnings showing up down into here. We just lost one tornado warning, fortunately. That's now a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the one that Collingsworth County previously around the Wellington area had a tornado warning. That's now a severe warning. Look at the white, though. Just on the north edge of this track here, there could be some large hail. And this is still a storm that has some rotation within that, so it's not out of the question that we'll yet still in areas north and east of Wellington see new tornado warnings for that storm. In Wheeler County in the eastern Texas Panhandle, there are actually two storms here, one north and east of McLean, the other south of Wheeler, that have tornado warnings based on those. The strongest rotation is this one coming up toward the Wheeler Municipal Airport, the community of Wheeler, and then Old Rock School. And that is the one that has the strongest velocities, very strong. Yellows eastbound, blues westbound. And let me see if I can ask if there's any debris showing up with that. This is a storm that has had in the past some tornadoes with that. At the moment, in that middle of that tornado velocity signature, no debris signature. If it was, we would see some blue in the middle of that, indicating debris being lofted up. Down in southwest Kansas, off to the east of Meade, Clark and Meade counties, a well-defined hook echo showing up in there. Possible tornado heading up toward the Mineola High School, the Appleton and the Bloom areas, with not quite as strong a rotation, but a broad rotation on the yellows and green, reds and greens showing up across there with a rotation of that supercell thunderstorm. Up into western Wisconsin, near the Chitek area, Barron County with a tornado warning. This storm moving more to the east, coming toward the Rusk area, the Thornapple area, Weyerhaeuser area, Willard School areas with a possible tornado. Yellows going east-northeastbound, greens going westbound with this one. Let me take a quick look, see if we see not really anything that we can be sure is a tornado debris signature showing up on this one. A number of severe thunderstorm warnings across from northwest of Concordia, Kansas, down toward Hayes and down into the Dodge City area and the Scott City area. Some of these at times have had had baseball-size hail, so we could see more of that. And we do have particularly dangerous situation tornado watch for much of this area, the East Texas Panhandle, West Oklahoma, and then up into the southwest Kansas area. 3 to 4 inch hail and up to 75-mile-per-hour gusts also a possibility. Tornado watch for the Rhinelander area, Mosinee area of Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorm watch for the Twin Cities area, and a brand new severe thunderstorm watch west of Des Moines, but includes the Omaha area down into northeast and north central parts of Kansas. So, Mike, a very active evening along and ahead of this stationary front in the very unstable air.
Hey, Dr. Forbes, back down through the southern plains, do you think there's a risk that goes through the night tonight? What about while people are sleeping overnight? Yeah, there's quite a dry line out in West Texas right now that the storms have fired up on, and our future radars are showing that we'll get a development of new storms farther south and west than they are right now, and that may form a line of storms that by midnight or so begins to move its way through the Abilene area, heads toward Wichita Falls, and then in this future radar gets into around the Sunrise area into the Dallas area. So a noisy night across West Texas moving into central parts of Texas and maybe even central Oklahoma. Alex?
All right, thanks, Dr. Forbes. Let's get you into tomorrow's threat so you know what to expect on Wednesday. We watched some of the same areas that we're watching today, like sections of Minnesota, Wisconsin, UP of Michigan, Iowa. We get into the Chicago area as well, so we think we could see some strong or severe thunderstorms around big metro areas like Chicago. Torcon values not as high as tomorrow, but 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of Des Moines, Peoria, and Rochester, Minnesota. So there is still going to be at least a low threat for a tornado, damaging winds and hail also in the cards. As Dr. Forbes mentioned, storms continue during the overnight hours, and some of those could be stronger. Now we get into Wednesday afternoon. We watch storms through parts of Iowa, through Minnesota, even a few out ahead into sections of Wisconsin. By the time we get to the mid and late evening, that's when we'll be watching the storms begin to advance closer to and through the Chicago area. Heading into tomorrow, Thursday early morning, we see things actually quiet down around Chicago. So I think it's going to be a late evening threat for you folks in Minneapolis. Tuesday night and Wednesday offering up storms. Better chance Wednesday. Wednesday night could still hear some rumbles of thunder along with the rain showers. And in Des Moines tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night, we've got thunderstorms. Some of those could be strong or severe. Mike?
All right, so we know that it's not going to just end on Wednesday. It goes right into Thursday. Likely going to see some more storms Friday and the weekend as well. Let's take you through Thursday so you understand what's happening here. I-70, and then same places being hit today get storms from Dodge City, western Oklahoma, West Texas, down here through the hill country. We'll end up getting some storms as well, and some of those could be severe. There's a look at your Torcons. Wichita Falls, a 3 out of 10, a 30% chance of tornadoes for you. Elk City, Oklahoma, and Dodge City, Kansas, both locations a Torcon of 4, or a 40% chance that we could see tornadoes. Taking into Dallas, Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday. So they're daytime and nighttime threats for us here along I-35, and that will extend likely right up into Oklahoma City as well. There's a look at the forecast for Oklahoma City. Very similar here. Afternoon, nighttime, afternoon, and nighttime again. So we're really like prime time at this point here. We're talking mid-May. We've got some issues for us here, and we think that we could have the possibility of hail, wind, and tornadoes. We'll take you into Dallas this evening. We know, as you saw in the graphics there, that storms are coming our way. Could be firing as early as tomorrow. Could see some more storms repeated through the week. So it's not a forecast where you just say, okay, I've got a day where I had storms and now I'm good after that. It's day after day after day for us.
Yeah, we watch parts of Oklahoma, Texas today, tomorrow, again on Friday. Damaging winds, hail for Oklahoma City, up into Missouri, into sections of Kansas as well, then all the way down to the Rio Grande.
Just doesn't seem like anything wants to budge a whole lot. A pattern that's relatively stuck this week. 3's our Torcons from Dallas to Oklahoma City into Wichita. A lot of population impacted by severe storms this week, so about a 30% chance we see tornadoes.
Right, then we look at a place like Wichita, and as you mentioned, another location where you can't really just look at 12 hours or a 6-hour time frame of one day. You've got thunderstorms Thursday night, again on Friday. Friday night. Saturday, we think rain will at least linger through the area. Saturday's severe threat, a little more focused to areas, say from Austin to San Antonio, even up towards Waco.
Yeah, these are places we haven't focused a lot on this week. Most of it's west or north of you. But now going to Saturday, the Midwest gets hit. So there are 2 pockets of severe weather for us on Saturday. From Des Moines to Peoria to Indianapolis, I-70 is a problem for us. I-80 is a problem for us.
All right, and A lot of areas do spring festivals. As you mentioned, it's May. You know, everybody wants to be out and about. Soccer tournaments, baseball tournaments. So these could be affected. St. Louis, just one of the spots. Thunderstorms in the cards for you Friday night for those plans, but also then into the start of your weekend.
Temperatures are nice. I mean, you want to be outside. You want to enjoy it, right? When we come back here, we got a tale of two springs. Record heat and, believe it or not, snow.
Yep, in mid-May, we'll tell you where we could be seeing a top 5 snowfall record this week in the West.
Plus, we're tracking a particularly dangerous situation right now with the threat of dangerous storms and tornadoes. Some could be strong, some could be long-lived. We show you where that risk increases tonight.
And here's a look at our tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation for parts of Oklahoma and Texas. This is until 10 o'clock Central Time. We've also got the tornado watch into parts of Kansas. Several active warnings. We'll break them down for you after this.
When you've been making delicious natural cheese for over 100 years like Kraft has, you'll learn a lot about what people want.
Honey, do we have like a super creamy cheese with taco spice already in it? Oh, thanks.
Bon appetit.
Okay.
Search for a really strong glue that's clear.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Clear glue. Clear Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue strength in a crystal clear formula for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Get what you love for less at Olive Garden. New early dinner duos for just $8.99. Choose from over 50 delicious combinations and all the salad and breadsticks you want from 3 to 5 Monday through Thursday. Hurry in. It's early dinner duos only at Olive Garden.
Grandpa, come on!
Let's finish that castle we started.
We worked hard to enjoy times like these. Family is everything, and we wouldn't want to leave her mom and dad with our final expenses when we're gone. That's why we decided to call about Seniors United Guaranteed Life Insurance.
Welcome to Seniors United Insurance. I'm Kennedy, your personal agent. How can I help you?
My husband and I are interested in life insurance. How easy is it to find out if we qualify?
Simple. If you're between 45 and 79 years of age, your acceptance is guaranteed. No health questions asked, no medical exams to take, and I can set you up in just a few minutes over the phone.
Really? With our health history, we thought we weren't eligible. How much coverage can we get?
You can get from $2,500 to $25,000 for as little as $11 per month. Your premiums will never increase for as long as you keep your policy.
Never increase, even if our health declines?
That's right. It's called the Lifetime Commitment Guarantee. When you secure your rate today, it will never change for the rest of your life, no matter your future health status.
What did they say?
They'll cover us for life. I feel good about this. Let's do it. But we might have a few more questions. Who do we talk to?
I can walk you through the simple steps of setting up your coverage and answer any questions you may have. And remember, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee.
It's beautiful.
It sure is, sweetie.
Call Seniors United Insurance now to talk with your personal agent and start protecting your family's future today. The sooner you start your coverage, the lower your premium will be for the rest of your life. And when you call now, you'll receive a free will kit. Find out how Seniors United Guarantee Life Insurance can help you keep the future bright for the ones you love.
Call 1-800-308-5446. That's 1-800-308-5446. Or go to seniorsunited.com.
Seniors United Insurance.
Umbrellas! You need one of these.
You wouldn't put up with an umbrella that covers you part way. So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve. Live whole, not part.
They want to give it to you for half off.
It won't win a beauty contest. Might win a fishing contest. For $85, you can bring it all without spending it all. Cabela's Advanced Angler's Tackle Bag. Great price. Lifetime guarantee. Only at Cabela's.
Then we wad it up to make it nice and soft.
But Grandma, we use Charmin Ultra Soft, so we don't have to wad to get clean.
Mmm, cushiony. And we can use less.
Charmin Ultra Soft gets you clean without the wasteful wadding. It has comfort cushions you can see that are softer and more absorbent, and you can use up to 4 times less.
Remember, that's Charmin in there. No wasteful wadding.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
It's a dangerous evening out there. We have had reports of walls down at Prairie Lakes Estates. That's in Rusk County in Wisconsin. Wheeler County in the East Texas Panhandle. We've had a report of a tornado also. At least 2 storms there with tornado warnings. The East Texas Panhandle, one just getting close to the Dodge City area in Kansas, and one under the O there in western parts of Wisconsin. Let's take a look at some of these storms. Will work from south to north. Here north and east of Wellington in the East Texas Panhandle, Collingsworth County. You see a little bit of a hook echo showing up there. Could be a tornado showing up on that one, heading up its way. Fortunately, you don't see any communities located in here, so it's pretty rural areas north and east of the Wellington area with at least one circulation showing up here. This may be, some of this may be involved in hail that is giving us some false signals showing up there. Let's take a look just to the storms on the north of this, Wheeler County, and there's actually 2 storms within Wheeler County, Texas, one coming toward Wheeler, the other south and off to the southeast side of Wheeler that has had a tornado with it on this one that's coming toward the municipal airport, Old Rock School in the Radon area with a weaker circulation coming right toward downtown Wheeler. Here is that tornado vortex signature, greens westbound, reds eastbound in the area just to the east of Wheeler. Let me slide it a little bit south and west there, and you see a weaker circulation coming up toward the Wheeler area. So be careful both in Wheeler and areas off to the east. Now down to the south of Dodge City, Clark, Ford, and Meade counties. Doppler indicated possible tornado here with a hook echo right about in with a possible tornado coming up toward Mineola High School, Appleton, Bloom, and Ford, the communities in Kansas. Circulation showing up there. There's the tornado vortex signature, so it's going to come pretty close to Appleton, Kansas at the rate that it's going. And then taking a big leap up to Wisconsin, Rusk County. Just to the west of that, we've had, as I mentioned, in Prairie Lake Estates, walls down apparently onto some people. Hopefully nothing serious injury-wise there. And this one heading eastbound about 30 miles per hour toward places like the Ladysmith area at about 626, Rusk, Thornapple, and Grow at additional of the times. Very intense circulation here. Yellows eastbound, blues westbound. And for this one, I'll leave that tornado vortex signature on. And we are getting a couple of specks now of blues in amongst all the reds. When we get these specks of blue, it means we're getting tumbling objects as opposed to the lavenders or the reds. That's uniform falling raindrops or hail. So dangerous situation there, and particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch down in parts of Texas and Oklahoma, meaning we could get a long-lived, strong to violent tornado. Mike?
All right, Dr. Forbes, thank you. Hey, want to take you to Cheyenne, Wyoming. You are in for a wild ride. Scattered thunderstorms today, a chance of snow later this week. Look at this. Right now, live 61 degrees. You're looking at blue sky earlier. Whole different ball game. And yes, snow on the way. We could be looking at accumulating snow, significantly accumulating snow here into the Cheyenne area. Wednesday night, we've got the rain. Thursday afternoon, thunderstorms. And then look at that. Thursday night, we go from 61 to 28. And instead of thunderstorms, it is snow and wind that's in the cards for you. Friday will keep rain and snow in the forecast with highs only in the mid-30s. This has really been the pattern this week. We've got the cold and snowy weather out in parts of the west with that dip in the jet stream. Ridge in the east, that's allowing us to see that high heat, even getting into records. And in between, the central part of the country staying on the stormy side. Here is your snowfall total forecast. This is what we're thinking accumulation-wise. In a place like Cheyenne, Wyoming, we could look at 12 to 18 inches, some higher totals just off towards the west. Denver, think you'll be in the 5 to 8 inch club with higher accumulations into the Rockies, and even those 5 to 8 inch totals coming down into parts of Utah, Idaho, and a good chunk of western Montana, Mike.
It's very interesting when you look at this pattern, right? Because you've got this huge area where we've got a big ridge building across the eastern half of the country. This big trough, though, that digs in across the west. And right in the middle, we got the severe weather, record heat in the east, cold and snow in the west. It's just crazy. Look at Denver, by the way. We're forecasting across the metro 9 to 11 inches of snow.
Yeah, and this is, it's going to be May, what, 18th?
This is May 16th. This will come 2 days from now.
Yeah.
And look at these late season snows for Denver. Now, we get some big ones. Most of them, though, are first half of the month. The exception being this May 25th, 26th, 1950, we're at 10.7, but this is going to rival one of our biggest May snowstorms potentially we've ever had in Denver.
So not just a late season snow, but a record-setting late season snow. Average latest measurable snow for the Denver area would come around April 27th. The latest measurable snow on record was June 12th.
Don't put the shovels away just yet, right? All right, we got a lot more to come here on the show tonight. When we come back, we're talking tropics here on Weather Underground. The official start of the Atlantic season 2 weeks away, but find out why we're already focusing on some in the Caribbean.
Dermatologists recommend Cetaphil for sensitive skin. It hydrates for 24 hours. Women recommend Cetaphil because of how it makes them feel. Healthy skin is Beautiful. Cetaphil.
Dry mouth can affect how your mouth feels and how you feel. Discover Act Dry Mouth, specially formulated to soothe and moisturize your mouth. And try new Act Dry Mouth Spray for relief when you need it.
Yeah, these new Beneful Break and Bites are great. They'll break off a couple if you sit, you stay. But if you want all four, you gotta get cute. You gotta let a baby sleep on your belly.
New Beneful Break and Bites with real beef as the #1 ingredient.
Please get to the lowest level.
We have a charge. We have a responsibility.
We have live team coverage tracking.
To provide information to people to help them stay safe.
This weather is affecting people and their relatives across the country.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are scientists, we are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple.
Currently in our area, 84 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, windy, scattered thunderstorms, possibly severe, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Chevy is the most awarded car company 3 years in a row.
Really?
Let's see how quickly you can read through all their awards.
2017 Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Kelley Blue Book 2016 Best Resale Value.
U.S. News Best Car for the Money. 10 Best blah, blah, blah.
2015. Only about 90 more to go.
That's a lot of awards.
Find your tag and get 20% below MSRP on select Malibu vehicles in stock. That's $5,200 on this Chevy Malibu. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Sir?
You law?
We've had some complaints of... Is that a fire?
There's your payoff, deputy. Get! Velveeta shells and cheese. There's gold in them there shells.
Fun and art class. Come close, come close. I like that.
When your pain reliever stops working, your whole day stops.
Try this.
For minor arthritis pain, only Aleve can stop pain for up to 12 straight hours with just one pill.
Thank you. Come on, everybody.
You can't quit. Neither should your pain reliever. Stay all day strong with 12-hour Aleve.
So I lose my dental insurance when I retire?
That's right, George. Our plan just doesn't cover retirees.
Every year, millions of Americans lose their dental insurance. And with the high cost of dental care, they simply can't afford to go to the dentist. If you're without coverage for whatever reason, you should give us a call. For as little as $1 a day, you can get dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company. Call now and we'll send you this free information kit. We help pay for more than 350 covered procedures. Things like cleanings, fillings, crowns, even dentures. Plus, you can see any dentist you want. There are no networks and no deductibles. We all know dental bills can be expensive, so coverage like this has never been more important. Don't stop seeing your dentist, because that can lead to bigger problems down the road. Get the dental care you deserve. Call now for your free information kit with all the details about this affordable dental insurance. Don't wait. Call now.
What makes me a weather geek, the fact that I love the weather, especially when it's hit me in the side of the face.
I'm gonna ride this one out, guys.
Be one of the thousands of weather geeks out there at weloveweather.tv.
It's a dangerous evening out there. In fact, all the way from Wisconsin down through the Omaha area, all the way down into the Texas Panhandle. You can't see it in here. It's under the O in the Minneapolis, but western Wisconsin has a tornado warning. There's been damage with that storm. And then down into southwest Kansas, south of Dodge City, and then over near the East Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma area, a couple of tornado warnings. Let's take a look at these tornado warnings. We'll work our way from south to north. Storm that's about ready to move out of the Texas Panhandle into western Oklahoma, where it will be Beckham, Greer, and Harmon counties with a tornado warning. Right now, that storm is still in parts of Collingsworth County, and I think you can see the hook showing up here. The best news of this is that it's mainly rural areas. About 628 would be coming toward the Sayre Municipal Airport. It does have some respectably strong rotation showing up, though, in that green and red, and maybe a couple of spots there. Sometimes the storms will cycle, with this one on the west being the old circulation, the one to the east the new one, so it could continue. Wheeler County in East Texas, as well as there's two circulations there, a weaker one going right over the community of Wheeler, and the other off toward the north and east right now. The one to the north and east has had a spotted tornado with that. That would be coming up toward the Radon area at about 619. The circulation is strongest on that one, with the reds and yellows going eastbound, the blues going westbound. Let's see if we're seeing any debris signature showing up on that. We have at times, not definitive at the moment, but we have seen tornadoes with this. It's fortunately a pretty rural area at the moment. Up into the area south of Dodge City in Kansas, Clark, Ford, and Meade counties with a tornado warning. A hook echo there, gusting out a little bit, but could be a rain wrap type of tornado if it develops near and just south of Mineola High School, coming up towards Sodville and Ford, Kansas. Here, the circulation getting a little bit more tight. A very strong north flow there in the yellows, northbound flow in the green, just to the south and west of Appleton. Debris signature. There are some specks of blue in there, suggesting maybe some tumbling debris. I can't be sure. It's not a real confined pocket. Then up into western Wisconsin, getting close to the Ladysmith area across Rusk County. We've had reports of walls down in Prairie Lake Estates, a little bit to the west of this. And this is a situation where, again, supercell thunderstorm having a hook echo. The whole storm is rotating, and the tornado within that could be coming near Thornapple, Ladysmith at about 624, and moving its way off to the east with pretty well-defined rotation right now near the Weyerhaeuser area, and then heading off to the east. Let me see if we're seeing any debris signature with that. There are lots of specks around in this area of that, blues and greens. So we know we've had a tornado with this. So if you're in that Weyerhaeuser, Thornapple area, you should be seeking shelter. Alex?
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Forbes. Well, we are looking at a washout in Jamaica. Heavy rains flooded the island country today. Flash flooding actually common in low-lying areas during heavy rain events here. Flash flood alerts remain in effect for some southern and northeastern Jamaican parishes through tonight. Dr. Erica Navarro here to talk about that storm spin-up that is bringing all this rain to the Caribbean and having a lot of us go,
There's a little bit of spin here down in the Caribbean, making us all kind of think a little bit, hey, we're getting into the late part of May. Right. Could we be seeing something? And Alex, that spin up is forming right behind that frontal boundary from the nor'easter that actually impacted the east coast of the United States over the weekend.
Which would be an area that we'd look at for tropical development in the early part of the season, right?
Absolutely. This is something that is not atypical for this time of the year, and it's something that we often get. So taking a look at the visible satellite here, here's the nor'easter making its way off the Atlantic, but take a look at this front that's draped all the way down and reaching into the Caribbean, and it's right along and behind this front that you see this little bit of spin just breaking away from the rest of the system. And now this storm is tapping into some moisture from the eastern Pacific, and that's helping to funnel those clouds and those rains into Jamaica, and unfortunately is leading to a bit of flooding in the area. But that area of spin is moving off in a direction of some very warm temperatures. Right. So if it were to hold together, we obviously would be looking for that potential. However, the winds in this area are certainly not favorable for development. You can see some very strong upper level winds here in that area, pulling that moisture away from that area of spin.
And whereas we look at the stronger upper level winds for thunderstorm or supercell development, you don't want that for hurricanes.
Not for hurricanes. Those upper level winds are very unfavorable for development. But Alex, just like you said, this is something that we often see happening. Right along these fronts, you can get an area of spin where a low pressure is often able to develop. And if that low pressure is able to be sustained, it can often turn into a depression or a tropical storm. And this is exactly the type of features that we expect later on this season, with the jet stream still being able to reach down into the Gulf and into the Caribbean. So these are the areas that we are looking at for development in the latter part of May.
All right. So a lot to watch for. You know, hurricane season not too far away, June 1st.
Right around the corner.
All right. Well, we've got much more still to come here on Weather Underground, including a look at the active severe storms right now across the southern plains. We've got 2 tornado-warned storms moving into western Oklahoma, Beckham, Greer, and Harmon counties under this warning until 6:15.
Currently in our area, 83 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, windy, scattered thunderstorms, possibly severe, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Coming up tonight on Weather Underground.
It's a dangerous night of weather unfolding right now with large hail, destructive winds, and tornadoes.
We are tracking the threat live, who's at risk tonight and into the morning.
Traditional Tornado Alley has nothing on the Gulf Coast this year. We're going to break down why the southern states are far outpacing the plains when it comes to tornadoes.
And just as unusual, we're watching for significant snow in mid-May. See which major cities are in the bullseye for a foot or more.
Plus, a blast of intense heat engulfs the east this week. Find out where record high temperatures will be the norm.
And with the Eastern Pacific hurricane season officially underway, see how hurricanes off Mexico can influence the weather right here in the U.S. Weather Underground continues right now.
Welcome in, everyone. You're watching the second hour of Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Alex Wilson. We're with you for the next 2 hours as we track rounds of dangerous storms, including a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that is in effect right now in parts of Oklahoma and Texas.
All right, big hail has been hammering us today, but take a look at where the watches are right now. That PDS, particularly dangerous situation, meaning we could have long-lived or very intense tornadoes, Texas and Oklahoma, extending up through Kansas as well. That watch goes until 10 o'clock this evening, so we're on the lookout for storms that have already produced tornadoes, in fact. And take a look at the big hail we saw near McLean, Texas.
Yeah, our own weather producer Catherine snapping this shot about the size of the palm of your hand. Now she's tiny, so she's got a tiny palm.
This is true.
But still,
she's a small girl.
That's impressive size.
Yeah.
I would say we're looking at least hen egg to tennis ball size hail.
Yeah, very possible for us this evening, that's for sure. All right, so let's toss it out to Dr. Forbes. He's in the lab this evening, following these storms that could have that risk for hail as well as tornadoes. Dr. Forbes, where are the areas that concern you right now?
Well, in that PDS watch that you showed, there are 3 tornado-warned storms, 2 of which have had tornadoes, and in addition, those would be the red tornado warnings here. And in addition, one that's over in west central parts of Wisconsin that also has had a tornado. So we'll start from the south and work our way to the north. This one coming out of Collinsworth County in East Texas, into East Texas Panhandle, into Beckham, Greer, and Harmon counties, through pretty rural areas at this point, but a well-defined hook echo there, and a tornado indicated with this one coming up, if it holds together, toward the Sayre Municipal Airport area at about 6:29. There is some pretty well-defined rotation showing up there in the blues and reds with this. That's what we call a tornado vortex signature. The next storm coming up out of Wheeler County, there's one circulation still in the Wheeler County area, and then Roger Mills County in Oklahoma will have the where the tornado will be heading toward the Radon area at about about 6:11, and then a couple of campgrounds skip out in Black Kettle, 6:13 and 6:32. Very complex velocity pattern here. Some of the winds may be so strong that it's confusing the radar, but well-defined circulation there in between the Weldon, the Wheeler, and the Radon areas. Then up into southwest Kansas, south of the Dodge City area, near Appleton, Kansas, Clark and Ford counties with a well-defined supercell thunderstorm inflow coming in there. The rain pattern wrapping around, so the tornado is at the interface, and that would be coming 6:08 near Bloom, then Bloom, Sodville, and the Ford areas. Right now, very close to Appleton, and it has gotten tighter over the past 20 minutes or so. Green's northbound, yellow southbound. Let me see if we have any debris signatures showing up with this. It's possible. It's a little ambiguous. The debris, the blues specks of tumbling motion are down to the south, so that may be objects, leaves, and other objects that are being blown by the winds surrounding this particular storm rather than a tornado. Then over into western Wisconsin, close to the Ladysmith area, Rusk County with a tornado warning. We've had damage from this storm off to the west. Well-defined spiral coming around. This could be a rain-wrapped tornado right about in there, coming toward Thornapple, Rusk County Hospital, Ladysmith, and the Grow areas. Velocities, tight couplet there, reds and blues. That's a tornado vortex signature. Let me again see if we have any. Yeah, there is some blue, so suggesting that there's debris being tossed up once again with this storm. Could be a tornado in progress coming toward the Thornapple area of Wisconsin. A couple of other storm areas in Kansas, heading toward I-70 there in north and east of, east of the Hayes area, and then west of Salina, and storms north and west of Omaha, and beginning to march a little bit toward the Omaha area, Lancaster, Sarpy, and Saunders counties with severe thunderstorm warning. You've seen the PDS watch for tornadoes from Dodge City down into east of Amarillo and Lubbock. There's also a tornado watch for northwest and central parts of Wisconsin, and a severe thunderstorm watch for the Twin Cities area, and west of Des Moines down into the Omaha area, parts of northeast Kansas, a severe thunderstorm watch as well. So a lot of storms yet to come, Alex.
All right, Dr. Forbes. And you know, right off the top of the show, we mentioned that some folks might have to watch for storms into the overnight. Where were the areas that you're most concerned about, possibly severe weather while we're sleeping?
Well, all of these areas that have watches at the moment, but in addition, a new area could form along the dry line from south of where the storms are right now, down into the Childress area, down into the San Angelo, the Abilene area. In our future radar shows that those storms then get to around 1 in the morning or so, Wichita Falls, and then maybe even holding together by sunrise into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. So some of this Texas and maybe West Oklahoma still very, very stormy overnight, more than it is right now.
All right, thanks, Dr. Forbes. Hey, let's talk about the storms that'll be coming into tomorrow. But first, want to show you this, the extensive damage in Winneshiek County, Iowa, from storms with winds gusting 60 to 80 miles an hour, hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Homes were damaged across the area. Look at this. Those are bricks now with a piece of metal lodged right into them. It looked like the one building had been pelleted so bad with hail that it was almost textured. National Weather Service found EF0 tornado damage in the southern part of the county. So Winneshiek County, Iowa hit very hard. Now, Wednesday, we go back to Iowa for a big threat for severe weather. Really, all of Iowa included northern Minnesota, northern Missouri, southern Minnesota, parts of Wisconsin, Illinois, including the Chicago metro area. Torcon values, they're at 3, so 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of Des Moines, Peoria, Illinois, and Rochester, Minnesota. So we're not watching for a very high chance of tornadoes, but we've also got the possibility for more hail, more damaging winds. And you can see from those videos or those photos we just showed you, wind can do just as much damage. Hey, here's tomorrow's forecast, and we go through the morning hours. As Dr. Forbes mentioned, we watch for some of those storms. 7 o'clock could be a soggy morning commute for some of you, but during the afternoon, that's when we'll be watching those storms charging across parts of Iowa. Eventually, as we get towards the later evening hours, say 8, 9 o'clock, we'll watch the storms moving through northern sections of Illinois, eventually through the Chicago area, say around 10, 11 o'clock into the overnight. Things settle for most of these areas. Minneapolis tonight. tonight, hit or miss storms. Better chance tomorrow. You'll keep some rain showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder in the forecast on Thursday or Wednesday night, I should say. In Omaha, Tuesday night and Wednesday, best chance for strong storms, Mike. And the threat goes on from there.
Yeah, ongoing risk now that'll last right into Thursday, likely to go to Friday and the weekend as well. So here's a look at Thursday's risk areas, similar to what we have today, especially from Dodge City back down through portions of Oklahoma and Texas, extending now through much of Kansas over towards, say, Kansas City, and then through Missouri, including St. Louis as well. So all these areas, hail, high winds, and tornadoes could be in the cards for us. Let's take a look at our Torcons for Thursday. A 3 in Wichita Falls, a 4 in Elk City, Oklahoma, and a 4 in Dodge City, Kansas. So a 30 to 40% chance that we see tornadoes on Thursday. Looking at Dallas, let's time this out for you. Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday. So daytime and nighttime risks for us here in Dallas-Fort Worth. For Oklahoma City, similar. Thursday night, Friday, and Friday night, so both daytime and nighttime threats. So have your weather radio ready to go for you because it'll alert at nighttime, or have the app ready to go. It'll also wake you up in the middle of the night if there's a warning issued for your area. We've got a lot more to come here on Weather Underground tonight, including more on the dangerous storms this evening. So far this year, the traditional tornado alley has nothing on the Gulf Coast. We're going to break down why the southern states have been far more active than the plains when it comes to tornadoes. And of course, we're following some of our storm trackers out there this evening near Mineola, Kansas, over a wind farm. Pretty strong storms right now with a tornado warning for Clark and Ford counties. If you live in Appleton or in Minneota, please take shelter right now.
This program brought to you by Dell Small Business.
There's nothing traditional about my small business. So when it comes to technology, I need someone that understands my unique needs. My Dell Small Business Advisor has gotten to know our business so well that it feels like he's a part of our team. With one phone call, he sets me up with tailored products and services. And when my advisor is focused on my tech, I can focus on my small business.
Is this my car? State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Is this my car?
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. Ah!
From car insurance to car loans, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Gentlemen, Beggin' Skinny Strips or Beggin' Black Label.
This too?
Now this is the delicious dilemma. Introducing new Beggin' Strips Premium Edition. With real meat as ingredient one. Everything to your liking. New Beggin' Strips Premium.
Because Beggin'!
My belly pain and constipation? I could build a small city with all the over-the-counter products I've used. Enough.
I've tried enough laxatives to cover the eastern seaboard.
I've climbed a Mount Everest of fiber.
Probiotics? Enough.
If you've had enough, tell your doctor what you've tried and how long you've been at it. Linzess works differently from laxatives. Linzess treats adults with IBS with constipation or chronic constipation. It can help relieve your belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements that are easier to pass. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Don't take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor about managing your symptoms proactively with Linzess.
Well, finished. You wouldn't want your painter to quit partway.
Think you missed a spot.
So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve. Live whole, not part.
You want this color over the whole house.
Hey, here comes a last-minute suggestion.
Yeah, I'll pretend to write it down, and then I'm going to circle it.
Great.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
Heat-trapping warmth, canvas toughness. For $110, you've got it in the bag. Cabela's Mountain Trapper Sleeping Bag. Great price, lifetime guarantee. Only at Cabela's.
I'm proud of what the Weather Channel is. It's a place you can turn to and trust.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple.
If you love the window seat, start your day opening the window to your weather.
with AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground as we follow severe storms for you this evening, including tornado warnings for you, lining up from Texas all the way up into Wisconsin this evening. So we're going to take you right down to the Texas and Oklahoma state line, where we have multiple warnings right now that are straddling the state line, including in Collinsworth County, exiting now Wellington, headed toward Elk City. We've got another warning here that's farther north of that. There's actually two combined here, one for Wheeler County, and then the one just to the east of that that goes over into Oklahoma, extends over now into Rogers Mill County as well. What I'm going to do is take off the reflectivity, and all this is showing you right here is precipitation. What I'm going to do is show you what's happening with the winds inside. We call it storm relative velocity, and what this does is takes out the precip and shows you what the winds inside the storm are doing. And where you see areas like this, where you have this yellow color here and you have the green color next to each other right in this area here, I'll circle it for you. That's where we could have a tornado. We could also have a tornado in this area right here as well. So these storms moving off to the northeast. Elk City, you could be in the path of this storm, so I want you to take shelter right away. Get to the lowest level of your home. If you have a storm shelter, get there right now. If not, an interior room, and put as many walls between you and that threat as possible. Go ahead and show you the radar again and show you what other areas we're watching for some really strong storms, because farther north now, up into Kansas, south of Dodge City, we have very active storms here as well. Clark and Ford counties are under a severe storm warning and a tornado warning for us right now. Looking at the velocities, again, we don't see, at least in this depiction here, any well-defined tornado signature. We may actually be looking at winds that could be gusting out maybe a little bit here. See more of a line within there, so we could have some stronger straight line winds taking over, but sometimes you'll get little spin-ups along that, so it's something that we'll watch for. Take you back to the automatic radar again. I'm going to take you back up into Wisconsin, because we have really strong storms. Notice how these storms go all the way up through Kansas, up through Nebraska, up toward Omaha as well. And you can see a big line of coming towards us now, Ashland, eventually over toward Omaha. But up into Wisconsin, we do have one tornado warning here that I want to focus on, because this tornado warning now pushing off to the north and east here is going to have some issues. I'll zoom right into that, getting closer and closer to Rhinelander. But this storm right now, close to Ladysmith right now, Rusk County, under that tornado warning. Alex?
All right, thanks, Mike. Hey, this year got off to a very active start when it comes to severe weather, and you're looking at the proof. On the left, some of the damage done when an EF3 tornado ripped into Albany, Georgia. Investigators say the tornado was a mile wide at times along its 70-mile path. On the right, the EF2 tornado that touched down in Virginia Beach. This damaged over 200 homes. 12 homes were destroyed, and that was an 8-mile path for that tornado, one January 23rd, the other late March. I want to bring in severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes to talk about some of these pretty incredible statistics, Dr. Forbes. I think a lot of times, you know, people at home, they think tornadoes, they think, okay, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. Texas has seen a lot, but Oklahoma and Kansas really far behind compared to the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, look at Georgia with 108, even outranks the huge area state of Texas with 76. So some parts of the Gulf Coast have had a lot of tornadoes. Of course, part of the reason for this is that this is year to date, and so it's these Gulf Coast states that during the wintertime we expect to be active. But as you showed, pretty early in the season for Virginia, so some of this has had to do with the jet stream, and we can take a look at some of the next graphic, especially part of the reason why the central U.S. hasn't had too many. One, it's a little bit early in the season. We're just getting into the May time frame where they get active, but the subtropical jet here at high altitudes has carried some of the storms more active across the Gulf Coast states, and occasionally they've scooted off to the north before cold air came down in this branch of the jet stream. So the south and the mid-Atlantic have been active, but the upper jet streams have been a bit too far west for the central U.S. to get too active yet. It's their time.
Keyword yet. Thanks, Dr. Forbes. And we're tracking much more on the severe weather threat coming up next.
Come boys, let's go. Ready, leave the car. Leave it. Have we got everyone?
The all-new Discovery. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when this guy got a flat tire in the middle of the night, so he got home safe.
Yeah, my dad says our insurance doesn't have that.
What? You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Get what you love for less at Olive Garden. New early dinner duos for just $8.99. Choose from over 50 delicious combinations and all the salad and breadsticks you want from 3 to 5 Monday through Thursday. Hurry in. It's early dinner duos only at Olive Garden.
It's a good thing that you're working with Humana and your doctor to maintain your health, because in 5 days, 10 hours, and 2 minutes, you are going to be 67. And on that day, you will walk into a room where 15 people will be waiting, 12 behind the sofa, 2 behind the table, and 1.5 behind a curtain. But only one of them will make a lifelong dream come true. Great things are ahead of you when your health is ready for them. At Humana, we can help you with a personalized plan for your health for years to come.
It's amazing out there. It means that you could take what some might call a boring weather day, but find a lot of fascinating aspects. You can look up in the sky and there's something to learn about the clouds or about the precipitation that's falling every single day. There's a lot of amazing stuff happening out there.
Introducing the all-new Speed Wash system from Generac, the ultra-fast way to pressure wash. The Speed Wash features best-in-class 3,200 PSI cleaning power and puts pressure control right at your fingertips. Dial it up to blast away the toughest stains. Dial it down for a more delicate wash. The Speed Wash system includes 3 cutting-edge cleaning tools. The Power Broom cleans decks and driveways up to 4 times faster. The Turbo Nozzle blasts away grime in half the time. And the Soap Blaster soaps it up faster. And right now, for a limited time, you can have all 3 of these game-changing tools for free.
To get the complete Generac Speed Wash system, call 1-800-796-0657. Free shipping is now in effect, and right now, for a limited time, you can get all 3 cleaning tools for free. Speed Wash models start at just $349. Order online at GeneracSpeedWash.com.
Start your day with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno, opening the window to your weather on AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 82 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, scattered strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear skies, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
There are very dangerous storms out there. We've had a number of tornado reports already, baseball-size hail, and now near the Omaha area, forecast of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll talk about here the couple of tornado warnings coming out of the Texas Panhandle into western Oklahoma, and a couple of tornado warnings now, including a brand new one in west central parts of Wisconsin. So let's take a look here. Now in Oklahoma, Beckham and Greer counties, there has been a sighted tornado with this storm. I think you can see the hook echo showing up in there. That's where the tornado would be. And zooming in on that just a little bit, a relatively rural area, but at its speed heading toward the Sayre Municipal Airport at about 636, then ultimately toward the Highway Church area. The velocities on this are pretty well defined here. Reds and greens or yellows. That is the circulation with this coming up ultimately then toward the Carter, Oklahoma area as well. Just to the north of that, and again, there has been a tornado spotted with this. Well-defined hook echo showing up in there. Roger Mills County heading up toward the Cheyenne, and probably just to the north and west of Cheyenne, Oklahoma. Skip Out Campground, the Radon area, the Black Kettle Campground area under threat. Very well-defined circulation showing up here, broadening maybe just a little bit. Yellow's northbound, but very tight blue. And then here, the red. I'll leave that on and see if we see any debris signatures showing up with that. Nothing real well-defined at the moment. At times it has. The circulation seeming to be just slightly south of Radon. Some good news here south and east of Dodge City. Clark, Ford, and Kiowa counties had been tornado warned. Now north and east of Appleton seems to have gusted out its severe thunderstorm warned. That seems to be a little out of place there, but I think I inadvertently wrote over a graphic. We have a tornado warning for Wisconsin for parts of I'll get you the names of the counties in that. I think that's Chippewa County, and that would be heading over toward, that's the new tornado warning, New Auburn High School area, Birch Creek, Cornell, and Cornell Municipal Airports, with a circulation not extremely tight on this one. The circulation is tighter on the one to the north that we've been following that's had a tornado with that. Rusk County, now south and east of the Ladysmith area, coming over toward Conrath and Grove with a possible tornado. Very well-defined circulation, blues going westbound, yellows eastbound. And again, let's see if there's any debris showing up. Not at the moment. No debris showing up with this, but at times it certainly has had a tornado there. Mike, Alex?
Dr. Forrest, thanks for keeping us up to date. Now, another big story that's affecting millions of you, record heat. Take a look at the temperatures. This dot map shows you all the possible record highs tomorrow from Florida to Michigan to New England. We could see record highs. How quickly we have snapped back, especially in the Northeast as far as temperatures go. This weekend was really, really chilly. Look at the forecast for Thursday. Record heat from Florida to Missouri all the way up into Maine. As far north as you can go, places like Caribou could be looking for record heat. So we know a lot of places will be sweating it out here. So many places have just fast forwarded, Alex. I mean, right on into midsummer form.
Take a look at these highs today across the southeast. Atlanta, you were 1 degree away from your record. You hit 90 degrees. Athens, a few degrees away from the record, 1 degree away in Tallahassee. And in Tampa, we set a new record, hit 96. That beats the old record of 95. Tomorrow, we're again in the low to mid 90s across much of the southeast. The exception, the coastal locations of Carolina and Georgia, Charleston at 88. Not much better. Tomorrow, forecast highs right around records in Atlanta, very close for Charlotte, Montgomery, and we think we will again be at least tying the record in Tampa. Tallahassee, you stay in the low to mid 90s through Friday. Saturday and Sunday has upper 80s sound. Well, that's what you get. Mike?
It's going to stay hot.
It's going to stay hot.
No question about that. You're taking a live look right now at Omaha, where it is warm. It is 88. Look at that storm complex coming your way. You can see the defining edge there, and look at the lightning with it as well. You've got hail that's going to affect you here in Omaha, and big winds are about to roll in as well. In fact, we're estimating in some of these storms more than 70-mile-an-hour winds could be coming into Omaha. Look at this complex from around Fremont down through Ashland, down toward Lincoln. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for all of us here. There's the velocity estimate at 72 miles per hour. More than enough to bring some trees down, break some tree branches, potentially, loft light items like maybe your lawn furniture. So quickly bring those things in, take cover. Look how tall these storms are as well. Likely more than 50,000 feet tall. We'll have the latest when we come back.
This program brought to you by Panera Bread, food as it should be.
When did anyone start calling this salad? At Panera, a good salad is so much more than a bowl of something green. More than an obligation to be good. More than just something you have on the side. More than just one flavor, or texture, or color. A good, clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Catering, more for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
There are over 18 million new cars on the road in this country, and at Firestone Complete Auto Care, our 4,000 ASE certified technicians combine state-of-the-art technology with handcrafted service to help keep them running newer, longer, because they know when your car's running right, so are you. Right now at Firestone Complete Auto Care, get $60 off instantly per axle on a standard or lifetime brake service. Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Firestone Complete Auto Care, keeping cars running newer, longer since 1926.
Would you like to overcome sluggishness? True Biotics can help you feel lighter, more energetic by naturally supporting your digestive and immune health. True Biotics, a daily probiotic that helps restore the balance of good bacteria. True Biotics from One-A-Day.
Every yank of your tank is a tug of war. It's about time someone declared war on the tug. The Duluth Trading No Yank Tank. Stop yanking and get cranking. Only at DuluthTrading.com.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be how to drink this monstrosity.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Innovation is what allowed us to reach for the stars. And now, to reach for the ignition without changing your oil for what feels like forever. Introducing Oil Guard, a Ferris exclusive. This innovative Vanguard oil system lets you go 5 times longer between oil changes. Along with Ferris's patented suspension system, you'll cut faster, mow longer, and reduce maintenance.
Chevy is the most awarded car company 3 years in a row.
Really?
Let's see how quickly you can read through all their awards.
2017 Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Kelley Blue Book 2016 Best Resale Value.
US News Best Car for the Money. 10 Best blah, blah, blah. 2015.
Only about 90 more to go.
That's a lot of awards.
Find your tag and get 20% below MSRP on select Malibu vehicles in stock. That's $5,200 on this Chevy Malibu. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Can a toothpaste do everything well?
This clean was like, pow. My teeth are glowing. They are so white.
Step 1 cleans, Step 2 whitens. Crest HD, 6 times cleaning, 6 times whitening.
I would switch to Crest HD over what I was using before.
I tried hard to quit smoking. But when we brought our daughter home, that was it. Now I have Nicoderm CQ.
The Nicoderm CQ patch with unique extended release technology helps prevent your urge to smoke all day.
It's the best thing that ever happened to me. Every great why needs a great how.
You know what makes me a weather geek is owning like 5 weather stations at my house, and then I name them. Who does that? Seriously. I did. I named my weather station Albedo. For you weather geeks, you'll understand what that is. And then I have Albedo Jr. Don't ask. Join the Weather Channel fan community at weloveweather.tv.
Closed captioning brought to you by IBGuard.
For years, I suffered from abdominal pain and bloating. My doctor recommended IBGuard. Now, I'm in control of my IBS. Non-prescription IBGuard calms the angry gut.
Well, thanks to this video, we can show you how a tornado can develop. You're looking at the scene near McLean, Texas in the Panhandle. The tornado begins. You got that rope tornado. And we've managed to get a few other videos and pictures of it to share with you as well. But you saw that from funnel cloud to rope tornado in McLean, Texas this evening.
What a view, huh?
Really pretty.
Pancake flat out there, nothing to obstruct the view, just a perfect, that's like a chaser's dream right there.
You betcha. And for us, we get all the video. Comes out real nicely.
We get the eye candy too.
We do. Hey, storms firing tonight across the plains, including the Texas Panhandle. We're with you until 9 o'clock Eastern to keep you ahead of the threat. You're watching Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Bettis. We know that several rounds will roll through tonight and then likely threaten all the way into the weekend. Believe it or not, we're going to cover all that for you here over the next hour and a half.
All right. We want to talk about the threats, lightning, damaging winds, large hail, even tornadoes. Dr. Greg Forbes is upstairs in the lab. He's tracking it all. Hey, Dr. Forbes.
Hey, Alex, and we have had tornadoes already in Wisconsin, where we still have 2 tornado warnings, and in East Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma, this latter area, and now a brand new tornado warning once again in southwest Kansas. This area is the area, by the way, that today I gave the Torcon of 5, 50% chance of a tornado within 50 miles. All of that ahead of the dry line, so very rich, very unstable air coming northbound to fuel these storms. Here we have a tornado warning in western Oklahoma, Beckham and Greer County. There has been a tornado spotted with this storm. You can see this little hook showing up there, little appendage, and that would be where the tornado would be. Going to come up pretty close to Carter, Carter about 648 as this storm heads off toward the east-northeast. The velocity pattern showing up here, the reds and the blues coming up toward the Carter area. Looks like it's going to go south of Sayre. The next storm to the north also has had a tornado spotted with that appendage, the hook showing up here, maybe even a little donut hole, going to go also just to the north of Cheyenne, Roger Mills County with a tornado warning. The tornado will be in this Black Kettle Campground, Three Corner School area, and adjacent areas just to the north of Cheyenne in the main threat area. The circulation getting a little farther from the radar. That said, so we're getting a little higher up in the cloud, not as intense a circulation as we had seen in the past. Not sure if that's an altitude thing or if the storm is weakening. I'll come back and get the Kansas tornado warning. Jumping up to Wisconsin, around Sampson, Wisconsin, Chippewa County with a tornado warning. This one is Doppler indicated coming over toward the Birch Creek, the Holcomb High School, the Lake Holcomb area, and Willard if it holds together around 7 o'clock. And then up into Rusk County, the Ladysmith area now to the south and east of Ladysmith. The circulation is in there, getting into a little bit more remote areas, getting pretty close to the St. Anthony to Padua Catholic Church area. We'll go east of that. It's a good thing that it's getting a little bit more remote. It's just to the east of Conrath now because it is really cranking in terms of their velocity signature. And while it's not a circle, there certainly are some blue specks in there suggesting that there's some debris maybe being kicked up by this storm and or tornado. So places north of McKinley, I'd be on the lookout for a possible tornado. Then down into the area north and west of Greensburg, Kansas, Edwards, Ford, and Kiowa counties with a tornado warning. This is a storm that had been tornado warned before. It is cycled. The tornado threat is near the Highway 400 area going northeast to the west of Greensburg. Buckland, Ford, and Mullinville are in the path of that tornado. And winds could gust to 80 miles per hour by this bow echo that is blasting into the Omaha area of Nebraska, Douglas, Pottawatomie, and Sarpy counties with that severe thunderstorm warning. We have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch for the East Texas Panhandle area, western Oklahoma, and up into southwest Kansas. Goes till 10 p.m. Large hail, 3 to 4 inches in diameter. Particularly dangerous means there could be a long-lived, stronger than average, strong to violent tornado in that area. And then up into Wisconsin, a tornado watch, and the Twin Cities under a severe thunderstorm watch, and Omaha, and just to the west of Des Moines under a severe thunderstorm watch, and over into the area near Topeka as well. So, Alex, a very stormy and a big area under storm threat this evening.
Hey, Dr. Forbes, how concerned should people be that these storms might last through the night?
Very concerned, Mike. In addition to those watch areas, we're likely to get another round of storms that will form from that storm. There's a storm near Childress, and it will probably form a line just east of the dry line all the way down to east of Midland, march into Abilene, maybe into the San Angelo area. This is our future radar showing that these storms go through Wichita Falls, probably getting close to Oklahoma City by or around 1:30 in the morning, and then the line even might get around sunrise into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. So some places in Texas are going to get worse overnight, in fact, rather than worse than they are right now. Alex?
All right, Dr. Forbes, thanks so much. Let's talk a little bit more about Wednesday's storm danger. Once we get into the daytime hours, we watch parts of eastern Nebraska, all of Iowa, northern parts of Missouri, southern Minnesota, getting into the northern half of Illinois, Wisconsin, as well as the UP of Michigan. Torcon values, there are 3 out of 10, 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of Des Moines, of Peoria, also Rochester, Minnesota. Here's the timing. I want you to keep an eye on some of these areas that have seen the storms today. We head into tomorrow morning, getting a break for Des Moines, for Omaha. But look at Omaha, right around lunchtime, another round of storms. And Brandon, quick to point out that they've got storms rolling through now, noon tomorrow. So you're really only getting, what, a 16-hour break from the storms before the next round rolls through. We go through the afternoon watching storms in Iowa and into Wisconsin. By 9, 10, 11 o'clock, Chicago begins to watch for those storms, although Chicago right on the southern side. So we'll watch those storms as they progress during the day on Wednesday. Kansas City, morning thunderstorms for you on Wednesday. The winds will stay on the high side, and they'll continue to be gusty out there Wednesday night. We go from a high of 78 to a low of 58. And in Omaha, where you've got the thunderstorms out there tonight, you'll have thunderstorms again tomorrow. Watch the lunchtime hour. Maybe pack the lunch so you don't have to go out for your lunch break. It could be sloppy. By later tomorrow, we begin to see things settle, but we'll keep clouds around. In Des Moines, Tuesday night and Wednesday, both on the stormy side. Strong storms possible tomorrow. Remember those Torcons around a 3. Thunderstorms wrapping up early on Wednesday night. And for Minneapolis, hit or miss thunderstorms tonight. Better chance tomorrow with some lingering rain showers, even a few rumbles of thunder into Wednesday night. So you still maybe will will be needing the umbrella as you head out later tomorrow. The threat continues, though. It doesn't end on Wednesday. We watch again on Thursday.
Here we go. Thursday likely lasts into the weekend as well. So Thursday threat area very similar to what we have this evening. You can see from Dodge City down through western Oklahoma, West Texas. That'll include now Abilene and San Angelo. You're at risk for strong storms. And then Kansas City over towards St. Louis. This is an area where hail, high winds, and tornadoes could be at risk as well. So it's that time of year where Tornado Alley often lights up, and it's living up to its name this week. Wichita Falls, a tornado count of 3 for us on Thursday, a 4 in Elk City, and a 4 in Dodge City. So a 30 to 40% chance that we could see tornadoes later this week, that being Thursday in particular. Oklahoma City, it's not just Thursday, though. We think that multiple days could come your way. Thursday night, Friday and Friday night. So a nighttime threat exists for us here, unfortunately, and nighttime tornadoes can be so dangerous. So please be aware of the weather, especially later this week. Dallas, similar for us. Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday. So 4 time periods here where you really need to be on the lookout. So let's take you to Dallas and show you what's happening for us. Currently, we're okay for now. We don't think there's a real threat for severe weather tonight, but later this week there certainly could be. 83 degrees right now and mostly cloudy skies.
Yeah, we get into Friday and we watch some of the same areas that we'll be watching, say, tomorrow. Oklahoma City and Dallas down towards San Antonio and Austin.
All right, these are all areas where it's not out of the question. Late in the week, you're thinking about, I'm cruising into the weekend. I want to kind of tune out.
Right.
Don't, because this could be the day for you in Dallas. A 3, a 3, and a 3. For Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Wichita, 30% chance of tornadoes late week.
Right, so we're not talking about high chances, but definitely a notable chance. Saturday, we get into a day where a lot of you are out and about. San Antonio, Austin, up to Waco. Good chance of severe weather there. Hail, tornado, also damaging winds. We've got a more northern zone as well, getting up into the Midwest, and this includes Peoria, get very close to Kansas City. It does include Des Moines over to Indianapolis, though.
It's just amazing how we continue to see this every single day this week. So let's give you the times here for St. Louis. Thursday night, Friday night into Saturday. Temperatures are warm. You want to be outside. You're getting into the weekend. You've got activities planned. Just be aware of the weather.
Yeah, got to make sure you just know where you are, know where your safe spot is should you need to act. Well, we've got a tale of 2 springs to tell you about. Record heat, and how about snow?
Snow?
Yep.
Snow?
Yep.
It's mid-May. Find out, we could be looking at a top 5 snowfall record across the West.
Got it. And we are tracking this particularly dangerous situation with the threat of dangerous storms, also tornadoes. We'll show you where the risk is increasing and where the risk continues overnight when we return. Very
strong storms rumbling through Omaha, Nebraska right now. The storms are right on your doorstep here. The National Weather Service office actually measured 85-mile-per-hour winds. So these storms posing a huge wind risk. Watch for trees to come down, power poles to come down. You may have electricity knocked out this evening. Have your flashlights ready to go. Make sure that your cell phone is ready to go as well. Huge squall line coming through right now. Look at the winds right now. Estimated velocities at 63 miles per hour. Batten down the hatches inside. Stay there this evening. We've actually seen on the camera some lightning as well, so don't go outside and take a look at this. Stay inside.
When you have type 2 diabetes, there's a moment of truth. And now with Victoza, a better moment of proof.
Victoza lowers my A1C and blood sugar better than the leading branded pill, which didn't get me to my goal.
Lowers my A1C better than the leading branded injectable, the one I used to take. Victoza lowers blood sugar in 3 ways.
And while it isn't for weight loss, Victoza may help you lose some weight. Non-insulin Victoza comes in a pen and is taken once a day.
Victoza is not recommended as the first medication to treat diabetes and is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not take Victoza if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Victoza or any of its ingredients. Stop taking Victoza and call your doctor right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, or if you develop any allergic symptoms including itching, rash, or difficulty breathing. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis. So stop taking Victoza and call your doctor right away if you have severe pain in your stomach area. Tell your doctor your medical history. Taking Victoza with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. The most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting. Side effects can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
Now's the time for a better moment of proof. Ask your doctor about Victoza.
Jay Bush and Duke here. When I'm in the mood for hot dogs and burgers, I go with the classic taste of Bush's baked beans. But I'm feeling bolder, so I go for the robust flavor of Bush's grillin' beans. They're a perfect match for steaks and chops.
Dude, I like this new wild side.
Bush's Beans. Whatever your mood, we've got a bean for you.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Call you back. Is this my car?
State Farm knows that for every one of those moments,
This is ridiculous!
there's one of these.
Is this my car? What? This is ridiculous.
This can't be happening!
This can't be happening.
Oh, it's happening, sweetheart.
Oh, it's happening, sweetheart.
Shut up.
Shut up!
That's why State Farm is there.
What a day.
With car insurance for when things go wrong.
What a day!
But also here with car loans to help life go right. State Farm.
May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation when the winds change and shift. May your heart always
Long live, brother. And long live the truck that holds it together. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get 0% financing or an average $11,506 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab.
It's a very dangerous evening out there with 2 tornado warnings in Wisconsin, 1 in southwest Kansas and 2 in western Oklahoma. And we've had tornadoes, we've had hail to softball size, we've had wind gusts, hail to baseball size, wind gusts to 88 miles per hour. There in red, 3 tornado warnings, Kansas and Oklahoma, 2 that you can't quite see there under the labeling in western parts of Wisconsin. We'll start south and work our way to the north in western Oklahoma, Beckham County, heading toward the Carter area. Hook echo showing up there. The tornado likes to sit right inside of that notch, and we've had spotters see a tornado with that, getting very close to probably just slightly north of the Carter area, and then heading up toward the Hefner Church area at about 7:15. Pretty well-defined rotation showing up, yellows northbound, blues southbound with this particular tornado. Then a little farther to the north near Cheyenne, Oklahoma, Roger Mills County, tornado warning here. Also, the spotters previously have seen a tornado with this one, getting a little bit hard to detect with the radar. It's pretty far from some of the radars, but close to the Black Kettle Campground, the Three Corners School, the Red Star Church, the Leedy areas with this tornado. Still, even at this altitude, this distance, close to and just east of Highway 283 now, north of Cheyenne, heading toward Highway 47, a pretty well-defined rotation signature. Then south and east of Dodge City, just to the west of Greensburg, Kansas, Edwards, Ford, and Kiowa counties. This storm has a well-defined hook echo. The clear notch coming in, and at the interface between those is where the tornado would be. This one is Doppler indicated just to the northwest of Buckland, heading up toward the South Brown area at about 7:15. Not extremely tight rotation showing up with this. Broad rotation, greens northwest, red southeast on this particular radar. Then up into western Wisconsin, seems like now probably the dangerous part has moved out of the tornado warned part of Chippewa County under severe warned part, but still not out of the question over around the Holcomb, Lake Holcomb area, Pershing area. We could get a tornado. Sometimes these storms will recycle. And this storm previously had a tornado with it. Rusk County, south of the Hawkins area, still coming over toward Ogema with a possibility of a tornado. So Mike and Alex, dangerous storms still out there in a number of places.
All right, Dr. Forbes, thanks so much. We'll be checking in with you again in a moment. Want to switch gears, though, and talk about some impressive spring snow heading to some locations in the west, like Cheyenne, Wyoming. You go from thunderstorms on Thursday to snow and wind Thursday night, 61 to 28 degrees. This is the reason why this setup we've got across the country, that dip in the jet stream out west, keeping things cold and snowy. We've got the ridge in the east. That's why we're talking about the record-setting heat. And in the middle, that's where the storms will be firing through most of the week. And the snowfall total forecast, we're talking impressive numbers out here for some spots. Anywhere you see that bright pink, that's 18 to 24 inches. And we could even see higher totals into the mountains of Wyoming and Colorado. Around Cheyenne, purple there for you, 1 foot to 1.5 foot. Plenty of parts of the west looking at a 1/2 foot to 1 foot of snow. Denver, rain and snow for you on Thursday night. Friday, snow with a high near 40 after rain and 41 on Thursday. Bettis, I think a lot of people would agree that they'd actually prefer the snow and 40 over the rain and 41.
Probably. And you think about how crazy the pattern is, right? We've got this huge trough ridge pattern across the country. Record heat in the east, record cold in the west. In the middle, we've got severe weather, but I think it's just nuts to see how much snow could come to the west.
When you look at a place like Denver, we're talking possibly double-digit snowfall.
It's in the middle of May, and we're talking 10 to 11 inches is our forecast, ending by Friday evening across Denver Metro. That is ridiculous, and it may rival some of the biggest May snows we've ever seen in Denver. These are our biggest two-day snowfall since 1874. If you look in here, most of these are early May. We'll be talking this could be coming in around May 18th. That's impressive, and considering we haven't had much of a winter at all in Denver.
No, it was really quiet up until late April.
Yeah, very quiet. So we're making up for lost time here, right? Average latest measurable snow is April 27th, so we're well beyond that. Latest measurable snow is June 12th, so we're not close to that, but you can see the rain snow mix coming in Thursday night. Not to mention a place like Cheyenne. Holy cow, between Cheyenne and Laramie, could be pumping out 20 inches of snow.
That's incredible stuff.
Amazing.
All right, I want to tell you about the very latest on the fires across the state of Florida. You're looking at Miami on the Earth Cam as well as Sarasota, and we're continuing to watch the West Mims fire. That one hasn't shown as much in the way of smoke. We were watching the plumes of smoke last week across places like Jacksonville. I think the rainfall from the weekend helped it a bit. It's not out by any means, and we've got 32 active fires across the state of Florida.
This program brought to you by Domino's. Order online and track your order.
I have to go. It's Domino's.
With Domino's Tracker, you know when to expect your pizza.
Looking for this?
You just have to be there to get it.
Yeah.
Order and track your pizza with Domino's Tracker.
No matter when or where severe weather hits, storm recovery is something we all can lend a hand in. And one of the best ways you can help is to donate blood. That's why the Weather Channel is partnering with the Red Cross.
Here we go.
Whether preparing for a storm or assisting in the aftermath, a donation of blood helps save lives, period. Visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to learn more. Help with tomorrow's recovery by donating your blood today. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, scattered strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear skies, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Finished. You wouldn't want your painter to quit partway.
Think you missed a spot.
So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve. Live whole, not part.
You want this color over the whole house.
Mom, good. Got your attention. Did you know Capri Sun doesn't have all that artificial stuff you think it has?
Get those kids some Capri Sun.
Our challenges dare us, defy us, and define us. Coors Light. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
A naturally aspirated 5-liter V8 engine. A 10-speed direct shift transmission. A meticulously crafted interior. All of these are feats of engineering. Combining them with near-perfect weight distribution is a feat of amazing. Experience the first ever 471 horsepower Lexus LC500 or the multi-stage hybrid LC500H. Experience amazing.
You do all this research on the perfect car, then smash it into a tree. Your insurance company raises your rates. Maybe you should have done more research on them.
For drivers with accident forgiveness, Liberty Mutual won't raise your rates due to your first accident. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Hey, I'm Ty Pennington, and I've got a simple question for you. Are you paying too much for your mortgage? Well, you won't know for sure until you check with Guaranteed Rate. You can do it right now. It's that easy. With Guaranteed Rate's digital mortgage, you can choose from today's lowest rates, check your free credit scores, and even get approved online. Anytime, anywhere. All in just minutes, at no cost to you. Lowering your mortgage payment could save you thousands of dollars. Just take a few minutes right now to see how much you could save.
We were going to rent. That was the going-in plan, but the rate was so low at Guaranteed Rate that we ended up buying.
Whether you're buying a new home or refinancing your current home, get a low, low rate from Guaranteed Rate. Visit rate.com right now to find out how much you could save. Call 1-888-557-1555 or visit rate.com.
What makes me a weather geek? The fact that I love the weather, especially when it's hit me in the side of the face.
I'm gonna ride this one out, guys.
Be one of the thousands of weather geeks out there at weloveweather.tv.
It's a very dangerous evening in many places, including very strong winds rolling across the Omaha, Nebraska area, a tornado warning in central Wisconsin, and in these areas, southwest Kansas, down into western Oklahoma, 3, the areas outlined in red, tornado warnings. All of those storms have had, at one time or another, tornadoes with them. We've seen at least 11 reports of tornadoes thus far, and hail to 3 inches in diameter. We'll start with the southernmost of the tornado-warned storms near the Carter, Oklahoma area, Beckham County with a tornado warning. You can see, I think, the hook that shows up there. The inflow comes in there. The rain-cooled air gets wrapped around. And so right about at the tip of my blue pointer there would be where the tornado would be, coming up toward Elk City and the Lincoln School area. Elk City about 713. Pretty well-defined rotation there, and a tornado vortex signature just to the west-northwest of Carter. The yellows and the greens touching each other there. Let me see if there's any debris showing up with that. No. At the moment, it seems like it's all uniformly falling rain. If there was a blue hole in there, that would indicate some debris that was tumbling. Then farther off to the north, there's been a tornado previously with this storm. Custer, Dewey, and Roger Mills counties, just to the north of the Cheyenne area right now, coming up toward Three Corners School, the Red Star Church, and the Leedy area, Leedy at about 729. We're pretty far from the radar, but we are still getting some broad, at least, rotation even at these altitudes north of the Strong City area. Then up into the area south and east of Dodge City, Kansas. I think you could see the well-defined hook echo showing up there with, again, inside of that hook would be where the tornado would be, coming across parts of Edwards, Ford, and Kiowa counties. You see here the hook. That would come up towards South Brown at about 712. It is missing Greensburg, Kansas, notorious for previous tornadoes off toward the north and west. Not extremely strong rotation in there. Greens eastbound, Reds, Greens westbound, Reds going eastbound with that. And then up into the Wisconsin area, there had been a tornado warning for the Chippewa-Rusk County storm. It's now severe warned, but just to the north of that, coming into Price County, we have a tornado warning for the storm coming from just to the east of Jump River over toward the Ogama area and then the Hill area with a very strong rotation showing up on this one. Reds eastbound, Greens westbound. Not seeing debris signature on it at the moment, but again, this is a storm that's had a history in the past of producing some tornadoes. Mike, Alex?
Dr. Forbes, thank you very much. And we know that a lot of storm trackers are out there following these storms this evening, giving you great pictures.
We've got got storm tracker Ken Enquist currently near Mullinville, Kansas. And Ken, we're following your feed at least from a few moments ago. And tell us about this storm that you're tracking and what you've seen out there this afternoon.
Well, there's been a few brief funnels from it. We've had some lowering and lots of hail. We saw some very, very large hail. When we came through Mineola was flooded, and we saw tennis ball hail all over the place. People were checking their houses, so it had gone through there. We were behind it. We're trying to reposition coming up on Highway 183 so I can go back north a little bit.
So are you gonna bail on this storm and go to a different one, because it seems like there are multiple storms that you could potentially chase this evening?
I think this one, this is the closest one we're to, and I think we're just going to stick with it.
All right, and you mentioned some people were out checking their houses. You know, one thing we like about this area is it's fairly rural. Have these storms moved through some of the more populated areas out there?
Well, it's pretty sparse. You know, the towns are few and far between. So Mineola is not that big a town, but that's the biggest town we came through for a long time. We followed this cell. This was down in the Texas Panhandle. We've been following this, so we've been on it for quite a while.
Can tell us about the lay of the land here. Pretty flat, I assume. Pretty good line of sight. Good road network.
Pretty good road network. Sometimes we had a problem in the Oklahoma Panhandle. We had to shift to the east about 30 miles before we could go back north, but we finally caught up to this storm, and then we're just about to 183, so we can head back to the north again and see what it's going to do. And
you mentioned you're going to continue to track this particular storm. When you go out and chase, I'm sure a lot of people at home are wondering, what are you looking at that you're looking for the most when deciding where to position yourself and what to follow?
Well, I mean, on our radar, you know, we're checking the DBZ and everything on the storm, how it's growing, and any of the hail cores, any shear it's got located in it. And, you know, that's what I'm watching. Of course, you have to watch from behind, too, but that's basically what we're looking for when we start chasing. We're just looking for a solid storm that's going to hold together.
Ken, what are your thoughts on this week? It seems like there are multiple opportunities to track storms this week.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. I haven't looked. I need to look at it again tonight. I know Thursday will definitely be at it again, and probably Friday. So it's May, so that's the time of year.
Absolutely. Hey, Ken Enquist, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for providing the images. We're going to stay with you as we continue to track these storms over the course of the evening. So, you know, as you mentioned, very flat country. The visibility is great. You just have to keep an eye on what's headed your way as well.
And the good news is relatively unpopulated areas for now. But when we come back in just 60 seconds, we'll check back in with Dr. Greg Forbes. He's got the very latest on the radar and the warnings that we're following for you this evening.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies with windy conditions. Tonight, scattered strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear skies, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for staying with us for the extended edition of Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Alex Wilson. We're with you for the next hour as we track rounds of dangerous storms, including a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that is in effect right now in parts of Oklahoma and Texas.
Let's show you what it's done today by the way, in Wisconsin. So we've got strong storms even up into the upper Midwest. Look at the big hailstones here, about an inch and a quarter in diameter here. So multiple areas that we're watching from the upper Midwest all the way down through the southern plains.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of real estate to cover, and we've got warnings stretching from the upper Midwest down to the plains. Let's send it up to the lab with severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes for more.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, confirmed tornadoes in western Oklahoma, in central parts of Wisconsin, and additional tornado warnings as well in the area near Dodge City, Kansas, as well as West Oklahoma here in red, and up in central parts of Wisconsin. Strong winds blasting through the Omaha area. So very busy night. All of this moisture ahead of the dry line fueling up, and then ahead of this red and blue stationary front, helping give a very high instability for fueling these storms, and enough rotation present in terms of wind shear that some of the storms are giving tornadoes. Like this one has had a tornado with it recently. Beckham and Washita counties now near the Carter, Oklahoma area with a tornado warning. You can see the well-defined hook echo showing up there. So that's heading up toward the Seventh-day Adventist Church and the United Church areas off to the east of Sayre and north and east of Carter. Rotation very well defined. Reds northwest, blues going south eastbound with that particular storm. Should stay south of Elk City and then head up toward the Canute area and the Burns Flat area. The next storm off to the north in the past has had tornadoes. Still in a hook echo showing up on that, coming up toward the Leedy area, Custer, Dewey, Roger Mills counties with a tornado warning. Leedy at around 722 as it heads your way. Still very well-defined velocity couplet tornado vortex signature, even as far from the radars as it is. And then over in the areas east of Dodge City, I think you could see the hook echo on this one. Strong rotation. Edwards, Ford, and Kiowa counties with a tornado warnings, and now Pawnee County as well, as it's taken a little bit of a turn more toward the north and east. The hook echo right in there with the possibility of a tornado up and around the South Brown area, and maybe even now turning a little bit such that it'll go a little bit to the west side of the South Brown area. Then up in Wisconsin with a history of producing tornadoes, Price County, big spiraling mass, probably rain-wrapped tornadoes coming over toward Ogama and the hill areas, the Spirit areas, 751 toward the Spirit area. Still very strong rotation showing up on this one. Let me see if we can spot any debris signature showing up on here. It's a little far from the radar. Not seeing any at this altitude, but it's, as you can see, it's heading over into toward the Ogama general vicinity. Down into southwest Oklahoma, heading toward the Altus area, Greer, Harmon, and Jackson counties. One of these storms that definitely is a supercell, has that hook appendage to it. We'll see if it develops rotation down at the ground. And then Bow Echo now has blasted its way across the Omaha area with the east side of over into Iowa, Mills, Montgomery, Pottawatomie counties, and up into Harrison, Monona, and Shelby counties with severe thunderstorms. Winds the main threat here. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch for parts of southwest Kansas, down into west Oklahoma, east Texas Panhandle. This is the area that I gave today, the Turcon of 5. We've seen at least 11 tornado reports thus far. Tornado watch until 10 o'clock for the Rhinelander, Wisconsin area, up where we have that tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm watch for the Twin Cities and across the Omaha area just to the west of Des Moines. New watch down into the North Platte area. And so a very busy night still ahead, Alex.
Let's talk a little bit more about the overnight hours, Dr. Forbes. Do people need to, have those weather radios set for the threat of severe weather overnight?
They definitely do. Some of these areas may weaken a little bit where we have the current watches, but we have a likelihood that along that dry line, a new line of thunderstorms will form and move toward through the Abilene area, into the San Angelo area. This is our future radar for midnight, then toward the Wichita Falls area, Oklahoma City, maybe 2 in the morning. And then as we head toward sunrise, coming eastward, probably all the way to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex before it begins to weaken. So a stormy night, maybe not quite as tornado. The longer we go tonight, I think the tornado threat does go down, fortunately.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. Well, severe thunderstorms left behind extensive damage last night in Winneshiek County, Iowa. We had winds gusting 60 to 80 miles an hour. If you were with us here on Weather Underground, we were tracking this one. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Homes were damaged in the area. National Weather Service also found some EF0 tornado damage into the southern part of the county. Is that all just, man, look at that.
That's nuts, right?
The hail like sandblasted, and the wind, man.
And that chunk of wood through the metal or through the brick.
That's pretty intense. That's serious stuff, folks. This is why you got to take those severe thunderstorms just as seriously as tornado-warned storms. Wednesday, severe threat once again in play, and once again, it's parts of Iowa. So we're watching really the whole state of Iowa, northern Missouri, northern Illinois, much of Wisconsin, UP of Michigan, getting into Kansas and Nebraska as well. Torcon values 3 out of 10, 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of Des Moines, Peoria, and Rochester, Minnesota. So we're not talking about high chances for tornadoes, but it's at least there. You want to make sure you are prepared should the warnings go off. Know where to go, especially if you're at work. You know, we go through the overnight. Dr. Forbes mentioned the chance of storms through the overnight hours, but watch tomorrow morning into the lunchtime hour. Those storms moving closer to the Omaha area, moving through Iowa, Missouri, also sections of Minnesota into the afternoon. By the evening, we're getting into Illinois and Wisconsin for the best chance of storms. Chicago area, 10, 11 o'clock local time. I think you'll be watching for your best chance of storms. In Minneapolis tonight, we've got thunderstorms. Tomorrow, thunderstorms, and you can even hear some thunder lingering into your Wednesday night. And the threat doesn't end there, Mike. It might move a bit, but we're still watching storms on Thursday.
Didn't you feel like we did this last week?
Yeah.
Where every single day we watch for storms. Doing it again this week, unfortunately. Let's go into a Thursday now and show you the risk areas. Very similar to today, by the way, from Texas all the way up through the Oklahoma panhandle, then through western Kansas. But a lot of Kansas will be involved in storms on Thursday, as well as Missouri now from, say, Kansas City over towards St. Louis. So just heads up here, hail, high winds, and the opportunity for tornadoes. As far as your Torcon goes, it's a 0 to 10 scale. Higher the number, higher your risk. 30% chance of tornadoes in Wichita Falls, 40% chance of tornadoes in Elk City, Oklahoma, and in Dodge City, Kansas. So in that 30 to 40% range with the 3s and 4s. Dallas, Thursday night, Friday night, and then Saturday is our greatest risk for storms. In a place like Oklahoma City, it's Thursday night, as well as Friday, and then Friday night. So there'll be some nighttime risks that are involved in this. So just be aware of that, because a lot of us, we go to bed, we kind of tune out. But the one thing you want to do is make sure your app is ready to go so we can alert you when there's a warning, or that you have your weather radio in alert mode as well. All right, a lot more to come here on Weather Underground tonight. Of course, we're following the active weather for you tonight, including severe thunderstorm and tornado watches across the plains and through the Midwest. A particularly dangerous situation as prescribed by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. Large violent tornadoes are possible this evening. Tornado warnings in Oklahoma and in Kansas, near Elk City, closer to Woodward.
Only one zero-turn mower can deliver earth, fire, beauty, and whatever that is. The all-new Snapper 360Z. No other homeowner zero-turn mower cuts grass like a pro, offers rugged commercial-style features and quality, and has an integrated cargo bed. The Snapper 360Z makes it easy to do your chores and make the world a more beautiful place. Visit snapper.com to locate a dealer near you.
It's clearly a great day to make the most of your yard chores.
Come boys, let's go. Buddy, leave the car, leave it. Have we got everyone?
The all-new Discovery. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Boost. It's about moving forward, not back. It's looking up, not down. It's being in motion. Boost High Protein. It's intelligent nutrition with 15 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. Boost, the #1 high-protein complete nutritional drink.
Come on in. Pull up a chair. Gather around. So many ways to invite people to come together. Or you could just put out the Sabra and let the simple, fresh ingredients do the talking. Sabra, welcome to the unofficial meal.
Nothing spoils a moment like heartburn. Try new Alka-Seltzer Ultra Strength Heartburn Relief Chews. It's fast, powerful relief with no chalky taste. Ultra Strength, new from Alka-Seltzer. Enjoy the relief.
Introducing Cologuard.
I'm here for an important reason. Colon cancer screening. If you're age 50 or older and at average risk, Cologuard finds cancer and precancer. And it's a non-invasive test you can use at home. In fact, I'm as easy as get, go, gone. How do you get me? Your doctor orders me, and I'm delivered directly to your doorstep. There's no need for time off or special prep because I use the DNA in your stool to find colon cancer. Then you just go. I mean, collect your sample. Then I'm gone. Just ship me to the lab. Gotta go.
Cologuard is intended for individuals at average risk for colon cancer. Cologuard is not for high-risk individuals, including those with a history of colon cancer or polyps, IBD, certain hereditary cancer syndromes, or family history of colon cancer. Cologuard, colon cancer screening that's as easy as get, go, gone. Ask your doctor if Cologuard is right for you.
Is this my car? State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Is this my car?
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. Ah!
From car insurance to car loans, State Farm is here to help life go right.
It's amazing out there. It means that you could take what some might call a boring weather day, but find a lot of fascinating aspects. You can look up in the sky and there's something to learn about the clouds or about the precipitation that's falling every single day. There's a lot of amazing stuff happening out there.
Start your day with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno, opening the window to your weather on AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back into Weather Underground. I want to take you live to the state of Oklahoma near Eric and look at those winds whipping those flags around. You can see the rain blowing sideways. Very strong winds, just one of the calling cards of today's storms. We've also seen hail and reports and visuals of tornadoes. Let's get into the warnings. I want to show you guys where we've got active tornado warnings. We've got plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings as well, but we've got tornado warnings here. This west of Oklahoma City. So one near Elk City, one to the north. Let's take a look at the radar and look at the velocity within these storms and see what we're picking up. Now here around the Elk City area, this would be the area that we're watching for. So just off to the west-southwest of Leedy. We head down to the storm off to the south, and a pretty good rotation here showing up around Elk City. So just to the south, right here where those blues and reds are coming together, this is going to ride along and south of 40. So if you're in the path of this one, make sure you are in that low-level, most interior room. I want to take you back into the main picture with all the storms across the country. There are the showers, the thunderstorms warned upon into the states of Kansas, also Nebraska. Let's take a look at this storm into parts of southwestern, south central Kansas. It's Edwards, Kiowa, and Pawnee counties. This is north of Greensburg, now moving into the Kinsley area. I think we're likely seeing some pretty decent hail out of this one. Let's put on the hail tracker and get an estimation of just how large this hail is. South of Kinsley, our computer estimating hail in excess of 1.5 inches, even over 2 inches in spots. So we could be looking at golf ball sized hail, a good possibility out of the storms there. Then we go even farther up to the north, and we're going to look at some storms into parts of Wisconsin. That's another active area for storms over the past few hours. Take a closer look at this tornado warned storm here in far northern sections of Wisconsin. Hail likely out of this one. It is Taylor County in Wisconsin under the warning, and looking at the velocity on this one, we've got that area right there is what we're watching for that threat of a tornado as this continues to move east, maybe a little bit here, well to the west, northwest of Medford. You've got that severe thunderstorm watch in this area. And we put the hail tracker on, and you're likely seeing some large hail here as well. Quick look at the estimate, and over 2 inches a possibility. Mike?
Alex, thank you very much. New video from Eric, Oklahoma, and I'm going to show you something here with our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Flores, because you look at the windshields, they're smashed here, but it only takes, what, about golf ball size, maybe just a little over golf ball size to splinter some windshields. This is a big risk tonight.
But yeah, there's actually been some hailstones reported out there up to 3 inches in diameter. So, and the forecast is maybe something could get 4 inches.
We saw some really big hail yesterday. It's repeating again this evening, but now tornadoes are becoming an increasing threat this evening as well. So let's show you some of the tornado video we have also, Dr. Forbes. And this is from a tornado forming near McLean, Texas here. And you see the initiation here and everything.
Yeah, you saw initially the funnel, but then as it intensified, you see it connect all the way to the ground. So this is what I often tell folks, that the tornado gets a funnel pulling downward, not so much because the rotation is just coming down from aloft, but because the tornado is beginning to intensify. So as it rotates faster, it gets lower pressure at the ground, and that is what allows the cloud to condense then. Otherwise, if there's no rotation, the cloud forms a cloud base. Moderate rotation, the funnel cloud comes part way to the ground. As it gets stronger, that funnel then pulls all the way to the ground. So that and humidity are what define the shape of the tornado or how far the funnel comes to the ground.
And you see it ends up getting bigger here. It was a really thin rope tornado. At one point, you don't even see the bottom half of it. Then it becomes a well-defined tornado.
Yeah, so a very good picture here of the development of a tornado and it's how its appearance can change.
Whilst if you can actually even see maybe some
dust and debris out
dust and debris flying in that. Good stuff there, Dr. Forbes. We'll be right back.
Hi guys, it's great to be here. In the desert, at the mall, on the mountain, at school, at the beach, in the Big Easy. Yeah. Today I want to show you guys the next gen Chevy Equinox. What do you think? That's pretty. Pretty sexy.
It's all-wheel drive. Look at that. It looks aggressive.
But not overbearing. It's not too big, not too small.
Looks like it could go off-roading. But at the same time, it looks like a car you could take to a nice event.
You can dress it up or dress it down.
Seems like the perfect car for anybody.
I would take it anywhere.
I want one.
I love it.
She's a bad mamma jamma.
Chevy stepped their game up.
Here comes the fun with Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo has the most affordable watercraft on the market, starting at just $52.99 and get 0% financing. Visit Sea-Doo.com today.
When you're out in the field, out in the elements, I think it's the greatest thing in the whole world.
It is a cool moment to kind of strap on the blue jacket and head into the snow or to torrential downpours.
Out there in the worst of the weather, we use LL Bean gear. That keeps us warm and that keeps us dry.
I'm beyond proud to put on that blue jacket and be part of the Weather Channel.
Regardless of what's going to happen, weather-wise, people want us there to take them through it. I've always been proud to wear that jacket.
LL Bean, official outfitter of the Weather Channel.
It's amazing out there. It means that you could take what some might call a boring weather day, but find a lot of fascinating aspects. You can look up in the sky and there's something to learn about the clouds or about the precipitation that's falling every single day. There's a lot of amazing stuff happening out there.
The DR Trimmer Mower is America's favorite trimmer on wheels. Our walk-behind models have world-class engines and easy rolling wheels that let you power up hills, down slopes, over rough terrain, and even cut brush up to 3 inches thick with optional cutting attachments. And now, you can trim and mow while you ride with models customized for your ATV or tractor. Trim along fence lines and watch the DR automatically deflect around posts. Mow along roadsides, clear out undergrowth, and maintain trails. Walk or ride, there's a DR that's right for you.
Call 1-800-360-6916 for your free buyer's guided DVD. We'll include details of our special financing plan that lets you own a DR for as low as $30 a month. Free shipping is now in effect, so call today. 1-800-360-6916. Online at drtrimmer.com.
Start your day with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno, opening the window to your weather on AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 80 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Very dangerous storms continue all the way from Wisconsin down into Kansas and Oklahoma. 4 storms with tornado warnings on them right now. All have produced tornadoes. One is up in central Wisconsin, one north and east of Dodge City, and 2 western Oklahoma. And then additional severe thunderstorms east of this dry line and south of this red and blue stationary front in the very unstable Gulf of Mexico air. Here is could be considerable damage with this storm coming across Beckham and Ouachita counties, north and east of Carter. Well-defined hook echo showing up here with a debris signature with a circular, what could be a debris ball showing up in there. Let me adjust this just slightly so that it gives a picture of around Canute, the St. Francis School area, the Foss, the First Christian Church area are places at risk from that tornado with maybe a new circulation. The old one here and a new circulation now forming a little bit in the area just to the south of Canute. Then the storm to the north, at times it's had tornadoes coming close to the Leedy area in Dewey, Roger Mills County of Oklahoma with a hook echo showing up there. Going to be coming toward into the Leedy area within a matter of minutes, then heading toward the Camp Creek Church area. Velocities showing well-defined rotation signature here as it comes into the Leedy area. Let me take a quick look, see if, well, it's hard to tell. So much blue in here that when we have a confined little ball of that, it indicates a possible tornado debris situation. Not sure what we're getting there in terms of that massive area, those blue colors. North and east of Dodge City now, Edwards and Pawnee in Kansas. Now you have a possible tornado. There's been at least a brief tornado back around the Buckland area with this one, and now in the area close to the Kinsley area with a possible tornado. That would head toward the Lewis Elementary School, the Wayne area, and the Orange area at or maybe a little bit after 7:43. At times this has had pretty tight rotation, and it has weakened a little bit at the moment into a little bit broader rotation into the areas near North Brown. Jumping then up into Wisconsin, where we've had at times some considerable damage with this storm coming across Price County. We're looking at it pretty high up, but a big rain-wrapped tornado, at least at this radar altitude, coming across the county between Worcester and Rib Lake areas. You can almost see a donut shape there. Very close to Ogama right now, heading over towards Spirit, the Somo, the Tomahawk areas. Tomahawk about at 8:15. And even at this altitude, you could see the rotation showing up here in the red and green. So dangerous storms there and in a number of other places. Mike, Alex?
All right, Dr. Forbes, thanks so much. Hey, we're getting our first look at some storm damage coming to us from near Elk, Oklahoma. You can see the rain still falling, but plenty of twisted debris here from this home. The roof looks like it's peeled back in spots.
Fences are all knocked down here, unfortunately. How the whole side of that house was taken down there. It
looks like some brick, too, pulled off of these.
So obviously something pretty significant came through here. There was a pretty well-defined signature on the radar that indicated that we may have had a tornado here, and by the looks of some of that damage, that may have actually happened.
And damage also to that tracker's windshield with the large hail. Yeah, there you can see.
Oh, can we pause it right there? Is it possible to stop that video? I'm not sure. There it is. Look at that. You can see this entire portion has collapsed or been peeled back here. So that's some pretty significant damage here in Elk City.
Yeah.
Haven't gotten any reports of anyone injured. Yeah, but this just happened not long ago.
Yeah,
you have something, Brandon?
This is in Eric.
This is in Eric,
So
Oklahoma.
we're about 30 miles west of Elk City out on Interstate 40. I've got the radar recap up on my Max, and basically looks like it went south of town. They've got a lot of hail as well. I think 3 to 4 inch hail. I saw in a few reports. I mean, looking at that kind of damage, that's not straight line wind damage.
No.
Yeah, and there you look at that very pronounced hook on your radar recap. So very good possibility that we're looking here at a tornado. I don't know if tornado damage. I don't know if Dr. Forbes is in the lab looking at this, but when you look at this debris, peeled off and twisted around, this isn't scattered in one direction. This appears to be pretty randomly scattered about.
I feel like anytime you have exposed insulation, that right away is an indication that something probably likely more than straight line winds happened here. And notice that, and we saw earlier there, these are live pictures here now. You can see, oh boy, it looked like there may have been some buildings that collapsed there, and there looks like there could be some pretty significant hits there. Unfortunately, some cars maybe that were hit there. Hard to tell exactly where this is, but some debris up into the trees even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, power lines down, homes damaged, folks getting out and about to survey that damage. We're going to bring you the very latest on this aftermath and, of course, the active storms now coming up.
I count on my Dell Small Business Advisor for tech advice. With one phone call, I get products that suit my needs, and I get back to business.
Fun and art class. Come close, come close. I like that.
When your pain reliever stops working, your whole day stops.
Try this.
For minor arthritis pain, only Aleve can stop pain for up to 12 straight hours with just one pill.
Thank you. Come on, everybody.
You can't quit. Neither should your pain reliever. Stay all day strong with 12-hour Aleve.
Introducing new Parodontax, the toothpaste that helps prevent bleeding gums. If you spit blood when you brush or floss, you may have gum problems and could be on the journey to much worse. Help stop the journey of gum disease. Try new Parodontax toothpaste. It's clinically proven to remove plaque, the main cause of bleeding gums, for healthy gums and strong teeth. Leave bleeding gums behind. New Parodontax toothpaste.
Come on. Can you believe this, cable guy? I took the day off for this. That's it. I give up. I'm taking a shower. Don't go! Don't go! Oh my goodness, I'm here! Seriously? An entire day wasted for this.
I hear you. Now let's change that.
Yes.
Stop waiting for the cable guy. Switch to Dish and get reliable 75-minute arrival windows. Dish, tuned into you.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
Once upon a time, Hansel and Gretel came upon a house made out of gingerbread. Being quite hungry, they started eating the roof. The homeowner was outraged. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency had helped her with homeowner's insurance. She got all her shingles replaced. Hansel and Gretel were last seen eating their way through the candy cane forest. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on homeowner's insurance.
May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others. Let others do for you.
Long live Spirit. And long live the truck with the strength to keep the faith. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get 0% financing, or an average $11,506 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab.
Why do we insist on 100% Alaskan whitefish? Why do we always hand dip in our famous batter? Cook it to golden perfection and serve it with fries for just $1.99? Because at Long John Silver's, we think you deserve more for $1.99.
It's amazing out there. It means that you could take what some might call a boring weather day, but find a lot of fascinating aspects. You can look up in the sky and there's something to learn about the clouds or about the precipitation that's falling. Every single day, there's a lot of amazing stuff happening out there. We are getting our first look at storm damage coming to us from near Elk City, Oklahoma, and you can see these buildings really flattened. The roof on the ground, the doors and walls strewn about. Looks like a lot of people out and about, though, looking likely to see if anybody needs help.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some sort of at least collapse here of this building. Not exactly sure what that is, but obviously tough situation this evening. You're looking at live pictures, and we've had multiple areas where we believe tornadoes have touched down this evening from the upper Midwest back down through the plains. The storms are going to fire, we think, through the night. You can see first responders now arriving on the scene as well.
We're with you for the next half hour to keep you ahead of the threat. You're watching Weather Underground, a special extended edition of Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Mike Bettis. We know that we'll have several rounds of severe weather this evening and over the next several days, maybe even into the weekend. We've got you all covered this evening.
All right, we want to send it up to the lab with severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Forbes, you know, we're looking at that damage from near Elk City, but we've got a lot of active warnings currently in play.
Yeah, we have 5 tornado warnings, and 4 of them have had at some point a tornado with probably with damage or spotted with that. Well, we just lost one in western Oklahoma, but we have one in Kansas, a brand new one in western Iowa, and we may have just lost one in Wisconsin. So things are in flux here as we, well, I'll go through the ones that were in progress as we began this segment. Beckham and Ouachita counties in western Oklahoma, and as well, because it may angle up into Custer County as well with a tornado there. This is one that has produced some damage, pretty substantial damage around that Elk City area. So a dangerous storm in progress here around Canute to the Foss areas, and maybe it is angled slightly more toward the north, toward Clinton, Oklahoma, at about the 753 with the possibility of a tornado. It's not an optimal radar location. Seems like the circulation at radar altitude, which is a little bit high up, is now just slightly to the east of Canute. Good news here, Leedy County, we have the area around Leedy, which is Dewey, Ellison, Roger Mill counties, is now severe warned. For a long time, this storm had been tornado warned. Should it re-intensify, it would be around the Leedy area and come up toward the Camp Creek Church area. There still is some rotation off now to the east of Leedy, but maybe a little bit on the broad side. Up into Kansas, east and northeast of the Dodge City area, Edwards and Pawnee counties, and just a new extension for those northeast of those same counties. Well-defined little hook echo showing up here east of the Kinsley area with a possible tornado coming up toward areas like Wayne and Orange, Garfield Elementary School, Lewis High School and Elementary School. Not at this point, though, an extremely tight circulation with that. It's up around the Wayne area and maybe weakening. Very different kind, not one of these individualized supercell thunderstorms, but a bow echo, the one that came with damaging winds through the Omaha area, now has little circulation in it around the Harlan, Iowa area, Shelby County with a tornado warning. You can see that little notch there. So Harlan Municipal Airport up over toward the Audubon County area. Not an extremely tight circulation showing up here. As characteristic of these, sometimes the little circulations come and go at one place, and then it weakens and a new one forms. This has been a long-lived tornado-warned storm up in Price County, Wisconsin. It has produced damage previously. Could be rain-wrapped. It's pretty far from the radar, but places like just to the east of Ogemaw right now, Spirit, Somo, and then the Tomahawk area still under the threat. It's getting pretty far from the radar where we may not get ideal view of where the true tornado circulation is. New storms have begun to develop down into the areas south and east of Lubbock and Texas, the Post area, the Jayton area with severe thunderstorm warnings. Still a supercell thunderstorm north of Altus in Oklahoma. I can't rule out a tornado from this one, but big hail and damaging winds, Greer, Jackson, and Kiowa counties. And then a big line of thunderstorms in western Iowa from Dow City down to that Harlan area with a tornado warning over to the east of Omaha with severe thunderstorm warnings and all sorts of severe tornado watches. A particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch meaning could be a long-lived, intense type tornado. Eastern Oklahoma, eastern Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma, up into southwest parts of Kansas, and then a new severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m. down along that dry line farther southwest in Texas. Tornado watch until 10 p.m. up into parts of Wisconsin, and severe thunderstorm watches till midnight from North Platte all the way over into Omaha and just to the west of the Des Moines area. And in that new watch area, our future radar is suggesting that from Midland to Abilene over toward Wichita Wichita Falls overnight in our future radar, and then by dawn over into the Dallas area, we'll have thunderstorms, perhaps severe with damaging winds, and at least early on, some chance of a tornado. But it seems like severe thunderstorms in this area are more likely. Mike, Alex?
Dr. Forbes, one thing we know that is your specialty is storm surveys. We're getting these live pictures now out of Oklahoma. What do you make of what happened here outside of Elk City?
Well, it certainly it was hard to, as you say, hard to tell what exactly it was, but some big portion of this building here has collapsed. Some portion of the building is still standing. Not sure what it was, whether there's some stairs coming up here, whether this was part of some stadium structure, not totally sure, but this is probably going to be EF1 or stronger, depending on what exactly the structure was and how intense it was built.
Do you think that there could be more storms that could produce damage like that go through the night tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, especially in the time frame through, say, 10 or 11 o'clock. Beyond that, I think it's a little less of a tornado threat and a little bit more of a wind threat.
All right, Dr. Forbes, thank you very much for that. And we know the threat could go on into Wednesday even. Alex takes a look at that.
Yeah, we've got to talk afternoon hours. Wednesday, we watch the whole state of Iowa, much of the state of Wisconsin, much of Illinois, northern Missouri, southern Minnesota, eastern parts of Iowa, and Kansas. So we've got some big metro areas, Des Moines, Kansas City, Chicago, everybody in Wisconsin under the threat, even the UP of Michigan. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon, 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of Des Moines, Peoria, and of Rochester, Minnesota. Here is the forecast. As Dr. Forbes mentioned, those storms continue overnight with the threat of some damaging winds, but really up into this part of the country, storms begin to fizzle overnight, but fire up again into tomorrow morning. By lunchtime, those storms rolling through Omaha, then into Iowa, parts of southern Minnesota, eventually through the afternoon into sections of Illinois and also Wisconsin, as well as the UP of Michigan. So we watch Chicago, say 10, 11 o'clock in the evening, as well as through the UP. By early tomorrow morning, a lot of the heavier stuff, the severe weather, will be out of the region. But Kansas City, Missouri, tonight you've got thunderstorms. Also, the winds pick up late. We've got morning thunderstorms on Wednesday. Gusty winds stick around through the day and the night, with temps going from 78 tomorrow. By tomorrow night, lows in the upper 50s. Thursday, the storms continue, Mike. Once again, we're talking about several days of storms.
It's a tough go for us this week. There's no question. You take a look at the areas similar to what we've had today, right? Right down through portions of Kansas, western Oklahoma, and then down through western Texas as well. Abilene down towards San Angelo heads up here, and then Kansas City, maybe just along I-70 or south of I-70 between I-70 and I-44 will have some storms. A 3, a 4, and a 4. Your Torcons for Wichita Falls, for Elk City, and in Dodge City. And keep in mind, those pictures we're looking at just outside of Elk City, so we could see more tornadoes return later in the week. This would be on Thursday, a 40% chance of tornadoes. Oklahoma City, here's the timing for you. Thursday in the evening, we get storms that form here. Then they go through the overnight. More storms return again Friday afternoon and evening that go through the overnight here as well. So it's a daytime and a nighttime risk for us, unfortunately, in central Oklahoma. Taking you into Dallas, Thursday night, we could have some storms that roll in. Friday, we don't think you're at a huge risk Friday for storms, but Friday night and Saturday becomes a different story as storms really start to crank for us at this point. But late in the week now, we see the storms come in. It's a Thursday event for us, but now a place like Dallas, we think Friday and getting into the weekend, there are issues. Right now, it's 83 degrees with mainly cloudy skies for us right now, but as we go into the weekend, many of you need to have the heads up that severe weather could threaten your area.
Yeah, I know you've got big plans Friday, especially into Saturday. There's festivals, there's sports games, there's everything, and you like to disconnect and kind of get away from it all. But with severe weather in the cards, you've got to at least know your safe spot, where you are, and what you're going to do should the warnings come down.
All right, there's Friday's risk across a typical tornado alley. Torcons of 3 from Dallas to Oklahoma City to Wichita, about a 30% chance that we get storms. All these places will have multiple days this week that they watch for storms.
Right, so we get into Saturday, and Wichita, you'll still have rain. The better chance for severe stuff will be with you Thursday and into Friday. So that's one spot that at least sees the severe threat drop. But into Saturday, Austin, San Antonio, College Station, Waco, they could be seeing the severe weather.
And it's not just the South. We'll have some threats across the northern states as well. So places in the upper Midwest will have some storms. So just heads up, it's an active week.
Right. And a weekend brings no relief, at least the start. Places like Indianapolis have to be on alert. Right now, we are tracking these warned storms off to the west of Oklahoma City. Tornado warning in Washita County here in Oklahoma, Foss, the city in the path of this one, this right along I-40.
Yeah, these new Beneful Breaking Bites are great. They'll break off a couple if you sit, you stay. But if you want all four, you gotta get cute. You gotta let a baby sleep on your belly.
New Beneful Breakin' Bites with real beef as the #1 ingredient.
I assume this is going to break down on me mid-finale.
I'm going to pretend this is urgent and go hide over there.
Perfect.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
Mom, Dad, we need to talk. In case you haven't noticed, things have changed. I'm not the same person I used to be.
I think it's time we take things to the next level.
Kids grow up. So do vacations. 3 theme parks. 5 resort hotels.
I'm ready.
Are you?
Universal Orlando Resort.
This piece is so you. I saw it and I was just like, oh, I have to have it.
State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
This piece is so you. I saw it and I was like, have to have it.
From renter's insurance to rewards credit cards, State Farm is here to help life go right.
From the moment you met, you wanted to surround them in comfort and protection. That's why Pampers Swaddlers is the #1 choice of hospitals, to wrap your baby in blanket-like softness so all they feel is love. Pampers Swaddlers.
At WeatherTech, we never stop inventing ways to keep your vehicle protected. From floor liners and cargo liners to dozens of other world-class quality products, including no-drill mud flaps and bump step. Nothing is better for your car, truck, or SUV than WeatherTech for your family, the whole family. Go to WeatherTech.com to find the ultimate vehicle protection, along with a full line of automotive accessories. Nothing protects like WeatherTech.
When my doctor told me I have age-related macular degeneration, AMD, he told me to look at this grid every day. And we came up with a plan to help reduce my risk of progression, including PreserVision AREDS 2. My doctor said PreserVision AREDS 2 has the exact nutrient formula the National Eye Institute recommends to help reduce the risk of progression of moderate to advanced AMD after 15 years of clinical studies. PreserVision AREDS 2, because my eyes are everything.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
They're not just words to mow by, they're words to live by. The John Deere Z-Track Z345R with the Excel Deep Deck to mow faster, better. Take a test drive and save up to $250 on select John Deere residential Z-Track mowers.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be choosing which filter to use.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
It's a very dangerous evening out there. We've had a number of tornado reports, some that have produced some considerable damage, and we still have a number of tornado warnings in progress. One in western Oklahoma, southwest Kansas, one in western Iowa, and one in central parts of Wisconsin, as well as severe thunderstorm warnings now all along from west Texas all the way up into Wisconsin in the warm air, east of this dry line and south of this stationary front. I'll go from south to north. Tornado warning in western Oklahoma, Custer and Ouachita counties. This storm has had a history of producing a damage, especially down around the Elk City area. Right now, the tornado circulation is in the middle of that warning, right about in there, getting close to Clinton, Oklahoma, then heading toward Arapahoe and then the Clinton Regional Airport. You can see here yellows going northbound, greens going southwestbound. So the tornado circulation appears to be just slightly to the north and east of Foss, heading toward the Clinton, Oklahoma area. No longer a tornado warning on this storm in Oklahoma, east of the Leedy area. Tornado warnings for Edwards and Pawnee counties in the Kansas area, with a well-defined hook echo showing up here. Lewis Elementary School, the high school, Wayne, and the Orange areas under that threat of a tornado. And at times there have been tornadoes with this particular storm. Not an extremely tight circulation now, but it is in this area northeast of Wayne, probably going to go close to or maybe slightly east of Orange. Some good news here. The tornado warning has just expired, been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning coming out of that Harlan, Iowa area over toward Audubon, Carroll, and Crawford counties. There could be, can ever totally rule out some little circulations along the leading edge of that. Some of these little notches in here near Harlan heading over toward the Audubon area earlier had prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. There are some enhanced little shear areas in there, but they seem now to be a little bit below the tornado threshold. Jumping up to Wisconsin, tornado warning not only for Price County, but now also for a bigger area that is over near Tomahawk in Wisconsin, the Lincoln County area, with a tornado warning, as this storm sort of in the middle of not real well-defined radar coverage gives a tornado threat coming into especially the Tomahawk, Hill, Spirit, Somo areas of Wisconsin. So Mike and Alex, dangerous night in progress.
All right, Dr. Forbes, thank you. On the phone for us now, with us now is Lonnie Reisenhover, Beckham County Emergency Management Director. This in Oklahoma, you know, we're looking at some of the aftermath here around the Elk City area. Can you tell us what part of town we're looking at and what kind of damage reports or any injury reports you're hearing about?
There is some injuries. I can't tell you just exactly how many. They're ongoing. They're working those injuries as we speak. The major damage is going to be the south part of Elk City and the southwest part, and it'll stretch to the rural community of Merritt to the southwest of Elk City, where there's multiple homes that have been destroyed, outbuildings, barns, if you will, and I've seen some livestock that's been killed. And some of the roads are just blocked by debris that I couldn't make it down to some of the roads.
Lonnie, we see on our screen right now some live pictures out of Elk City with first responders on the scene right now, including paramedics and ambulance. Are you still attending to people or trying to find people, or is it still an ongoing search?
Yes, there is an ongoing search, and they are attending to some people that we've had 911 calls from, and then that makes it a little more difficult because most of the town, the power is completely off, so we're dealing with multiple issues here.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, if the power's out and folks aren't able to call for help, is there anything else, any other way they can get a hold of emergency officials to come and get help?
Yeah, 911 is working and the cell phone service is working.
Lonnie, we're looking on our screen a gray roof of a home, and it's blue and it's collapsed. Are you familiar with this area? It seems like there are multiple homes that have been hit.
Yeah, I believe that's probably in the golf course area south of Elk City, on the south end of Elk City.
Yeah, it looks like a tough evening for these folks. Lonnie Reisenhover, thanks so much for joining us. We'll be checking in with you to get the latest updates, but you know, already hearing of injuries. We see homes damaged and destroyed here in the Elk City, Oklahoma area.
I'll never find a safe used car.
Start at thenewcarfax.com.
Show me minivans with no reported accidents.
Boom.
Love it. Show me the Carfax.
Start your used car search at theallnewcarfax.com.
Would you like to overcome sluggishness? True Biotics can help you feel lighter, more energetic by naturally supporting your digestive and immune health. True Biotics, a daily probiotic that helps restore the balance of good bacteria. True Biotics from One A Day.
Spring is a pretty good season. It's sort of invigorating, and the change in the weather is fascinating.
Spring weather is that transitional season where we start to see thunderstorms develop.
The weather is really changeable in the springtime, and you get pretty exciting storms. I mean, that's something that I just really love.
My appreciation for spring weather has grown immensely at the Weather Channel. Severe weather is so fascinating to see it develop. If you love the weather as much as we do, join us at weloveweather.tv.
Currently in our area, 79 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%. Wednesday night, clear, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, apremilast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. Some people who took Otezla saw 75% clearer skin after 4 months. And Otezla's prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you are allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
At Panera, a salad is so much more than one thing. More than one flavor, or texture, or color. A good, clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Catering, more for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
It's just a burst pipe. I can fix it.
No.
With Claim Rate Guard, your rates won't go up just because of a claim.
I totally could have.
No.
Switching to Allstate is worth it.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington. There are all types of home loans for all types of people. FHA loans, jumbo loans, VA loans, condo loans, and many more. Choosing the right mortgage could save you thousands of dollars. Guaranteed Rate has helped over 500,000 happy customers find the right mortgage with low rates. Go to rate.com right now to try Guaranteed Rate's easy, intuitive loan finder. Just answer a series of simple questions about your specific mortgage needs, and the Intuitive Loan Finder's powerful decision engine will generate a customized list of the best loan products at the lowest rates for you, all in less than 60 seconds, and all for free. Guaranteed Rate is a top 10 national lender with over 95% customer satisfaction. So whether you're buying or refinancing your home, get a low rate from Guaranteed Rate today. Call 1-888-668-0066 or visit rate.com.
Start your day with Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno, opening the window to your weather on AMHQ. Mornings on the Weather Channel.
It's a very dangerous evening across parts of the central United States, all the way from Wisconsin down into western parts of Texas. 3 storms at the moment have tornado warnings with them in western Oklahoma, in southwest or south central Kansas, and up in northern parts of Wisconsin. And in yellow, severe thunderstorm warnings all the way in between those particular storms in the warm, unstable air Gulf of Mexico feed. Here we'll focus on the tornado warned storms. This one in western Oklahoma. You've been hearing about damage in Elk City. Well, this is the same storm up now in Custer County. A bit of a circulation right in there would be where the tornado would be coming up toward Arapahoe Junior and Senior High School, the Clinton area, community of Arapahoe and Clinton Regional Airport around 8 o'clock. Still pretty well-defined circulation. Reds northbound, greens westbound going to come into this Arapahoe Clinton area. So seek shelter if you're in either of those cities or the area in between or northwest or or east of those regions. No longer a tornado warning on this storm farther north in Oklahoma. Dewey, Major, and Woodward counties, though, with a supercell thunderstorm. Some damaging winds a possibility coming up in that Sealing area. Then up into Kansas, north and east of Dodge City, Edwards, Pawnee, Stafford counties. Well-defined supercell thunderstorm there. You can see the hook right at the very end, just to the south of Larned, right in there. A tornado coming up toward from the Zook area near Larned, up toward Pawnee Rock area. Dangerous storm there. The rotation at the surface not as strong as it is aloft, and it's a little on the broad side, but the tornado would likely be in this area crossing Highway 19 a few miles south of Larned. No longer a tornado warning on this line of thunderstorms north and east of Omaha, over in Audubon, Carroll, and Crawford counties, but strong winds, and can never totally rule out a tornado along the leading edge of those bow echoes. And up in Wisconsin, tornado warning for Lincoln County on a storm that's had a history of having tornadoes and could be rain-wrapped coming over into the area off to the east, and thunderstorms down in West Texas. So a very, very stormy night. Mike and Alex.
Dr. Forbes, thank you very much. And Dr. Forbes, I want you to stick around because we're going back to these live pictures in Elk City, Oklahoma. We just talked with the emergency manager telling us that the town has taken a pretty hard hit. Power is out to the city. We've had multiple homes that have been struck here, and you can see in these pictures that the first responders are there. This home has actually collapsed.
Yeah, is that a power pole? It looks like in the foreground, just completely snapped off as well. Yeah, unfortunately, we're looking at Google images of this neighborhood or this community beforehand, and you can see the house that's blue with the gray roof completely collapsed. On the right-hand side of the screen, you're looking at an image of what this area would look like. The house next to it suffering a lot of damage, as well as the one to the right of that. But it appears that a lot of the focus has been on this blue home. Perhaps there is someone inside. We've seen the search and rescue folks out with the medical stuff, the medical equipment they would need.
And they had a backboard, so you assume that they're probably attending to somebody that may have been injured in this. And the emergency manager did tell us that they do have reports of several injuries here in Elk City. It was just about an hour or so ago, Brandon, or maybe a little over an hour ago, that a pretty well-defined radar signature with a tornado came through this area, south side of town in particular. Dr. Forbes, if you're with us, looking at these pictures, your initial thoughts?
Well, from what we've seen there, I think it's going to be at least EF1 damage, but of course a tornado is always rated based upon the strongest damage that it did. So we're getting this one small area glimpse. There could be stronger damage that we have not yet seen. So I would hesitate to give any kind of estimates, but we may, from what we've seen here, be up in the 100-mile-per-hour range, but it could go higher than that.
Yeah, and Brandon doing a little research here and trying to figure out when these homes may have been constructed, if they were newer or older construction. Looks like what he's finding, perhaps the 90s, but this is off the golf course. Looks like there's also some mechanical or construction buildings around, a lot of equipment nearby that's also been damaged, and a large fence that was put in that was also toppled over.
Yeah, there's a bit of an industrial area just behind this neighborhood that may have taken a hit as well. And from time to time the cameras panned around. There's actually a home across the street that's missing its roof and several walls. You can see right into the garage and the kitchen, but a lot of attention seems to be focused on this house. We assume at this point that it's an ongoing rescue. We've seen firefighters and heavy equipment basically climbing over what's the roof that's now on the ground.
Yeah, a lot of the neighbors out there as well, looking out for, their neighbors, their family members. You always, unfortunately, watch these moments right after a storm where people are looking for people or trying to get help to somebody where they know there may be somebody trapped. But, you look at a picture like this, you notice there aren't any trees left, and where there were, they've been completely snapped off. There were several trees around that blue home you're looking at. Those are down, and again, a lot of the rescue efforts focused on these homes where people probably were home. We're talking about the I guess 6, 7 o'clock hour, so people sitting home having dinner and then have the storm roll through.
All right, Dr. Forbes, when these tornadoes hit this evening, I mean, obviously it happens about the time that folks are just getting home. You know, it's a dangerous time because you may not necessarily be completely focused because you just, came back maybe from work or school. But, this is the kind of thing that can happen, and folks need to be aware. Where's your shelter? Where's the safest place to go? In an instance like this where you have a home that's collapsed, where is a safe place to go? Still interior?
Well, if there's no basement, then certainly an interior closet or an interior bathroom is the safest place to go. The thing that worries me is that there could be lots of mobile homes as well, and there's no place within a mobile home that is safe. So hopefully you've got a community shelter, or if not...
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under cloudy skies.
Sturdy building nearby.
All right, well, our Weather Channel coverage of these storms will continue. We've got our team here watching it, and you can still hear us talking. So we're watching a very active evening from parts of Texas and Oklahoma all the way up towards the Great Lakes. So we've got these active storms into parts of Wisconsin.
Tonight, windy, strong to severe thunderstorms, low 67.
Thunderstorms, we've got watches in place as well, including that particularly dangerous situation.
Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80, chance of rain 50%.
Tornado.
We've also had some reports up in Wisconsin.
Wednesday night, clear, low 57.
A couple of places that have been hit here in Wisconsin. Reports that there was a turkey farm that...
Here's our 7-day outlook.
In Wisconsin. Reports that there may be some injuries there as well. So this is a wide expanse of severe storms this evening from really... our northern states all the way to our southern states, Texas included now.
Yeah, and don't want to discount the other severe dangers that we've seen out there this evening, including hail and damaging winds. Plenty of large hail reports coming in. We're showing you Elk City, Oklahoma, continued on our left-hand side of the screen. On the right, you are looking at the tornado warning up into the northern part of the state of Wisconsin. So this is between Wausau and Rhinelander, and we are looking at a tornado warned storm in Lincoln County, including the city of Bradley. That's, I think, the nearest one there on the radar image. Tough to make it out, but Bradley likely in the path of this one most immediately. And a tornado watch is still in effect here into northern sections of Wisconsin. This has been an active area through the past few hours.
Very active. So breaking right now, the pictures that you're seeing on your left, the damage in Elk City, Oklahoma, but it extends across many states. Rejoined now by our severe weather expert, Dr. Reg Forbes, for a look at some of the latest warnings that now extend up into Iowa, Dr. Forbes.
Yeah, a brand new tornado warning now in Iowa, and I'll come to that. When the warnings come out, just as I'm ready to come on, I haven't got the radar geared up for that, but I'll go to them out of order. We'll start with Oklahoma, up into the south central Kansas area, and then up into the Wisconsin, and we'll ultimately come back to the brand new tornado warning in Iowa. So lots of severe thunderstorms out there as well. We've had a long history, all the way from Elk City, as you've been hearing about damage for this storm that's in Oklahoma, Custer County, heading toward the area north and west of Weatherford with a tornado warning. Circulation is in this area, so places like Clinton and Arapahoe are in danger, and all the way in between, really, of a possible tornado. It appears that the strongest of the rotation now is pretty much right over Arapahoe, Oklahoma, and going to go off to the east-northeast, staying south of the Custer City area, but the rural areas there could have a problem. Then up into the Kansas area, Edwards, Pawnee, and Stafford counties, and now issued for a little bit beyond that, up into Barton counties with a tornado warning. This circulation is spinning like a top here with the circulation right under the E and D now of Larned in Kansas, and heading up into the Burt Gull Church area through Clarence, Walnut Ridge School area, and so a dangerous storm there, getting a little bit more intense with time. The reds eastbound, the greens are going westbound, so just to the east of Larned, heading, as I say, up toward Pawnee Rock and the river areas with a possible tornado. Then up into Wisconsin, becoming more of a line here, but a tornado warning for Lincoln County, a possibility pretty much anywhere in this area, for example, like Birch and the Corning area, the Tomahawk area, over toward Mare River, the Pine River areas, and some of the approximate times there in that white box at the upper right. I'll start over again with what had been severe warning storms down here in Texas, the area east of Post and over toward Knox City with severe thunderstorm warnings. Then a supercell thunderstorm that's in the southwest parts of Oklahoma, Greer, Jackson, and Kiowa counties, off to the north and east of Altus, and going to stay the worst of it just slightly south of Hobart, although Hobart will probably get some hail. Then jumping past the tornado warning storm that I already talked about, farther to the north of that, Dewey, Major, and Woodward counties up around the Sealing area with the storm that previously had been tornado warned, now severe warned. And then this line of storms that's come through the Omaha area over in Iowa, a number of severe warnings. And then here's that newest of the tornado warned storms, Carroll County, up near the northern end of the Bow Echo, has a possibility here near the Carroll area of a possible tornado. I'll let you watch as I do this live and give you some of the approximate timings and locations. I'll mark that out there and then take the warning information off so that you can see the circulation coming up toward Lake City, for example, probably around 8:37. And now I'll go back and see what kind of velocity signature we have on this and show that there is, some sign of rotation showing up in this area coming toward the Carroll area, but we're a little bit in between radars here, so a little bit difficult to see. So Mike and Alex, many additional severe warning storms. I showed a smattering of them, but not each and every one, but I did now show every tornado warning storm.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Forbes. You know, we have a big expanse of territory that we're watching out there this evening. We're taking you back to near Elk City, Oklahoma, as the residents have been out and about just observing what happened to the community. We've seen quite a bit of damage to homes. Apparently the south side of town near the golf course, and there are at least several homes with significant, if not total, damage. Yeah, we've actually seen a home that has collapsed. We've seen homes that have been shifted. We've seen walls that have been sheared off. Look at that home right there. The roof is gone and multiple walls are down in this. Brandon's even been narrowing down on this, zooming in on the Google, and you can actually compare the before and after of these homes, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm kind of just following along with them live here. So as the cameraman for K4 moves it around a little bit, I'm kind of chasing them around. When they zoomed out earlier, there's
that was the home that was missing the roof, and you could see inside. That's it right there.
That's across the street from the blue home that had the entire roof collapse. So when they zoom back out, let's see what we can see here. That's probably one of the homes a little bit farther off into the distance. This will be a little bit south of all of that. But you can see all the damage. I mean, look at the truck in front there. There's those homes pelted. I mean, that's, that house.
So that's the house right there.
Correct.
And then you cross the street.
Then we go across the street.
Right.
But there you saw, perhaps a family, 2 adults, 2 children, at least their pet, now getting out of this home that suffered serious damage. We think, the crews have been focused on this one home where a lot of the medical attention has been. You can see that firefighter, it looks like, checking out that gray house with the black roof to see if anybody's in there. The next 2 more significantly damaged, especially this blue home that's basically completely collapsed.
The emergency manager here in the county spoke with us not long ago, saying that multiple homes have been hit near the golf course here, that power is out to the entire city. Their 911 system is still working, so if folks in this area, or if you know someone in this area, cell phones are working. So if you want to give them a ring and say, "Are you okay?" You might be able to reach your friends or relatives that way, or if they need to call a 911, that service will be available to them. But a lot of focus and attention, search and rescue with the firefighters at this blue home. Yeah, at a time like this, you've got to think you do have, neighbors, elderly neighbors who may have been home alone at this time, who may need to be checked on. We're seeing a lot of folks getting out there, a lot of pets as well, some running around. But you at a time like this, hits right during the evening time when you're probably sitting down to have dinner, you've just gotten home from work, you're kind of going over your day. And as you mentioned, this storm may have caught people off guard, because when you're getting home from work, sometimes you're a little bit, you haven't quite settled in for the day. And Dr. Forbes always makes a point when he talks about preparation for tornadoes and severe storms that shoes are vitally important, because you look at a helmet, protect your head, then afterwards you're wearing shoes, because a lot of times you'll have debris just everywhere, sharp objects. And the last thing you want to be is in socks, bare feet, something like that. You need some foot protection because
think
you
of all
go
the
through
broken
something
glass
like this.
for one, that's going to be
This is going to
everywhere.
be the problem.
Absolutely. So emergency crews are out there. They're looking for people. They're getting people help here in the Elk City, Oklahoma area. But, you know, we looked at the radar recap of this storm, an impressive looking storm moving through at this point about an hour, 15 minutes ago, an hour and a half ago. So a difficult evening here in Elk City. We've seen reports of issues as well across the state of Wisconsin. So we are going to continue to monitor this.
That'll do it for us this evening here on Weather Underground. We hope you have a very safe evening. Continuing coverage on the Weather Channel coming back after a short break. Severe weather across the plains and the Midwest.
Chevy is the most awarded car company 3 years in a row.
Really?
Let's see how quickly you can read through all their awards.
2017 Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Kelley Blue Book 2016 Best Resale Value.
U.S. News Best Car for the Money. 10 Best blah, blah, blah. 2015.
Only about 90 more to go.
That's a lot of awards.
Find your tag and get 20% below MSRP on select Malibu vehicles in stock. That's $5,200 on this Chevy Malibu. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Well, I love it. This piece is so you.
I know, right? I saw it and I was just like, oh, I have to have it.
Is it suede?
Suede. Love suede.
State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Well, I love it. This piece is so you.
I know, right? I saw it and I was like, have to have it.
Is it suede?
It's suede.
I love suede.
That's why we're there with renter's insurance when things go wrong, but also here with a rewards credit card to help life go right. State Farm.
It's time for some straight talk. If you love your phone, but hate your bill, do something about it. No, not that. Straight Talk Wireless lets you keep your phone, number, and 4G LTE network for a lot less with the Bring Your Own Phone Activation Kit. It's time to ask yourself,
Why haven't I switched?
unlimited talk, text, and data for $45 a month, no contract. Straight Talk Wireless, only at Walmart.
Nothing spoils a moment like heartburn. Try new Alka-Seltzer Ultra Strength Heartburn Relief Chews. It's fast, powerful relief with no chalky taste. Ultra Strength, new from Alka-Seltzer. Enjoy the relief.
It's the simple things in life that mean the most.
Boost Simply Complete. No artificial flavors, colors, or sweeteners, plus 10 grams of protein and 25 vitamins and minerals.
It doesn't get better than this.
Boost Simply Complete.
Pamper your feet with this at-home pedicure.
I don't have time for that. My feet get so dry and cracked, I need serious relief. That's why I use O'Keeffe's for Healthy Feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet. Thanks to O'Keeffe's, I got my feet back.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be that one rogue cloud.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Well, listen, it's smart.
Yeah.
Weather Underground, weeknights at 6.
I think that's smart.
Damaging tornadoes continue to roll. Still got a handful of tornado warnings and multiple watches up. Thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage of severe weather out across basically the plains, but some of that getting into the upper Midwest. Our current watches now extend basically from Wisconsin down toward West Texas, and severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches currently are in effect. And we're even down into West Texas now. This is one of the ones that extends into the early morning hours. Notice this is until 3 a.m. Severe thunderstorm watch covering Sweetwater over toward Midland and Fort Stockton. We are expecting more storms to fire here in West Texas and head on off toward the east during the overnight hours. So we still got some time to go to see that action get going. Right here from Dodge City, Kansas, down into the eastern part of the panhandle of Texas and through the central panhandle of Oklahoma, we do have a tornado watch in effect. That's until 10 o'clock. Further north, including Omaha, severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. And then as we get into parts of western Nebraska, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch also in effect. And lastly, we do have a tornado watch up through parts of Wisconsin. But some of those storms are tornadic out across the plains. And for the latest on some of these storms, Dr. Greg Forbes. Greg. Thanks, Ray. And I should also point out that tornado watch parts of western Oklahoma, eastern Texas Panhandle is a particularly dangerous situation. Could be a long-lived, potentially destructive tornado, and we may have already seen that in that area. Still 4 tornado warnings: western Oklahoma, south central Kansas, western Iowa, and up into northern parts of Wisconsin. I'll take a look at those first and then come back and take a look at some of the additional severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. This is in western Oklahoma, Custer County, a storm that has had a long history of being in progress and has done damage significantly in Elk City area. Now it's going into areas north and west of Weatherford. This little notch here, that hook echo, would be indicative of where the tornado would be, close to the Clinton area, the Arapahoe area, heading over toward the Clinton Regional Airport region. The circulation not exceptionally strong at this point in the areas near and probably just to the south of Custer City. Then we go up into Kansas, where the storm continues a little bit more northeast than some of the others. Pawnee and Stafford counties, and now Barton County with a tornado warning as this circulation wraps its way now mainly into the Barton County area. A very tight circulation showing up there in the areas just to the west of Great Bend. So I need to keep adjusting these for the rapid movement of the storms. This one just to the west of Great Bend, heading up into areas like the Eden Prairie School, the Hoisington area at about 8:43. That community hopefully will not get hit. It has been hit by tornadoes in the past, but a pretty well-defined circulation is showing up on this at the moment. It's stronger than it has been. A very intense tornado vortex signature. Yellow's going northeast, blue's going southwest. I'll leave those on there and see if we're seeing any debris showing up now in this particular storm. If I can get my mouse to cooperate. The computer may be getting tired here. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull up any debris signature on this, but off to the north of Pawnee Rock, a very intense circulation is in progress. Let me see if I can get the computer to work. I at least got it to work there by hitting a button. Carroll County, a different kind of a storm showing up. Little circulations on the leading edge of this line coming up into the Carroll area. Now it is tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but should it re-intensify, it would be coming up into the Lanesboro area, the Rockwell City area with a possible tornado. Up into Wisconsin, becoming more of a line of storms now, but a chance of a tornado coming across Lincoln County with a circulation there, or at least a wind shear coming across the Birch area, the Ephraim County, and all of these areas in between Tomahawk, Merrill, Pine River areas with possible tornadoes. Then going back into southwest Texas and taking a look at some of the severe thunderstorm warnings, some here around the Jayton, Texas area, and additionally over into the Knox City area. And this could fill in. Some of our computer models are suggesting that this will fill in with additional line of thunderstorms tonight. This storm at one point here in Oklahoma that's now in the area between Hobart and Roosevelt at one point was severe thunderstorm warned, was tornado warned, now is severe thunderstorm warned, and will continue along going past the Kansas tornado warned storm up into, the Oklahoma tornado warned storm farther to the north, up around the Sealing area, Major and Woodward counties with severe thunderstorm warnings, and then jumping back up into this big long bow echo coming across parts of Iowa, Cass County and additional counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. Our future radar shows that by 10 p.m. this evening, we may, for example, begin to get a new line of thunderstorms around the Midland area. By 1:30, come into the Wichita Falls area, pass through the Abilene area, and then over towards sunrise into the Dallas area. So yet an additional night of severe weather activity is in progress across these areas. Ray?
All right, thanks, Dr. Forbes. And we're going to continue to cover it, Alex, as we go through the nighttime hours. And I don't think we're done. Multiple states, multiple watches and warnings. And these storms, as we look at the future radar, are going to be rolling east and maybe getting through Oklahoma City again as we head on through tonight. So some pretty strong storms expected to come through here probably around midnight.
Yeah, and I know Dr. Forbes talking earlier, you know, we switch to maybe more of a wind threat overnight. Not out of the question that you can see a spin up along these lines of storms. But when you've got more of that line segment, you're looking at that potential for very strong wind gusts. This this could add insult to injury, though, for some of the places that have already seen the damage getting that second round of rain and storms.
Yeah, it could. It could be going overnight. We've got that
Right.
one watch that's actually in effect in Texas till the early morning hours. So certainly expecting more severe weather and more updates coming up. Stay tuned.
Currently in our area, 77 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, low 64. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80. Chance of rain, 60%. Wednesday night, clear, low 57. Winds west-southwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Innovation is what allowed us to reach for the stars. And now, to reach for the ignition without changing your oil for what feels like forever. Introducing Oil Guard, a Ferris exclusive. This innovative Vanguard oil system lets you go 5 times longer between oil changes. Along with Ferris's patented suspension system, you'll cut faster, mow longer, and reduce maintenance.
Innovative productivity.
Long live the courageous, the tenacious, the ones who push forward and give back. Long live the greater good, the helping hand, and long live the truck built to outlast them all. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get 0% financing or an average $11,506 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab.
It's good to be alive right about now.
Whole grains, real chocolate chips, Quaker Chewy. Break out the good.
101 Dalmatians, good. And 101 degrees, bad.
Weather Underground, weeknights at 6.
My name is Carrie Walsh Jennings. I'm a 3-time gold medalist and a 3-time mommy. I use Honest for whatever life serves up. Safe, effective, convenient.
Subscribe today and save an extra 30% plus free shipping on your first order. Go to honest.com/carry30. Certain restrictions apply.
I feel tired all the time.
It can be tough to concentrate, and I have this need to nap, but a nap only buys me a couple of hours.
It's really not something I can control.
If you feel tired all the time, it could be narcolepsy. Other common symptoms include weakening of muscles with emotions like laughter, poor quality sleep, vivid dreams, or feeling unable to move or speak when falling asleep or waking up. If you experience any of these regularly, don't wait. Narcolepsy can be tough to spot, but there is help. Talk to a sleep specialist.
Well, we've got live pictures now coming in from near Elk City in Oklahoma. Damage, certainly haven't confirmed whether that's tornado damage, but we've had damaging storms all night and they are continuing now. And as we go through the nighttime hours, hopefully we won't see more of this, but we do have some tornado warnings in effect. Alex Wilson with me from the Weather Underground team. And Alex, you guys were covering this earlier. I mean, I heard we had some reports of injuries.
Yeah, you know, looking at the radar recap, this thing looked impressive as it rolled through the Elk City area. Talked to an emergency official there. He did say that there were several injuries. He didn't confirm numbers. Right. Unfortunately, livestock losses as well. Power's out for the whole city. So they did say that the phone lines are working. 911 is working. So if you do need help, They've got crews out there, though. You saw in those live pictures or those videos from earlier, they've at least got crews out there looking for folks, but there are some reports of injuries, and especially one of the homes, it seemed like a lot of attention in that area. But I mean, look at this. This is a community, I guess it's the south side of the town where the golf course is, but that home there just completely leveled.
Yeah, it is, and you know, luckily we've heard about injuries, but haven't heard anything about fatalities yet. But I guess, have you heard anything about any search and rescue ongoing?
It looked like at that blue house that you briefly saw, it looked like there were some firefighters or at least some emergency officials, some EMS folks out there looking in the home. It looked like they had at least found somebody who may need assistance. They had a backboard they were taking to the scene. And I did see a firefighter earlier also checking the next door neighbor home. So it looks like they're out there looking to either see that everyone from the homes has gotten outside safely, or that if anybody is in there that needs assistance, they get it.
Yeah, and you know, local emergency managers are out assessing the situation, and you know, hopefully we'll get out of the woods here with some of these severe storms. But I think more severe weather possibly rolling through parts of Oklahoma. But we do have some active warnings right now, and some of those are tornado warnings, I believe, for the latest. Dr. Greg Forbes. Dr. Greg, what's the latest?
Yeah, Ray, and we have now a tornado in progress near the Pawnee Rock area of Kansas, and 2 additional tornado warnings as well. There's that storm in central Kansas that is a tornado with that, 1 up in northern Wisconsin, 1 in western parts of Oklahoma. I'll start with a tornado warned storm and then come back and do some of the severe warned storms. In western Oklahoma, Custer County with a tornado warning. That's the storm that produced that damage down in the Elk City area that you were just showing. Still has a circulation right in around there near the Brethren and Christ Church, around the Thomas area, heading toward the Mulberry School area. And not quite as strong a rotation as we had seen previously, but it also is a little bit in between radar coverage areas, so it could be a little stronger than what we're seeing. This one we know has a tornado in progress. It has been reported sighted near the Pawnee Rock area. In that part of this ever tightening little supercell rotating thunderstorm, Barton County, Kansas, with a tornado warning coming up near Eden Prairie School, the Hoisington area, and the North Homestead area. It has a very tight little tornado vortex signature, reds eastbound, blues westbound here. That's what when they touch like that, that's a tornado vortex signature. I'm going to leave that on. This is west of Great Bend, south and west of Clarence. I'm going to leave that on. Pawnee Rock, that's where there's been the sighting of the tornado. I'll leave this on and then show the debris. There is lots of that blue. When there's blue there, that means debris has been tossed up. It tumbles, and so it has a different look than the red areas where rain falls kind of uniformly. So a dangerous storm there in progress. A squall line, at one point had tornado warnings on that coming up across a number of counties of western Iowa, including Adair, Audubon, and Guthrie counties. Still a tornado warning for Lincoln County in Wisconsin, although this storm has turned into more of a line. It had been a tornado reported supercell thunderstorm previously, and now Langlade County also under a tornado warning, as there could be tornadoes along the leading edge of this bow echo that's coming across the area. Jumping back down, some big storms. Look at the lavender and white in this one. Could be bigger than golf ball size hail in Dickens, Kent, and King counties here in Texas. Another storm over in the Knox City area with severe thunderstorm warnings coming up into Baylor and Knox counties, and over to the south and east of Childress, Ford, Hardeman, and Jackson counties with storms coming up across that part of Texas. Southwest Oklahoma, hail. Look at the golf ball size hail likely here east of Hobart in Kiowa County. Then jumping up into some of the storms, again, all sorts of severe thunderstorms coming across toward the Des Moines area, across an I-80, Adair, Audubon, and Guthrie counties. Could be in excess of 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Our future radar shows that the storm coverage likely to increase down in the areas from Midland up into the area around Abilene, and then by 1 a.m. or so into the Wichita Falls area, and then come into the Dallas-Fort Worth area toward the morning. So, Ray and Alex, a very stormy night in many places yet to come.
Yeah, it seems like it. Alex, and we're probably getting into the heart now of what's going to be a multi-day event. And yesterday, kind of a few warnings. Now we're getting more. It looks like it'll continue overnight, maybe getting back into southwest Oklahoma.
Yeah, tonight has been the big show for sure. I think we're going to see another round of rain here in the Elk City area. And then, of course, Dr. Forbes highlighting that threat for more storms to roll through some of the same areas overnight. Here's a live picture from Elk City as folks from this community get out and assess the damage. You're looking at a home where walls have been taken down, the roof completely detached from the building, trees sheared off as well.
Yeah, and let's hope, Dr. Forbes talking about storms coming out of Texas. Let's hope now those storms don't get back into southwest Oklahoma.
If you have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis like me, and you're talking to your rheumatologist about a medication, this is Humira. This is Humira helping to relieve my pain and protect my joints from further damage. Humira has been clinically studied for over 18 years. Humira works by targeting and helping to block a specific source of inflammation that contributes to RA symptoms. It's proven to help relieve pain and stop further joint damage in many adults.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB. Hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Talk to your doctor and visit Humira.com. This is Humira at work.
Umbrellas! You need one of these.
You wouldn't put up with an umbrella that covers you part way. So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve, live whole, not part.
Anyone will give it to you for half off.
I have to go. It's Domino's.
With Domino's Tracker, you know when to expect your pizza.
Looking for this?
You just have to be there to get it.
Yeah.
Order and track your pizza with Domino's Tracker.
Mom, I have to tell you something.
Dad. 1 second I was driving, and then the next...
They just didn't stop, and then... I'm really sorry.
I wrecked the Subaru. You wrecked it. You're okay. That's all that matters.
A lifetime commitment to getting them home safely. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
As I was researching my family tree, I discovered a woman named Marianne Gaspard, was her French name, because she came to Louisiana as a slave. I became curious where in Africa she was from. So I took the Ancestry DNA test to find out more about my African roots. The Ancestry DNA results were really specific. They told me all these places in West Africa. I feel really proud of my lineage, and I feel really proud of my ancestors.
Ancestry has many paths to discovering your story. Get started for free at Ancestry.com.
When you're out in the field, out in the elements, I think it's the greatest thing in the whole world.
It is a cool moment to kind of strap on the blue jacket and head into the snow or to torrential downpours.
Out there in the worst of the weather, we use LL Bean gear that keeps us warm and that keeps us dry.
I'm beyond proud to put on that blue jacket and be part of the Weather Channel.
Regardless of what's going to happen, weather-wise, people want us there to take them through it. I've always been proud to wear that jacket.
LL Bean, official outfitter of the Weather Channel.
Our Weather Channel coverage of severe weather across the plains, really from the upper Midwest all the way down into the southern plains, continues this evening. Looking live at Elk City, Oklahoma, where a community has been badly damaged, some homes downright destroyed by a likely tornado, not confirmed obviously, but when you look at some of the damage, it does show signals of what would likely be a tornado. Also, we were looking at the radar over the time that this storm moved through. At this point, about 2 hours ago, and likely that a tornado struck this community. This is the south side of Elk City, Oklahoma, near the golf course, if you're familiar with the area. Power is out across the area. We've talked to an emergency official who mentioned that there were several injuries at least, could not confirm the exact number, livestock losses, and the power out across this community. The worst damage seems to be in this area as well as to a community near Elk City, Oklahoma. So the south side of town, also a fairly industrial area. K4 bringing us these photos as residents and community members get out there to assess what's going on. But, you know, as we've been saying, let this picture show you why Dr. Forbes always mentions having shoes with you in your safe spot when a possible tornado moves through, because should you have to leave your home, leave your damaged home, you have no idea what you're going to be walking out there in as far as debris. Lots of shattered glass, I'm sure, likely across this area. But now folks and pets leaving what was their home, where they were likely sitting down having dinner around I guess 7:30 this evening. These folks out there, 6:30 this evening local time, enjoying their dinner, and this likely tornado moved through. Dr. Forbes is here with us. Dr. Forbes, this really has been the big event as far as the storms go. We've got lots of warnings, though. It's been a very active night. We've talked about storm threats each day, but tonight really seems to be the main action.
Yeah, this area of western Oklahoma is an area that I'd given a torque-on of 5, a tornado condition index on the 10-point scale, which is moderately high, pretty high. We've also had damage reported in Wisconsin as well. The good news is that storm that hit Elk City is no longer tornado warned. It's one of these severe warned storms here in western Oklahoma. We do have still a storm that's had 1 or more tornadoes reported here in central Kansas, and still a tornado warned storm in northern parts of Wisconsin. So I'm going to take a tour from south to north of either the currently or recently tornado warned storms. This is a storm that previously produced a tornado that hit Elk City, Oklahoma. Now it is a severe warned in Blaine, Custer, and Dewey counties, heading up toward the Watonga, Oklahoma area. This storm, going a little bit more north than some of the other storms, is still one that has produced recently a tornado sighted northwest of Great Bend, and that is now heading across Barton County toward in the vicinity of Hoisington, the Eden Prairie School area, up toward the North Homestead area. Let these storms move, so let me do a little bit of an adjustment here. Very close to Hoisington right now, and you see the updated approximate times there. Ottawa High School about 8:54. Circulation not as strong as it had been at this point, weaker circulation, so we get that hook aloft, but seems like maybe the rotation not as strong now down at the ground. A line of thunderstorms from what had originally been an individual supercell rotating thunderstorm now moving across Langlade and Lincoln counties in Wisconsin. Any place along here could get a chance of a tornado. Then I'll go back and go from south to north once again down into Texas. We're getting increasing numbers of severe thunderstorm warnings. You see all the lavender cores in here. Could be 1 inch or larger hail, including near Guthrie, Dickens, King, and Stonewall counties, coming right across the Knox County area, Knox City area, Haskell County, and additional storms here coming up east of Paducah, south and east of Childress in a number of counties there. Up into Oklahoma, a big hail-producing storm there north and east of Hobart, coming in now into Kiowa and Washita counties, severe warned. Then up into areas just to the west of Des Moines, including in Iowa, Adair, Audubon, and Guthrie counties, and that bow echo goes all the way up heading into the Fort Dodge, Iowa area. So very active evening in many areas. And our future radar suggests that the activity in Texas is going to get even more so, informing perhaps a line from near Midland all the way up to the storms that I was just talking about, and then marching by 1 or 2 a.m. into Wichita Falls, coming into then San Angelo, coming into by 5 or 6 in the morning into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And so we will continue to see along these red shaded areas severe thunderstorms overnight tonight, and still a chance of a tornado, not as high as it had been, I think. All of this courtesy of a big upper air disturbance, the cold pocket coming right down the middle, and the jet stream winds on the south flanks of that, splitting apart a little bit here across that Oklahoma-Kansas area, where the particularly dangerous tornado watch is in effect, pulling the air up, like if you spread your hands apart a little bit, would pull apart the water in the bathtub, and water would rise. And the dry line has been a very very active ingredient here. You see the rich dew points coming up from the Gulf of Mexico versus much drier air coming in from the south and west. So that dry line has been active today, Alex and Ray, and continues to be a player, is probably going to form that line of thunderstorms that will march across into central Texas overnight tonight.
Yeah, and those are the storms that you think are going to provide the wind damage, correct?
Yeah, it looks like there'll be mainly a wind damage, but sometimes you can get a shifting winds along those that you can get brief tornadoes as well.
Yeah, we probably will see more as we go through the overnight hours. And some of that moisture, Alex, is working as far north as Wisconsin. And we've had some reports of severe weather, a couple of warnings for severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings. And if we look at our outlook even for tomorrow, we do have severe weather in the forecast. So back into Des Moines and Chicago, you may even get on the axe. So you're probably on the eastern fringe of it. But, you know, it's not like you get to this red point here and you're out of the woods for severe weather. It's kind of like a watch. It's in and around these areas we have painted in red, isolated tornadoes possible, and some damaging winds and hail.
Yeah, you mentioned Wisconsin hit very hard today, and the entire state once again in that severe risk during the day tomorrow. So Omaha, we could see the storms rolling through as early as lunchtime. So keep that in mind. You know, if you've got, you know, you're going to head to work, you're trying to debate whether you want to go out for lunch or pack it. Maybe worth packing it, stay in the office.
Yeah, that's great advice. And a few extra minutes in the morning or the afternoon if you've got to run errands. It's certainly going to be an opportunity for more storms here as we head on through the daytime hours tomorrow. So with severe weather in the forecast, we also have torcons, as Dr. Greg Forbes mentioned. More tornadoes possible tomorrow, a 30% chance in parts of Illinois and Indiana, 30% chance much of Iowa, southeastern Minnesota in again.
Yeah, so we're talking about some of the same areas. There's your 30% chance of a tornado within 50 miles of Des Moines, of Peoria, Illinois, of Rochester, Minnesota as well. So we've got a decent amount of real estate that we've got to keep an eye on once again tomorrow. You know, Dr. Forbes did mention that he does not think that the tornado threat is going to be as great as it was today. But a 3 out of 10, you don't want to discount it.
No, we don't. And once again, we'll have storms coming back through maybe Oklahoma tonight. And so hopefully we won't see those storms go into areas that have already been hit. But they are coming from the southwest and heading northeast. And this is 2 o'clock in the morning. So if you're up with us watching, you know, have a way to get alerted tonight that if these storms do become severe, I mean, they can do damage too. They don't necessarily have to be tornado warnings. So
important that you've got that weather radio, that phone app set to give you the alerts. You mentioned, don't discount the severe weather warnings, especially, you know, so many times we see people who have trees fall into their homes and they're injured or unfortunately killed by that. So if you know you live in and you've got a yard with a lot of trees, maybe move your sleeping into an interior room tonight.
Yeah, 60-mile-an-hour winds from a severe thunderstorm, that's the threshold or around there, can do damage. And you also have the large hail with some of these storms too as we go through the overnight, and heavy rainfall too. We always forget about that and the flash flood threat. Now, as we get through the morning hours tomorrow, we settle down in Oak City, but that focus then will shift up a little further north and east into Wichita overnight. May get clipped here by some of those storms by about midnight, but as we get into the early morning hours, once again, more rain, thunderstorms, 2 a.m. Some of these kind of yellowish looking cells here by the early morning hours again may go severe. So Wichita, another spot where, you know, have a way to get yourself woken up at night if you get warned on.
Absolutely. Here is your severe zone tonight. Look at that, all the way from the Great Lakes down to the Rio Grande. So we've got a huge area of real estate to watch.
We do. And the severe weather once again in and around these areas with torcons further south. You know, we are back into parts of Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma, 5 out of 10 chance, and then central Oklahoma, central Kansas, a 4 in 10 chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius. And still, we may see some more in eastern Iowa, eastern Nebraska, western Iowa.
All right, we will be right back in just a moment, but want to give you another look at the live picture from Elk City, Oklahoma, as you know, the sun begins to go down. Plenty of damage.
Keeps ice for days, stays tough for a lifetime. For $250, you'll be one happy camper. Cabela's Polar Cap Equalizer Cooler. Great price, lifetime guarantee. Only at Cabela's.
It's the biggest news ever at Olive Garden. Introducing new giant stuffed pastas starting at $12.99. Pastas so big you could share them, but so delicious you won't want to. Giant stuffed pastas for a limited time at Olive Garden.
Keep on going, America. Keep on giggling and goofing. Keep on grooving and togethering. With Scott 1000's long-lasting roll, we'll keep on going too. Scott 1000, America's longest-lasting roll.
I was always the girl with psoriasis. People don't stare anymore.
I never joined in. It wasn't fair to any of us.
I was covered. I tried lots of things over the years.
But I didn't give up.
I kept on fighting.
I found something that worked.
That still works.
Now, see me.
See me.
I found clear skin that lasts.
See if Cosentix could make a difference for you. Cosentix is proven to help people with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis find clear skin that can last. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting Cosentix, you should be checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you've received a vaccine or plan to. If you have inflammatory bowel disease, tell your doctor if symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
See me to know.
Clear skin can last.
Don't hold back. Ask your dermatologist if Cosentix can help you find clear skin that lasts.
Dermatologists recommend Cetaphil for sensitive skin. It hydrates for 24 hours. Women recommend Cetaphil because of how it makes them feel. Healthy skin is Beautifil. Cetaphil.
Gentlemen, Beggin' Skinny Strips or Beggin' Black Label.
This too! Now this is the delicious dilemma. Introducing new Beggin' Strips Premium Edition. With real meat as ingredient one.
Everything to your liking.
New Beggin' Strips Premium. Because Beggin'!
For my constipation, my doctor recommended I switch laxatives. Stimulant laxatives make your body go by forcefully stimulating the nerves in your colon. Miralax is different. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften, unblocking your system naturally. Miralax.
We're both stuck in this cube farm, and you're about to hit send all on some embarrassing gas. Hey, you bought GasX! Unlike antacids, GasX relieves pressure and bloating fast. Crisis averted.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure, always be you.
When your windshield needs to be fixed, trust Safelite Auto Glass. For these parents, driving around was the only way to get their baby to sleep. So when their windshield got cracked,
I can't drive this car.
they wanted it fixed right. So they scheduled with Safelite. Our exclusive True Seal technology means a strong, reliable bond every time. At Safelite, we stand behind our work. Bye-bye. Because the ones you love sit behind it.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Please get to the lowest level.
We have a charge. We have a responsibility.
We have live team coverage tracking.
To provide information to people to help them stay safe.
This weather is affecting people and their relatives across the country.
Our team's taking you into the storm with live reports and expertise you won't get anywhere else.
We are scientists, we are meteorologists, and that makes a tremendous difference.
When it comes to a weather situation that warrants attention, we're the place to go. It's that simple.
New information coming into the Weather Channel tonight out of Barron County in Wisconsin. According to WEAU, the sheriff there confirms at least one person was killed tonight when severe weather ripped through a mobile home park in Prairie Lake Estates. More than 24 others were injured, the sheriff saying the park totally destroyed.
Yeah, you're looking at the radar recap meteorologist Sarah Dillingham put together for us, and you can see that storm moving through around 5:30 local time. There it is. Likely some large hail with this. You can see that hook at that point just to the south of Barron, then moving over this mobile home park. And unfortunately, as you know, Dr. Forbes often points out, this is probably the least safe place you can be. You know, really at the mercy of the storm.
Yeah, you certainly are. Unless there's storm shelters. I mean, what option do you really have when you're, you know, interior room, but still such poorly constructed.
And not, you know, not adhere to the ground. You don't have a foundation keeping you, so they're very easy to move and toss. And unfortunately, here the sheriff does say that this park is completely destroyed. They've got crews on scene there already beginning the cleanup. But unfortunately, one person is dead from this storm in the state of Wisconsin, and at least 25 other people are injured. We've got active warnings, though, still across the state of Wisconsin.
We do, and you know, these storms are getting pretty nasty here during the nighttime hours and may continue rolling overnight. And Dr. Greg Forbes here now with more updates for us.
Thanks, Ray. And the storm that produced that damage there in the Prairie Lake, Wisconsin area is still rolling across northeastern parts of Wisconsin. We'll need to switch to my Max. There you go. And still is tornado warned, although it's turned from a supercell thunderstorm into a line of storms now. And we still have one tornado warning in central Kansas. So each of these storms, at least in the past, has produced tornadoes. I'll take a look at those, and then we'll see a clustering. We'll take a look at at a clustering of the other yellow severe thunderstorm warnings ahead of this dry line south and east of this stationary front, where the warm, moist air is coming in and fueling all of these storms. So the first tornado warning that we'll take a look at is in Kansas. Seems to be weakening. That seems to be the trend, that we're maybe beginning to get a less of a tornado threat, maybe in some places more of a severe threat. Barton County in Kansas with a tornado warning. That storm seems to be getting a little bit more broken up, but in general the rotation is about in here. It is past the Hoisington area, so continuing at about 45 miles per hour. North Homestead, the Ottawa High School, Centerview School, Cliff School area would be next in line. It's getting not into optimal radar coverage either. You see kind of a broken appearance there on radar. Here's the storm in Wisconsin that we were talking about, and how it is turned into a line now instead of an individual rotating thunderstorm. Probably the strongest part of that storm is coming toward the Upham area across Langlade and Lincoln counties, where there is a tornado warning. I'll start back down then to the south and west, where we have the storms that are largely a hail threat developing in areas south and east of Lubbock, Garza, and Kent counties. You see the lavender cores in there, 1 inch or larger hail in spotty regions, coming across over into the Knox City area, Baylor and Knox County with severe thunderstorm warnings. This is all down to the south and west of Wichita Falls. Then up into southwest Oklahoma, storms have come east of the Hobart area, Kiowa and Washita counties heading toward Carnegie with that wind and hail threat. Then some of the storms have weakened. The storm that earlier hit Elk City now is not warned on at all. That's the storm that is coming up toward Watonga. So we're seeing in some places a downward trend in the severity of the storms, but still ongoing a pair of storms across Dewey and Woodford counties. These are some of the areas that previously had tornado warning storms through them, and up into Major County as well. So still some severe thunderstorm warnings out there in the areas that have not had yet their full instability tapped. Storms have come past the Omaha area. They're getting closer to the Des Moines area. It looks like, though, it might skirt them to the north and west. Dallas, Greene, and Guthrie counties in Iowa with severe thunderstorm warnings, and up heading toward the Fort Dodge area, and Carroll, Calhoun, and Greene counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. Our future radar suggests that the one place that might get an increase in coverage is in the area of West Texas, from near Midland up toward the Abilene area, and that may march as a squall line through Abilene, through Wichita Falls, beginning then in the wee hours of the morning, now in our latest run of the model, to weaken, probably no longer severe as it comes into the Dallas area or the Oklahoma City area. So that's good news also. Our radar suggesting maybe some downward trend in the severity of the storms, and now our future radar suggesting that may also be the case. But still, for next couple of hours, we have watches in effect, and we still have dangerous storms in progress out there. Right, Alex?
All right, and yeah, as indicated by the watches, we have an effect too, Alex. Numerous watches up. Parts of West Texas, Oklahoma still in it. This watch till 3 a.m. this morning. So as we were mentioning earlier, you'll have a way when you go to bed, get alerted for severe weather 1 until 3 a.m., including Sonora, Sweetwater, Fort Stockton, and Midland.
Yeah, so I-10 and I-20 both included within that. We've got severe, tornado watch out up to the north there through parts of the Texas Panhandle, as well as into western Oklahoma, where we've already seen that activity, likely tornado near the Elk City area. To the west of Oklahoma City, you're under the tornado watch till 10 o'clock local time, so that will be expiring here within the next, I guess, hour and 10 minutes. Dodge City, Kansas, parts of west and central Kansas also under a tornado watch. Then we go up to the north, and we've got plenty of severe thunderstorm watches as well.
Yeah, we do. You know, we get north of Dodge City, and these storms still in and around this watch area could pack a punch tonight. But as Dr. Forbes mentioned, maybe losing some of the instability, but still some dangerous weather out across parts of Nebraska. We get into Iowa here, western Iowa here, right around the Omaha area until midnight. Still have that chance for potentially some severe weather. And
we continue to watch Iowa into the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin, a spot where unfortunately we've already had one fatality reported due to a possible tornado, 25 injuries. We continue with a tornado watch at least until 10 o'clock Central Time. So again, for a little over an hour yet, including the Rhinelander area.
Yeah, and that just means still the potential exists for more severe weather and potentially more tornadoes in and around this watch area. And here's some of the damage we saw from Elk City earlier. Unfortunately, certainly looks like we've had some significant damage.
Yeah, we'll bring you the very latest from this community and give you the latest on the warnings next.
I am totally blind. I lost my sight in Afghanistan.
If you're totally blind, you may also be struggling with non-24. Call 844-844-2424 or visit my24info.com.
At Panera, a salad is so much more than one thing. More than one flavor or texture or color. A good, clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Catering, more for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
Trade you.
Trade you?
Trade you. Trade you. Trade you. Trade you.
No, thank you.
Frito-Lay multi-packs, packed full of smiles.
Will you be ready when the moment turns romantic? Cialis for daily use treats ED and the urinary symptoms of BPH. Tell your doctor about your medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain or Adempas for pulmonary hypertension, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have a sudden decrease or loss of hearing or vision or an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis.
Long live Spirit, and long live the truck with the strength to keep the faith. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get 0% financing, or an average $11,506 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab.
If your underwear feels like this, get Buck Naked. Duluth Trading Buck Naked Underwear. The most comfortable underwear there is. At DuluthTrading.com.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be how to drink this monstrosity.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Would you like to overcome sluggishness? True Biotics can help you feel lighter, more energetic by naturally supporting your digestive and immune health. True Biotics, a daily probiotic that helps restore the balance of good bacteria. True Biotics from Wenaday.
Hey, I'm Ty Pennington, and I've got a simple question for you. Are you paying too much for your mortgage? Well, you won't know for sure until you check with Guaranteed Rate. You can do it right now. It's that easy. With Guaranteed Rate's digital mortgage, you can choose from today's lowest rates, check your free credit scores, and even get approved online. Anytime, anywhere. All in just minutes, at no cost to you. Lowering your mortgage payment could save you thousands of dollars. Just take a few minutes right now to see how much you could save.
We were going to rent. That was the going-in plan, but the rate was so low at Guaranteed Rate that we ended up buying.
Whether you're buying a new home or refinancing your current home, get a low, low rate from Guaranteed Rate. Visit rate.com right now to find out how much you could save. Call 1-888-557-1555 or visit rate.com.
We continue the cover now. Severe weather out across Oklahoma and Elk City. Sun beginning to set now, Alex, but damage done here, unfortunately, in Elk City.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
This is apparently the south side of town, near a community around the golf course. So if you're familiar with the area, that may give you a little perspective. There's an industrial area, but you can see quite a bit of damage to homes, to structures. There's debris everywhere. There are crews out there. We've seen both emergency officials and fire officials out there, trying to, one, assess the homes to make sure they're empty, everybody's out, and the people who do need help, the people who do need medical attention have received it.
Yeah, and that's certainly great news, but storms continue to roll now further north too, so this severe weather is actually getting up into parts of Wisconsin now, where we do have severe weather up near the Rice Lake area. These storms are from earlier, actually. This is the area where we saw Now 1 fatality and 25 injured in this mobile home park.
Yeah, apparently Prairie Lake Estates, the name of the mobile home park, and officials there are saying to us at the Weather Channel it is completely destroyed. Unfortunately, one person was killed when that tornado moved through around 5:30 local time.
Yeah, and that was in Barron County, and it does look like now at least a little quieter weather, but further south as we get into Oklahoma, some of these storms starting to become severe once again. So we're not completely out of the woods. I think these storms will probably roll through the nighttime hours tonight.
You're right. We've got active warnings still in place across areas from the upper Midwest all the way down into the southern plains. So we've got a lot to watch this evening. I want to send it over to Dr. Forbes. Dr. Forbes, we still have, I guess, 2 active tornado warnings at this point?
We do. We still have one in Kansas and one in northern Wisconsin. The one in Wisconsin, part of that same storm system that earlier did the damage that you've been talking about in that Prairie Lake Estates area of Minnesota, I guess it was, that's come all the way across Wisconsin. There is the tornado warning there, and this storm has had a tornado at times in Kansas, including the Pawnee Rock area. And then you see in yellow a number of other severe thunderstorm warnings, some of them clustering again back toward Omaha and not too far from the Des Moines area, and smatterings of storms east of this scallop line, which is the dry line. That's the west edge of the warm, moist air that is coming northeast from the Gulf of Mexico and fueling all these storms. So let's take a look at our tornado warned storm. It is had a history recently of producing a tornado, or at least a sighted tornado northwest of Great Bend. Now that storm is getting smaller. It's shrinking, but it's up in Russell County. We'll see how long the National Weather Service continues to issue warnings on that. It has moved some. It's going about 45 miles per hour. So I'll do a little bit of an update here. Places that would be under the effect of that storm right now are, say, up near the Centerview School, Cliff School, the Durance area, and then heading up toward Wilson at the rate that it is going. That's all from Kansas. Then leapfrogging to other tornado warning. This is northern Wisconsin. That what had been originally an individual rotating supercell thunderstorm now turned into a line of thunderstorms. Still for Langlade County, especially the northern half of that county, a tornado warning is in effect. Now, starting over again with some of the severe warnings, and I'll go from south to north on that, down into the Texas area, just east of that dry line that I was talking about, Garza and Kent counties. These storms popping up, then they weaken. You see some of the lavender cores. It had been the south part of the county, now the north part of the county. So bigger than 1-inch hail and maybe some spotty 60-mile-per-hour winds. The same with this storm coming from Knox City up towards Seymour, across Baylor and Knox counties in Texas, and then jumping up into Oklahoma. It is passed well to the east-northeast of Hobart right now, heading toward Carnegie. This is a supercell thunderstorm. You can see by the spiral there, but the rotation is largely aloft now in that, so it's severe warned rather than tornado warned, Kiowa and Washita counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. A pair of severe thunderstorms. The second time the storms have come up across this area, Dewey and Woodward counties heading toward the Sealing area, and then off to the north and east of that, heading up toward Fairview. That includes Woodward County and Dewey and Major counties as well. Then leapfrogging up to Nebraska, severe thunderstorms coming right across Lincoln and heading their way up toward Nebraska City, Cass, Johnson, and Otoe counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. And you see who's next in line, if they hold together, would be Omaha, which has had one round of storms already come through. This whole line of storms goes from down around the Beatrice area up into areas that have warnings there around Lancaster and Seward counties. So severe thunderstorm warnings and severe thunderstorms coming back toward the Omaha area. And these rounds of storms are ones that have already come through Omaha. And this one now is making a glancing blow to the far west suburbs of Des Moines, Dallas, Greene, and Guthrie counties, and then all the way up into the Boone area, the Fort Dodge area, including Hamilton, Webster, and Wright counties. Damaging winds. The first round that came through the Omaha area, some places had winds 75 to even one gust of 88 miles per hour. Our future radar, that's a computer forecast, shows that the dry line may touch off this evening. Over the next few hours, a line of thunderstorms from just east of Midland up toward the Childress area, and then that marches east through probably around San Angelo and the Abilene area, and then begins to weaken overnight as it comes into the Oklahoma City area and toward morning into the Dallas area. So the storm threat may diminish in some of these areas as we get past the midnight time frame, but at least in red here, San Angelo and Wichita Falls, maybe Oklahoma City still have storms yet to come, and not out of the question Kansas City either, and then all the areas that we've been talking about where the storms already are. And all of these are courtesy of this big U-shaped dip in the jet stream. The cold pocket comes down pretty close to the middle of that, and on the east flanks of that, the winds divide and pull apart. It's kind of like pulling your hands apart in the bath water. In the bathtub, water would rise up. In this case, air rises up, and you can see the big blue thunderstorms that are response to that, and they're feeding off that dry line that shows up here, separating the very dry air from this moist air coming in with dew points in the 60s from the south. And so that has been the trigger mechanism for all of these storms today, and for that particularly dangerous tornado watch that is still in effect for parts of western Oklahoma and the east parts of the Texas Panhandle. Ray, Alex?
All right, Dr. Forbes, and yes, severe storms continuing to roll through tonight, and we'll go back to Elk City now and show us some of the damage that we did see from earlier, and you know, pretty significant. Looks like we've got at least, Alex, a couple of structures damaged there.
Yeah, several homes. This blue one looks like it's collapsed. The one next door, plenty of damage, and actually there's one across the street, more towards the lower right-hand side of your screen, that was really leveled. The walls off, the roof completely detached from this building. Now that the sun is setting, harder to see that damage, but you know, members of the community have been out there trying to assess who needs help. Has everyone gotten out of their homes safely? Are there any people inside these homes that had collapsed that may need assistance?
Yeah, and I heard Dr. Forbes mention earlier that certainly looks like potentially EF1 damage maybe, and we don't know that yet, but you know, when you do see structures kind of taken down like this, it makes you think tornado, but you know, this just gives you an idea of the impact that these storms can have. So we're starting to get into the heart now of what's probably going to be a multi-day event. We'll have more storms tonight, probably tomorrow, and some of them could linger into Thursday too. And we jump over now, we get to other places in Elk City. You can see here still some roof strips off some of these homes, and can't quite tell what that is, but certainly damage and debris thrown all over the place. All
over the community. And you know, it's funny, some of the video earlier today, you forget about the hail, and unfortunately the storm tracers that were out there trying to get video of the damage, they themselves got damage from the large hail. Some windshields busted, but unfortunately nothing compared to what we've seen here across the homes, mainly on the south side of the Elk City area. Here you can see the siding completely ripped off. There are even some structures where the brick has been removed from the side of the homes.
Yeah, and that's telling a lot when you start to see structural damage to brick and mortar structures.
Insulation.
Right, insulation getting thrown around metal buildings. You know, not that they're built all that tough, but you know, you can see more of this damage here. You know, this is going to take some time for people to get through this and to recover. Now, what we're hoping is that we only had a narrow damage path, and typically that's what we see. You know, we don't see miles and miles, and hopefully we don't see that in this case.
You bet. That is, of course, the hope here. The storm tracker very early after this storm hit. There is the broken glass. You can see even his side view mirror ripped off. But there you can see these buildings suffering at least serious damage. In some cases, a lot of the trees sheared off. We've seen power poles completely snapped off and broken down. So no surprise why we're hearing that there's no power surface across this area. And
I think we had some information earlier that at least some injuries reported. I didn't know if
the manager was able to tell us that there were at least some injuries. He could not give us a number, but they were getting reports of injuries out of this storm. And this isn't the only one that we've seen. Of course, we look up into the northern tier. Parts of Wisconsin, we had one death earlier, at least 25 people injured, and in Omaha, plenty of action.
Yeah, I mean, the instability is even up into Omaha and Wisconsin, and here's some pictures here of some branches down. Now, they don't look like big trees or branches, but still, you know, anytime you see any kind of damage like this, I mean, that is stuff that can cause damage to property. It could impact you if you're standing outside or if you're in your car. You could have a tree fall in the car. So this is why even when we get severe thunderstorm warnings, you and I were talking about this earlier, it's, you know, take cover. 60-mile-per-hour winds can still cause damage and maybe cause significant damage.
Yeah, and now we're out there at that point of the day where the sun is down. It's tough to see. You might be traveling, you know, regular speed on one of these roadways and very quickly come across a tree that's been taken down. So we want you to be safe and know what the possibilities are as you're out and about this evening.
Yeah, and we will continue to see more storms go as we go on through the nighttime hours tonight. Overnight, you're up watching us right now. I have a way to get alerted tonight in Wisconsin down into that latest watch area that goes to 3 in the morning in Texas, because we may see a line of storms try to get going on the dry line as we go through tonight. And those could be severe. It's a severe thunderstorm watch, but potentially tornadic. And I just want to put this into motion, if we could, just watch as we go through tonight how this line explodes by about 10 or 11 o'clock. I mean, look at this. Those are certainly going to be severe storms and probably going to have large hail and strong winds as they roll east, go through Wichita Falls. Now, I heard Dr. Greg Forbes mention that earlier, that as we get into the nighttime hours, they'll probably weaken a little bit as they head east, but still could have some strong, maybe damaging straight line winds.
Right, and we talk about that, a big danger to folks, especially when you're sleeping. You're in a very vulnerable spot because you're not able to get those warnings, not able to know what's going around your home. So please make sure you've got the weather radio, some kind of app to alert you should the warnings be issued. We get into the day tomorrow, and there's once again the threat of storms, and for some of the same areas that we've been watching, you know, Wisconsin, Iowa, again in the threat zone tomorrow. Yeah, they are. This upper level low really not going anywhere. We'll have low-level winds coming in at the surface, and we could once again have some turning with height as we get winds down at the surface with this moisture coming out of the south-southeast. So you've got these winds coming southeast, your upper level winds potentially coming out of the southwest, and once again could lead to severe weather. Rotating storms are possible. Large hail, damaging winds here tomorrow in this area in red, and could include, as you said, areas in Wisconsin, maybe around Prairie Lakes Estate, where we did get the reports of the fatality. Chicago might get into this too. So we could be talking about some major metropolitan cities, Chicago, maybe Kansas City, and pretty close to St. Louis. Yeah, we just showed you the damage in Omaha, and once again, Omaha is in the threat zone tomorrow. Think the timing for you is going to be around lunchtime. So don't just think that it's going to be an afternoon threat. I know a lot of times when we talk about severe weather, you go, okay, so those afternoon and early evening hours, but it will fire up as early as the morning, late morning. I also like to mention, you know, even this far north, you know, a lot of times people think severe weather, they think Plains, Tornado Alley, but we've seen it tonight in Wisconsin, and you know, just for people up in Marquette and up through the UP of Michigan too, it happens, and this could be an event where those storms do get that far north, and they could be severe. Right. So even if you don't consider yourself to be especially severe savvy, now is the time to talk to your family. Think about where you would go should a warning be issued. Make sure you know so that when that warning comes in, you're ready to act, and make sure you've got a way to get that warning. That's most important. Yeah, and these are the Torcons. 30% chance northern Missouri, parts of Illinois, 30% chance much of Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, and that's within a 50-mile radius. And some specific cities: Des Moines 30%, Peoria, Rochester. So I'd say fairly low on our Torcon indices, but these could change. It'll all depend on, you know, instabilities as we go through the day and we assess what's going on and see how unstable that air mass becomes. Right. We watch these very closely. Dr. Forbes always making changes, but even though the tornado threat may be lower tomorrow, there still will be that danger for the damaging winds and hail, as you mentioned, can cause just as much in the way of trouble. And then the end of the week. Yeah, the end of the week comes, and then Thursday night, I think, is your big chance here in Dallas. This could be one of multiple rounds of storms. I think you'll have some come through tonight, and then Friday night we're back to hit and miss. And then look at this on Saturday. We actually have some more showers and thunderstorms come through, and then hopefully that could be the end of it. Yeah. All right, we got much more coverage continuing for you here on the Weather Channel. We'll give you the latest from Oklahoma and Wisconsin, and Dr. Forbes is back after this.
This program brought to you by Dell Small Business.
There's nothing traditional about my small business. So when it comes to technology, I need someone that understands my unique needs. My Dell Small Business Advisor has gotten to know our business so well that it feels like he's a part of our team. With one phone call, he sets me up with tailored products and services. And when my advisor is focused on my tech, I can focus on my small business.
Is this my car? State Farm knows that for every one of those moments, there's one of these.
Is this my car?
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous! Ah!
From car insurance to car loans, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Gentlemen, Beggin' Skinny Strips or Beggin' Black Label.
This too?
Now this is the delicious dilemma. Introducing new Beggin' Strips Premium Edition. With real meat as ingredient one. Everything to your liking. New Beggin' Strips Premium.
Because Beggin'!
my belly pain and constipation, I could build a small city with all the over-the-counter products I've used. Enough.
I've tried enough laxatives to cover the eastern seaboard.
I've climbed a Mount Everest of fiber.
Probiotics? Enough.
If you've had enough, tell your doctor what you've tried and how long you've been at it. Linzess works differently from laxatives. Linzess treats adults with IBS with constipation or chronic constipation. It can help relieve your belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements that are easier to pass. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Don't take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor about managing your symptoms proactively with Linzess.
Well, finished. You wouldn't want your painter to quit partway.
Think you missed a spot.
So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve. Live whole, not part.
You want this color over the whole house.
Of course, we got snow days, but I guess we kind of the opposite.
Our job,
yeah,
to be here.
Weather Underground, weeknights at 6 on the Weather Channel.
Way down there.
Welcome back into our Weather Channel coverage of severe weather all the way from the upper Midwest down to the southern plains this evening.
Yeah, and unfortunately, some areas reporting damage and into Wisconsin, Elk City area. Pretty significant damage too, and schools closed now for Elk City, and Baptist Disaster Relief also responding.
Yeah, that's in the state of Oklahoma, where we have heard at least some reports of injuries there from a possible tornado. Here in Wisconsin, it was the Prairie Lake Estates in Barron County, excuse me, that is totally destroyed. This is a mobile home park, and unfortunately, one person is confirmed dead, 25 people injured here. So we have the exact numbers there in the state of Wisconsin. This information coming in from WEAU. They've got crews out there, of course, already beginning the cleanup, trying to help people in Elk City, as you mentioned, Oklahoma, another place where we think a likely tornado moved through. No word or confirmation yet on the exact number of injuries or who could have been hurt, if not killed. I know we've gotten reports of livestock loss, homes damage, as you mentioned, schools closed during the day tomorrow.
Yeah, and some more reports coming in out of that area up in Wisconsin, the Prairie Lakes area in Chetek, if I've got that right photo. Turkey barn destroyed 4 miles north of Chetek, reported via Twitter. The time is estimated. That was earlier tonight at about 5, 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, one of the troubling things about these storms today is they moved through right at the point of the day where you're getting home from work or after school activities. You might be cooking dinner. You might be a little bit more disconnected than, say, a little later in the evening once the day's calmed down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably, you're multitasking at the time, and the last thing you're probably thinking about, unfortunately, is, all right, I probably know I have severe weather, but what's going on right now? So it's certainly going to be a good reminder for people as we go through the next couple of days.
Yeah, and we still have some active warnings out there, as well as watches in play as we continue the threat for storms as we move through the next few hours. We're getting some images out of the state of Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska. This is a place that saw storms today, saw some damage. Trees down, plenty of those, some really strong wind reports, but they're also going to get in on storms again tomorrow. So you mentioned this is not just a one and done threat for severe weather.
No, it's not. And right now, at least luckily, the storms have died down a bit. We do still have some active severe weather. So Dr. Greg Forbes, the latest on some of these severe storms. Now, Dr. Forbes, it looks like now we've got mainly severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, all of the tornado warnings now have expired or been canceled, but we have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings here in yellow, all the way from northeast Wisconsin down ahead of this red and blue stationary front, down into parts of Kansas and all the way down into parts of West Texas. So it's going to be an active night in these areas where the Gulf of Mexico moisture is pushing up ahead of this scalloped dry line. That's the west edge of that Gulf of Mexico moisture. The last two storms that previously had tornado warnings had been in Russell County, Kansas. You can see the storm has moved out of that, and so that tornado warning has been canceled. It just hasn't disappeared from our graphic yet. That storm is now severe warned up near the Sylvan Grove, Kansas area, Lincoln and Russell counties. Then we had previously had a tornado warning also in Wisconsin for this storm coming across the Crandon area, Highway 8. That storm no longer warned at all. I wouldn't be surprised to have some damaging winds coming toward that Townsend and the Goodman area area. There is a severe thunderstorm warning down close to the Wausau, Wisconsin area here, Lincoln and Marathon counties, as this storm beginning to become more of a line. That line tendency from what had been storm individual rotating cells is a trend that we're seeing in a lot of places. Here you're seeing in the southwest Texas area, storms beginning to line up as our computer forecasts had said they would do in areas west of Guthrie. Still here, King County with one of the individualized storms, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. And then the north end of that line is Dickens and Kent counties. That has a severe warning on that as well. All of these storms, when they were individualized, you see here in the yellows and golds had hail signatures with them. Now that's beginning to diminish a little bit as well. Usually these individual supercells have more of a hail threat than the lines do. Here's one of those still supercells in progress. Still has a little bit of a dogleg shape to it, and in the body of the storm there in lavender, a bit of a hail core. Could be some 1-inch or larger hail there coming across Oklahoma. This is generally coming toward the Oklahoma City area, but it's quite a ways off yet. Caddo, Kiowa, and Ouachita counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. And north of that, up in the Dewey, Major, and Woodward counties, still that cluster of thunderstorms, even it too beginning to become more of a line. Still some hail, 1-inch hail, and 60-mile-per-hour gusts in that. Then some storms across Kansas here and there up toward the Concordia area. Then a big line of thunderstorms, number 2 or number 3 coming into the Omaha area with could be some damaging winds, and the cumulative effect could be some flooding in some local spots. Severe warnings for Cass and Odo counties, and then over into parts of Fremont County as well, as that line of thunderstorms comes in with damaging winds just to the south of downtown Omaha. But you see there are storms coming into Omaha. This round earlier went through the Omaha area. Now it is north and west of Des Moines, Boone, Dallas, and Greene counties with that hail, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour gust threat up into the Fort Dodge area and areas off heading toward the Mason City area. And then well to the south and east of the Twin Cities, down into the area near Rochester and south of Red Wing, these storms beginning to line up over toward Eau Claire in Wisconsin, Buffalo and Trempealeau County. So this is a situation where we could get, because of the training along the same path, a flash flood threat develop. So many threats still out there tonight, Ray and Alex, including maybe in some places a flash flood threat.
Yeah, you can't forget about that. And, you know, as we go through the overnight into tomorrow morning, a lot of people out and about before the sun rises. So keep in mind, you might encounter some high water. Yeah, maybe some extra time to get on out during the morning hours. And still, we do have some severe thunderstorm watches that go into the overnight. We can show you now into West Texas a severe thunderstorm watch. That's until 3 a.m. So Sweetwater down toward Midland. We are expecting on the dry line for a bigger line of storms to develop. So we will see some of these storms as we head on through tonight to continue to come on through. About to see this watch expire. Right, this one expires at the top of the hour. This, of course, our PDS watch. We've got that tornado watch into parts of western and central Kansas, and then severe thunderstorm watches farther north. We'll be right back.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, scattered strong to severe thunderstorms, low 64. Wednesday, windy with morning thunderstorms, high 80. Chance of rain, 60%. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 57. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's a good thing that you're working with Humana and your doctor to maintain your health, because in 5 days, 10 hours, and 2 minutes, you are going to be 67. And on that day, you will walk into a room where 15 people will be waiting, 12 behind the sofa, 2 behind the table, and 1.5 behind a curtain. But only one of them will make a lifelong dream come true. Great things are ahead of you when your health is ready for them. At Humana, we can help you with a personalized plan for your health for years to come.
the all-new Discovery.
Land Rover, above and beyond.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when this guy got a flat tire in the middle of the night, so he got home safe.
Yeah, my dad says their insurance doesn't have that.
What? You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Get what you love for less at Olive Garden. New early dinner duos for just $8.99. Choose from over 50 delicious combinations and all the salad and breadsticks you want from 3 to 5 Monday through Thursday. Hurry in. It's early dinner duos only at Olive Garden.
Hey, here comes a last-minute suggestion.
Yeah, I'll pretend to write it down and then I'm going to circle it.
Great.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone said what they meant? The Citi Double Cash Card does. Earn 1% cash back when you buy and 1% as you pay. Double means double.
Heat-trapping warmth, canvas toughness. For $110, you've got it in the bag. Cabela's Mountain Trapper Sleeping Bag. Great price, lifetime guarantee. Only at Cabela's.
Carl's going to the chalkboard to teach us something here. And this is going to be fun stuff.
Weather Underground, weeknights at 6 on the Weather Channel.
Introducing the all-new Speed Wash system from Generac, the ultra-fast way to pressure wash. The Speed Wash features best-in-class 3,200 PSI cleaning power and puts pressure control right at your fingertips. Dial it up to blast away the toughest stains. Dial it down for a more delicate wash. The Speed Wash system includes 3 cutting-edge cleaning tools. The Power Broom cleans decks and driveways up to 4 times faster. The Turbo Nozzle blasts away grime in half the time. And the Soap Blaster soaps it up faster. And right now, for a limited time, you can have all 3 of these game-changing tools for free.
To get the complete Generac Speed Wash system, call 1-800-796-0657. Free shipping is now in effect, and right now, for a limited time, you can get all 3 cleaning tools for free. Speed Wash models start at just $349. Order online at GeneracSpeedWash.com.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard it there. Just at the top of the screen, you can see the windshield actually shattered. Pretty big hailstones coming in. This is near Enid and Eric in Oklahoma.
Yeah, so right along the state line with Texas, far western Oklahoma. And that storm that brought the damage to the Elk City area moved through this area. So likely producing some at least hail damage and perhaps some wind damage as well. But the real significant damage has been focused, unfortunately, near the Elk City area, a little bit farther to the east of the Eric area.
Yeah, and luckily things settled down for now, but more severe weather in the forecast. Storms continue to fire tonight, starting to see some out across West Texas. Up near Omaha, too, in Nebraska, we did have severe storms and producing at least some, I'd say, moderate-sized tree damage.
Yeah, we're not talking about little branches here. I mean, large tree limbs ripped off and torn off of these trees. Structural damage, at least around homes. Here it looks like a fence pulled apart. And in this person's case, that tree or the large tree branch that came down right on their car.
Yeah, and even if we get severe thunderstorms, we don't necessarily have to have tornado warnings to get severe weather and damage like this. I mean, a severe thunderstorm could have 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail, 3/4 of an inch or larger.
Yeah, and I believe we even had a report from the National Weather Service office near Omaha earlier today of winds gusting around, if not above 80 miles an hour. So you can see some really potent, damaging winds.
Yes, we could. And it looks like right now, in terms of tornado warnings, we don't have many left, if any at all, but a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Dr. Greg Forbes with the latest.
Yeah, and indeed, Ray, we don't have any tornado warnings at this time, but we do have, in our computer forecasts have been saying that we would get storms fire all the way down to Midland, Texas, and there you have done that now. And then you see these severe thunderstorm warnings in yellow all the way from that West Texas area up across Kansas and back into the Omaha area and up into parts of Wisconsin. So we'll go from south to north and take a look at some of these. Look at it. Just over the past hour, boom, the storms explode there along the dry line. Could be 1-inch hail. It might grow even bigger than that coming into the Midland area of Glasscock, Martin, and Midland counties. Then additional storms firing up here into Kent County. along the dry line, and then up into Guthrie, Texas areas, into King County. There have been some of these storms you see here in the gold colors, some bigger than 1-inch hail at times, especially as they were more individualized storms. One of these individualized supercell storms still ongoing in southwest Oklahoma. Caddo, Kiowa, and Ouachita counties under severe warnings. The Lavender Core there, that 1-inch hail threat. And then another up into the Sealing area, Blaine, Dewey, and Major counties farther north in Oklahoma. Then it gets kind of spotty for a while. This storm at one point was tornado warned, but now Rush County in Kansas severe warned, as is the storm here in Lincoln and Russell counties. You see the storms beginning to line up, so a flood threat becomes a problem. That goes up through Concordia all the way up into Lincoln County, Lincoln, Nebraska, and then past the south and east Omaha. Some of these storms still with many bow echoes could have damaging winds coming up into Cass and Fremont and Otoe counties out of Nebraska over into western parts of Iowa. Storms coming into the Omaha area yet again. Then rounds of storms coming across Boone and Dallas and Greene counties, as well as over into Audubon, Carroll, and Guthrie counties in Iowa, and continuing up into the Fort Dodge area, up through Hamilton, Webster, and Wright counties, up into the heading toward Mason City in Iowa. And so getting very active there. And then another cluster of storms from north of Rochester, Minnesota, over into Buffalo and Trempealeau counties, south of Eau Claire. These two beginning to train like they're on tracks could become a flood problem as well. And then up into Wisconsin, no longer tornado warnings, but near Wausau could be damaging winds coming across Lincoln and Marathon counties. And there's what's left of our previously tornado warned storm. Bow echo, maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds coming across the northeast corner of Wisconsin. So Ray and Alex, still a very stormy night across many states at this point.
Yeah, and we've been continuing to urge people to keep your weather alerts, your apps on. Make sure you've got that weather radio, because look at the threat for damaging winds as we finish off the rest of today and tonight. Yeah, this is a high chance of damaging winds all up and down here the line, where we are seeing some stronger storms fire now in West Texas, and damaging winds included with that 1 inch in diameter hail or larger. That area, Alex, concentrated to western parts of Oklahoma and around the Abilene area too. Yeah, and as Dr. Forbes pointed out, you know, our future radars have been picking up on that chance of storms around Midland. Sure enough, we're seeing it. We'll have the very latest on those storms, where the storms are headed next.
This program brought to you by Panera Bread, food as it should be.
When did anyone start calling this salad? At Panera, a good salad is so much more than a bowl of something green. More than an obligation to be good. More than just something you have on the side. More than just one flavor, or texture, or color. A good, clean salad is so much more than green. And with Panera Catering, more for your event. Panera, food as it should be.
Would you like to overcome sluggishness? True Biotics can help you feel lighter, more energetic by naturally supporting your digestive and immune health. True Biotics, a daily probiotic that helps restore the balance of good bacteria. True Biotics from One-A-Day.
Every yank of your tank is a tug of war. It's about time someone declared war on the tug. The Duluth Trading No Yank Tank. Stop yanking and get cranking. Only at DuluthTrading.com.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be how to drink this monstrosity.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Innovation is what allowed us to reach for the stars. And now, to reach for the ignition without changing your oil for what feels like forever. Introducing Oil Guard, a Ferris exclusive. This innovative Vanguard oil system lets you go 5 times longer between oil changes. Along with Ferris's patented suspension system, you'll cut faster, mow longer, and reduce maintenance.
Chevy is the most awarded car company 3 years in a row.
Really?
Let's see how quickly you can read through all their awards.
2017 Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Kelley Blue Book 2016 Best Resale Value.
U.S. News Best Car for the Money. 10 Best blah, blah, blah.
2016. Only about 90 more to go.
That's a lot of awards.
Find your tag and get 20% below MSRP on select Malibu vehicles in stock. That's $5,200 on this Chevy Malibu. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Can a toothpaste do everything well?
This clean was like, pow. My teeth are glowing. They are so white.
Step 1 cleans, step 2 whitens. Crest HD, 6 times cleaning, 6 times whitening.
I would switch to Crest HD over what I was using before.
I tried hard to quit smoking. But when we brought our daughter home, that was it. Now I have Nicoderm CQ.
The Nicoderm CQ patch with unique extended release technology helps prevent your urge to smoke all day.
It's the best thing that ever happened to me. Every great why needs a great how.
Welcome back into our Weather Channel coverage of severe weather all the way from the northern tier of the country, the upper Great Lakes, down to the southern plains. You're looking at a radar recap from earlier today, say around 6:30 local time in Elk City. We are seeing visuals or video taken of likely tornado damage here around Elk City. We've seen plenty of homes damaged. There are reports of injury. Power's out in the town. 911 service is working. Schools canceled tomorrow in the Elk City area, and the state of Oklahoma Baptist Assistance is responding to the area to help folks who are now homeless, as we've seen significant damage there in Elk City.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the radar there. It's the radar recap. Looks like pretty pronounced hook-up-kill there, going right through Elk City. So dangerous storm, just one supercellular, and we do have some pictures in now of this tornado. Yeah, look at that. So this is near Elk City in Oklahoma a little bit earlier today. There's some of the damage too. You know, we've got structural damage, and you can see there even some of the brick and mortar looks like on that one end there has even been taken down.
Yeah, here a wall completely collapsed into this home or building. You can see various pieces of debris, large chunks of metal here wrapped around trees, the trees that do remain standing. A lot of those completely sheared off, snapped off. Same with power poles across the Elk City area.
Yeah, so we're probably going to have power out for a while, and still going in, at least the last we heard, a few injuries reported, but right now we haven't heard anything more than that. But the storms are continuing to fire tonight. We have had other reports of severe weather, and we've also seen some of these storms start to fire now in West Texas.
Yeah.
But we're also seeing now some of this damage we had come in earlier from, I think we're in Wisconsin too, and parts of Wisconsin also saw some stronger storms come in. This was a storm that went through Barron County. I believe this was the Elk City area where we did, or this was Barron County in the Prairie Lakes area states where we did have reports of fatality and multiple people injured.
Yeah, mobile home park completely destroyed reportedly. So we've got two communities tonight dealing with the aftermath of likely tornadoes. One here around the Prairie Lake, Wisconsin area, and then the other into Elk City, Oklahoma. We're getting our crews to the Elk City area as well as crews to Wisconsin to bring you the very latest, and we'll hopefully have live reports starting tomorrow. We're trying to get the very latest. Of course, you know, the emergency officials, they're out there right now just trying to do the most important work, make sure they've got everybody safe and rescued from homes.
Yeah, and the good news now, no tornado warnings, but starting to see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and Dr. Greg Forbes with us for the latest.
Yeah, and we have severe thunderstorms all the way from West Texas all the way up into northeast corners of Wisconsin, along some of them refiring along the dry line here in the eastern Texas Panhandle and down around Midland, Texas, and then in a plume of this moist air that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico all the way along from east of this dry line. That's that scallop line. That's the west edge of that Gulf of Mexico moisture, and then up and east of this stationary front. So let's take a look at where some of these severe storms are and where they're heading. There's the newest formation. Boom, you just see it over the course of the last hour. There was nothing, and then it explodes just as our computer forecast had been saying would happen. And just about the exact location here near Midland, Texas, Glasscock, Martin, and Midland counties could be 1 inch or larger hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. It's trying to form a solid line then up north and east of La Mesa, south and east of Lubbock, into Kent County and up into the Guthrie area and over into parts of Ford and Knox counties. There, that is still a little bit of an individualized thunderstorm there with a hail threat. Most of those 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Then the storms along the dry line again firing in the extreme East Texas Panhandle area. They had supercells earlier come through this area with tornado warnings, Collingsworth and Wheeler counties, and then sliding a bit farther to the east, still an individualized supercell thunderstorm, but it too beginning to bow out a little bit, become more of a wind threat and more of a straight line threat. Caddo County in Texas. Oklahoma City, by the way, is way over here in the upper right corner, so we're still a few hours away from any kind of severe threat apparently coming into Oklahoma City. This storm in Oklahoma farther to the north, Blaine, Dewey, and Major counties, it too beginning to look like it might be maybe trying to become more of a gust threat toward the Fairview area. Up into Kansas, this storm at one point was tornado warned. It's weakening, coming out of Rush County up toward I-70 and south and east of Hayes. It may weaken below severe proportions and is still an isolated severe storm in Lincoln County in Kansas, north and west of Salina. From there on, we begin to see these storms beginning to get more numerous and not severe all the way up into southeast Nebraska, but that could become a flash flood problem if that persists too long into the evening hours. And then on the leading edge of that, as is often the case, we do have a bow-shaped storm with damaging winds coming up into the Nebraska City area and then into Iowa, the Cass, Fremont, and Otoe counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. Part of that north end of the line coming into Omaha, where there's been some rain cooling from previous storms, may hold down the severe threat there, and then rounds of thunderstorms one after another coming up toward areas west and north of the Des Moines area, Audubon, Carroll, and Guthrie counties. You see that storms coming into Omaha there again that I pointed out, and then up into north of the Des Moines area, Boone, Polk, and Story counties with a severe warning, up into the areas north and east of Fort Dodge, Hancock, Humboldt, and Wright counties with that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour gust threat. And getting close to the Minnesota line then, Hancock, Kossuth, and Winnebago counties. And then we go over the line into southeast Minnesota. We get the next round of storms moving along the same path. Again, there could be some flash flooding developed from north and east of Rochester, Minnesota, over into Buffalo and Trempealeau counties in Wisconsin. Farther east in Wisconsin, a bit of a gap, and then this round of storms into the Merrill-Wausau area with threat for 60-mile-per-hour gusts, Lincoln and Marathon counties, and then the storm that earlier gave the tornado in the Prairie Lakes Estates area of Wisconsin. That is no longer warned at all, but from the Goodman to the Townsend area and then heading over toward Lake Michigan, possibility of maybe some branches down at least from this damaging, this mini bow echo. All of this action is courtesy of a big dip in the jet stream. We call it an upper air trough, has some cold air in the middle, and jet stream winds, fast winds on its flanks, and some of those are pulling apart like the hands in the bathwater. That allows, in this case, air to rise up, and that has been where the squall lines and the worst of the storms have fired up today. Some of that are earlier with those tornado-producing storms. Our future radar, I've been talking about how good of a job it did. It formed this line of thunderstorms around Midland, and by 11:30 or so has that line from near Childress to east of the Midland area, coming into San Angelo area, and then before it gets to the Dallas area, weakening overnight tonight. Maybe the storms will make it severe into the Oklahoma City area, and then toward tomorrow morning, some of these storms then pretty much totally have weakened. So still several hours of severe threat yet to go. I think, Ray and Alex, the tornado threat has gone down considerably, but still maybe in some places a flood threat will increase yet tonight.
Yeah, glad you mentioned that, because
Right.
we actually want to highlight a few of the areas where we think flooding could be a concern.
Yeah, we're getting some lines of thunderstorms that, as Dr. Forbes has mentioned, beginning to train now, so they just run over the same area time after time, and clusters of storms really coming in and out across parts of Wisconsin now, and even on into parts of Iowa. So a lot of these are warned on for severe weather, maybe some strong gusty winds, but we've also seen some heavy rainfall.
Yeah, almost 3.5 inches here right along the Minnesota-Wisconsin state line. That's just in the last 3 hours, so very likely that you could see some flooding issues there. Again, it's nighttime. You're out and about. The sun is down. You don't have the daylight to help you. You could encounter those flooded roadways very quickly, so make sure you are slowing things down. If you do encounter water on the road, turn around, find a different route.
Yeah, when it's coming down an inch or two an hour, that's certainly significant. And Omaha is really one area in eastern Nebraska here we start being concerned about, because we've had this round go through, and now we're getting this wave, and now we've got all this rain still has to go through Lincoln and Omaha here too. So although these yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings, we may start seeing some flash flooding.
And right now we've got the Omaha tower cam up. It's probably distracting you because lightning about every few seconds. It is a light show here across the Omaha area tonight. You can see the heavy rainfall, also the wind as well, rocking the camera a bit. So here at Creighton, not that the kids are going to bed early, this early, but it is a loud evening out there.
It certainly is, and the heavy rain will continue to fall. We think we'll be in the rain here for the next few hours, maybe even into the overnight. Some of these spots seeing 2 to 3 inches of rain over the last 3 hours, so it does look like we'll see more significant rainfall as we head on through the next few hours.
There are over 18 million new cars on the road in this country, and at Firestone Complete Auto Care, our 4,000 ASE certified technicians combine state-of-the-art technology with handcrafted service to help keep them running newer, longer, because they know when your car's running right, so are you. Right now at Firestone Complete Auto Care, get $60 off instantly per axle on a standard or lifetime brake service. Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Firestone Complete Auto Care, keeping cars running newer, longer since 1926.
When you have type 2 diabetes, there's a moment of truth. And now with Victoza, a better moment of proof.
Victoza lowers my A1C and blood sugar better than the leading branded pill, which didn't get me to my goal.
Lowers my A1C better than the leading branded injectable, the one I used to take. Victoza lowers blood sugar in 3 ways.
And while it isn't for weight loss, Victoza may help you lose some weight. Non-insulin Victoza comes in a pen and is taken once a day.
Victoza is not recommended as the first medication to treat diabetes and is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not take Victoza if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Victoza or any of its ingredients. Stop taking Victoza and call your doctor right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, or if you develop any allergic symptoms including itching, rash, or difficulty breathing. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis. So stop taking Victoza and call your doctor right away if you have severe pain in your stomach area. Tell your doctor your medical history. Taking Victoza with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. The most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting. Side effects can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
Now's the time for a better moment of proof. Ask your doctor about Victoza.
Oh, you back.
Is this my car?
State Farm knows that for every one of those moments,
This is ridiculous!
there's one of these.
Is this my car? What? This is ridiculous.
This can't be happening!
This can't be happening.
Oh, it's happening, sweetheart.
Oh, it's happening, sweetheart.
Shut up!
Shut up!
That's why State Farm is there.
What a day.
With car insurance for when things go wrong.
What a day!
But also here with car loans to help life go right. State Farm.
May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation when the winds change and shift. May your heart always
Long live brotherhood, and long live the truck that holds it together. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get 0% financing, or an average $11,506 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab.
I want the most out of my health and life, so I trust Nature Made vitamins. Because they were the first to be verified by USP for quality and purity standards, and because I recommend them as a pharmacist.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
No matter when or where severe weather hits, storm recovery is something we all can lend a hand in. And one of the best ways you can help is to donate blood. That's why the Weather Channel is partnering with the Red Cross.
Here we go.
Whether preparing for a storm or assisting in the aftermath, a donation of blood helps save lives, period. Visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to learn more. Help with tomorrow's recovery by donating your blood today.
Continuing coverage here of severe weather, and we're in Omaha, Nebraska. We've got wind and rain and a lot of heavy rain and fire in the sky tonight. Plenty of lightning, too, with clusters of thunderstorms, Alex, that have been coming through.
You may be joining us because the whole family just crawled into bed with you. It's one of those nights where you get the, Mom, I'm going to come in, because you know, there's a lot of thunder out there. The dogs are scared, too, I can guarantee you. And we have seen a ton of rainfall with these storms.
And we have, and the rain continues to come through tonight, and heavy rainfall. You see the red and the yellow on the radar. We're probably looking at rainfall that's coming down about an inch an hour.
Yeah, and this could cause trouble. Again, it's nighttime. If you're out there overnight into the early morning hours, you encounter water on the roadways, please turn around, find a different route. When it's dark, it's incredibly difficult to judge how deep that water is. Here's your 6-hour rainfall rates, over 4 inches in spots.
Yeah, and as our weather producer Sarah Dillingham told us, you know, some of this may be hail contaminated, but the bottom line is there's been any of these areas in red, we've had multiple inches of rainfall over 6 hours, and more is coming as the line extends back to the south and west. So Omaha back toward Lincoln and Nebraska getting hit pretty hard, and that rain's going to start getting into Iowa here too. So heavy rainfall continuing to come on in. We also have some pictures from earlier around the Omaha area too. Looks like some damage from some thunderstorm winds here, taking down, I'd say, some fairly decent sized trees and branches.
Yeah, and I believe, Sarah, there was a wind gust around 80 miles an hour. All right, 85 miles an hour in Valley, Nebraska. So that's going to cause quite a bit of damage. That was at the local National Weather Service office that they recorded that gust. So even though we're not talking about tornado-warned storms here in Omaha, we saw significant damage and serious wind gusts.
Yeah, we did. And that kind of tree damage certainly can cause damage to cars. And if there's people in those cars, you know, we can also say that, you know, we want you to be safe, and you know, bottom line is that severe weather, just because they're not tornado warnings, can still be quite significant.
Right, we want you to take them just as seriously. Unfortunately, we see downed trees, unfortunately injuries and fatalities from these severe warned storms as well. Dr. Forbes here with us throughout the night. Dr. Forbes, we've seen a decrease in the tornado warnings, but severe warnings, they're still pretty active.
Yeah, indeed, and it looks as if they're going to continue in some areas well into the nighttime. The Storm Prediction Center just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch for Michigan and Wisconsin until 5 a.m. So they're looking at this cluster of storms that now is from the Omaha area across northern Iowa and is likely to continue ahead of this stationary front into the nighttime hours. The other location is West Texas, where along this dry line, that's the west edge of the Gulf of Mexico moisture, storms have been firing up, and that may march probably not to Dallas, but it could get close to that, and we have smatterings of severe thunderstorms in between. Let's take a look. We'll go from south to north. We'll look at these just explode. At the beginning of this 1-hour animation, there was nothing, and then it just blows up along that dry line, and now a solid squall line coming across Glasscock, Midland, and Reagan counties with a threat for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Then it's trying to form a solid line from there all the way up to Guthrie, Texas. Then Ford and Knox counties are part of a severe thunderstorm warning. That's still a bit of an individualized storm there, but before long that may overtake that, and that line may try to spread all the way up to Childress, because we do have some additional thunderstorms that are fired on the dry line there in the East Texas Panhandle. Around the Shamrock area, Collingsworth and Wheeler County have that threat for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour gusts with a severe warning there. Then we'll jump over to parts of central Oklahoma. Oklahoma City is way over here in the upper right, so we're not anywhere close to that yet. It's probably several hours away before and if this storm comes into there. But Caddo and Canadian counties, hail core in that one could be 1 inch or a little bit larger coming toward the Binger, Oklahoma area. And then some additional severe thunderstorms up near the Fairview, Oklahoma area in Major County and a little bit beyond to the north of that. Here is what was left of the storm that once had a tornado warning down around Dodge City in Greensburg, Kansas. It no longer is severe warned. It's totally disappearing, as are the rest of the severe thunderstorm warnings coming up toward Concordia. But the storms begin to line up from that area north of I-70 up into the areas of southeast Nebraska. So this is one of these areas, as we were talking about, could get some training like the storms are on railroad tracks with their loads of rain for a flood threat. And the leading edge of that, as is often the case base has surging forward with a bow echo south of Omaha with a severe thunderstorm warning, possibly damaging winds into Cass, Fremont, and Mills counties. That round, as you've seen with the lightning, the north end of that bow echo coming right across the Omaha area. Another little mini bow, a little bit less than severe between Omaha and Des Moines, but coming right across I-80. A rough go of it there. Severe thunderstorms then north of Des Moines up into the Boone area and continuing up into areas toward the Mason City area of Iowa, up into heading toward Austin, Minnesota as it crosses out of the Iowa area, and then severe thunderstorms across the Chimney Rock area. Now we do have flash flood warnings, as I've been alluding to, for the training of the storms here in Buffalo and Trempealeau counties in Wisconsin, and a bow echo with some damaging winds coming into the area near Wausau, Wisconsin, and our previous tornado warned storm no longer warned at all and weakening near Goodman in extreme northeast parts of Wisconsin. So Ray and Alex, a very stormy night across many states.
Yeah, it is going to be, and as Dr. Forbes said, a new watch issued, and more watches continue to go through even the after midnight hours.
Right, so make sure those weather apps, your weather radios, ready to go should you need to be alerted while you're sleeping. Here's a look at the severe thunderstorm watch into southwest Texas until 3 a.m. We'll be right back.
This program brought to you by Domino's. Order online and track your order.
I have to go. It's Domino's.
With Domino's Tracker, you know when to expect your pizza.
Looking for this?
You just have to be there to get it.
Yeah.
Order and track your pizza with Domino's Tracker.
You do all this research on the perfect car, then smash it into a tree. Your insurance company raises your rates. Maybe you should have done more research on them.
For drivers with accident forgiveness, Liberty Mutual won't raise your rates due to your first accident. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Jay Bush and Duke here. When I'm in the mood for hot dogs and burgers, I go with the classic taste of Bush's baked beans. But I'm feeling bolder, so I go for the robust flavor of Bush's Grillin' Beans. They're a perfect match for steaks and chops.
Dude, I like this new Wild Side.
Bush's Beans. Whatever your mood, we've got a bean for you.
A naturally aspirated 5-liter V8 engine. A 10-speed direct shift transmission. A meticulously crafted interior. All of these are feats of engineering. Combining them with near-perfect weight distribution is a feat of amazing. Experience the first ever 471 horsepower Lexus LC500 or the multi-stage hybrid LC500H. Experience amazing.
Well, finished.
You wouldn't want your painter to quit partway.
Think you missed a spot.
So when it comes to pain relievers, why put up with just part of a day? Aleve. Live whole, not part.
You want this color over the whole house.
Mom, good. Got your attention. Did you know Capri Sun doesn't have all that artificial stuff you think it has?
Get those kids some Capri Sun.
Our challenges dare us, defy us, and define us. Coors Light. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
You don't let anything keep you sidelined. That's why you drink Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. For the strength and energy to get back to doing what you love. Ensure. Always be you.
Hey, I'm Ty Pennington, and I've got a simple question for you. Are you paying too much for your mortgage? Well, you won't know for sure until you check with Guaranteed Rate. You can do it right now. It's that easy. With Guaranteed Rate's digital mortgage, you can choose from today's lowest rates, check your free credit scores, and even get approved online. Anytime, anywhere. All in just minutes, at no cost to you. Lowering your mortgage payment could save you thousands of dollars. Just take a few minutes right now to see how much you could save.
We were going to rent
That was the going-in plan, but the rate was so low at guaranteed rate that we ended up buying.
Whether you're buying a new home or refinancing your current home, get a low, low rate from Guaranteed Rate. Visit rate.com right now to find out how much you could save. Call 1-888-557-1555 or visit rate.com.
Severe weather continuing to advance tonight, and an extension or issuance of new watches here out across parts of Wisconsin and even get into northeastern Iowa now. Notice this is until 3 o'clock this morning, or as we get into Wednesday morning. So severe weather, Alex, expected to run overnight.
Right, so be prepared for the threat of hail, especially damaging winds. And as Dr. Forbes has pointed out a few times, flash flooding could be a concern with the storms that have moved through this part of the Midwest today. So have that weather app set to alert you should you need to be notified while you're sleeping. Let's get the very latest on where we've got active warnings from Dr. Forbes.
Thanks, Alex. And we do indeed have clusters of storms that prompts those continuations of watches into tonight. One of those clusters of storms runs from southeast Nebraska up across northern Iowa and into parts of Wisconsin ahead of this red and blue stationary front. And then there's another cluster of storms from western Oklahoma down into an expanding cluster of storms down in southwest parts of Texas. So not too much left in the Kansas area. By the way, this scallop line is a dry line. That's the west edge of the Gulf of Mexico moisture. And that warm, moist air is the fuel for all the thunderstorms we've had and continue to have into the evening hours. Look at these storms just explode. At the beginning of this 1 hour animation, there was nothing, and then they just blew up, as our computer forecast said they would, right along the dry line. Now they've marched east of Midland, and they're marching across with 60-mile-per-hour gusts and maybe some 1-inch hail, Glasscock, Midland, and Reagan counties. And they're trying to expand up into the Guthrie area. Borden and Scurry counties now have severe thunderstorm warnings on those. And a more individualized storm ahead of that. Look at that. Still a little supercell thunderstorm with a little bit of a hook on it. Still trying to go across Ford and Knox counties. And severe warned at this time. Back along the dry line in the East Texas Panhandle, Collingsworth and Wheeler counties have new storms firing up. And then even off to the north and east of those, up into the Strong City and the Leedy areas, the Custer, Ellis, Roger Mills County. So as warm and unstable as it is in that Gulf of Mexico moisture, the storms are not letting up yet this evening. Ahead of that, in the midst of that warm, moist air, ahead of the dry line, still a severe thunderstorm. Looks like it's weakening a little bit there near the Binger area, Caddo and Canadian counties, still well to the west of Oklahoma City that was over on the right side here. A couple of individualized storms up around Fairview and Major County, and up around Helena in northern Oklahoma. And then there's a gap. Nothing severe. The storms have weakened, but lots of heavy rain pushing across from Concordia, Kansas into southeast Nebraska. Could be some training and flooding there. And then we get that next round of severe storms with that bow echo that's pushed its way now past the Omaha area, the second of the day at least, with the Cass, Fremont, and Mills counties in western Iowa, up into parts of Montgomery and Potawatomi counties. And then the previous bow echo that went through Omaha is still ongoing north of Des Moines, Hamilton, Hardin, and Story counties. It's broken into some pieces, though, that are heading up into the Mason City area, as well as up into southern Minnesota toward the Austin area, Faribault and Freeborn counties now with severe warnings. Separate little cluster ahead of that, training across the Chimney Rock area of Buffalo and Trempealeau counties in Wisconsin. And then some smatterings of severe thunderstorms still left coming into the Wausau, Wisconsin area. And then the remnants of our previous tornado-warned storm that hit the Prairie Lake Estates area in Wisconsin. That's heading up now toward Iron Mountain and may angle its way into the upper peninsula of Michigan. So, Ray and Alex, still a very stormy night with patches of these severe storms across a number of states.
Very right.
And severe weather will continue overnight, it looks like, too, as we're getting a couple more watches that have come out, too. I believe we may have a new watch coming out.
Right. We are expecting one to be issued for parts of Oklahoma, including the Oklahoma City area. Sarah has highlighted the area in yellow where Storm Prediction Center is saying that there is a 95% chance that a severe watch will be issued, and that would be for those storms that we expect to roll through late tonight and early tomorrow morning.
Right, and so that would mean strong damaging winds and maybe some hail, and even though it's only a severe thunderstorm watch, you can occasionally get spin-ups, aka tornadoes in these areas. So certainly severe weather continuing to push through, and a large chunk of real estate here, Alex, covered up in this severe thunderstorm watch until midnight.
Yeah, a lot of Nebraska, including the Omaha area, where we've seen a very stormy few minutes, into Iowa, where we've been watching storms, and then of course that new watch that does include parts of Wisconsin south of the area under the tornado watch. So you can see that Omaha continues to deal with a watch until midnight local time.
Yeah, left over here, this was about to expire, this tornado watch for Dodge City. We'll see what they do with that watch, if it gets reissued further east or not, but still could be some strong storms in and around this watch area for the next few minutes. Further south, as we get into Oklahoma, just west of Oklahoma City, this is where that severe watch may come out. This watch expected to expire here at the top of the hour, but still, that is a tornado watch. And then this is the one that's probably going to have the most shelf life through the overnight hours. That's until 3 a.m. for West Texas.
Right, and we've begun to see those storms firing around Midland, and we anticipate that they will continue to charge eastward, offering up some damaging wind and the threat for large hail. So our team will be here to continue to monitor the threat, break in as needed to let you know about warnings as they're issued.
And yeah, let's go back first here in Elk City in Oklahoma. This was one of the more severe storms, even a tornado here reported.
Yeah, damage across the area. We have teams on the way to Elk City, as well as coverage in the state of Wisconsin, where at least one person was killed earlier from a reported tornado.
That is some serious right there, boy.
In almost every corner of the earth.
He's gonna hit the shock. Watch out.
Every moment of every day.
Damn. Oh my God.
Cameras are rolling on the most heart-stopping,
Holy
gut-wrenching,
Hey, stay calm, stay calm.
awe-inspiring weather out there.
We don't really know how to react.
Look at that, dude.
So we wind up mesmerized.
You can't pull away.
This is reality TV.
You think you know your weather? Our team breaks down the science behind the storm.
You can see the water flowing into the vortex.
Inside the most shocking viral videos that will blow your mind. The power of Mother Nature. In an instant, it can transform a dream getaway into a nightmare. From colossal waves at sea to the biggest storms on Earth. A hurricane can produce up to 600 trillion watts of energy. And when its monster winds make landfall, a tropical paradise becomes a disaster zone. September 2014. A massive hurricane is brewing off the coast of Mexico's Baja California peninsula. At first, the storm is forecast to curve out to sea, but it makes an unexpected turn, heading straight for Cabo.